Morning.
Good
How
morning.
are you? Thanks for joining us on the Monday morning show. And most of you sitting through the city with 1.25 inches of rain.
Inch and a quarter?
Inch and a quarter. That was the rainfall total for the park. Walk over to the wall. We'll show you what it looks like. This shot showing you lower Manhattan. And everything is actually in pretty good shape now as we work into clear. But for us, bright sunny skies, 65 degrees at 7 o'clock in the morning, and sunny and pleasant for the rest of the day, 80 degrees. It's kind of a guilty pleasure, as beautiful as this weather is going to be. The 5-day, look at this, 78 degrees on Wednesday. Thursday, I think I'm even overdone with the clouds there. I think it turns out to be a little bit nicer. Friday, very nice. Saturday, beautiful, cool, pleasant days.
Did we get on that? I had one.
BuzzFeed dug up an old quote from Donald Trump talking about a large-scale terror attack 19 months before 9/11. In his 2000 book, The America We Deserve, Trump wrote, "I really am convinced we're in danger of the sort of terrorist attacks that will make the bombing of the 1993 Trade Center look like little kids playing with firecrackers." Trump also mentioned the mastermind of the attack, writing, quote, "One day, we're told that a shadowy figure with no fixed address named Osama bin Laden is public enemy number one, and U.S. jet fighters lay waste to his camp in Afghanistan. He escapes back under some rock, and a few news cycles later, it's on to a new enemy and a new crisis."
We are having some technical difficulties, which is totally understandable when you try to do ad hoc reporting and getting information to you as fast as we possibly can and making sure that it's accurate at the same time. So
Donald Trump is on the line. I mean, we know him as the man behind lots of real estate in Manhattan. And of course, Donald, I understand you were actually a witness to what happened this morning.
Well, I have a window that looks directly at the World Trade Center, and I saw this huge explosion. I was with a group of people, and I really couldn't even believe it. And even, I think, worse than that, for years I've looked right directly at the building. I'd see the Empire State Building in the foreground and the World Trade Center in the background, and now I'm looking at absolutely nothing. It's just gone, and it's just hard to believe.
Donald, Alan Marcus here. Your building is, the Trump Tower is one of the great tourist attractions in the world. It's well known universally. Are you taking any precautions there in light of what happened at the World Trade Center?
Well, Alan, we've always had, as you know, very, very strong security, but there's very little you can do about planes crashing into a building. I mean, you look at Larry Silverstein, who's a terrific owner in New York and a very good friend of mine who I just called. I was very worried about him, because I assume maybe he was in the building. He took possession of the building 1 week ago. As you know, he just bought the World Trade Center.
Right.
And he was in his office, and he was getting ready to move into the World Trade Center over the next 2 weeks. So, and I just spoke to him. There's nothing you can do when people are going to be bombing planes at your building. Now, Donald, I guess maybe the world is going to be changing, and maybe you're going to have F-16s flying all over the city, etc. But it's a pretty tough situation.
Donald, you have one of the landmark buildings down in the financial district, 40 Wall Street. Did you have any damage, or did you know what's happened down there?
Well, it was an amazing phone call I made. 40 Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and it was actually, before the World Trade Center, was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest. And I just spoke to my people, and they said it's the most unbelievable sight. It's probably 7 or 8 blocks away from the World Trade Center, and yet Wall Street is littered with 2 feet of stone and brick and mortar and steel, and there are thousands of people walking over the debris over the Brooklyn Bridge, where they're sending them out over the Brooklyn Bridge to Brooklyn, and then I guess they're going to have to figure out how to get home from there. But they have between 1 foot and 2 feet of debris right in front of a building that's probably, you would say, Alan, 6 or 7 blocks away.
Donald, this is Roland Smith.
Hi, Roland.
You know, how you doing on this kind of day? You know, at some point, we're going to put all this behind us. And you, as a visionary, particularly in New York real estate, What do you think that we ought to do as a city, as a people, when all of this when the mourning stops, when the dead are honored, and we've found out what caused it and maybe corrected it? What does the city need to do?
Well, I guess the big thing that you really will have to do is never forget. You just can't forget that something like this happened. I was so disappointed when they closed the stock exchange, but of course, at some point, you had no choice, when they initially announced it was closing, because you want to just say, the hell with it, you're going forward, nothing's going to change. But the fact is, something has changed very dramatically. And I think one of the very sad things is going to be when you look at the skyline of New York, which has become so emblazoned in your own memory, and you look at the skyline of New York and you see these buildings, these two buildings, whether you love them or don't love them, they were a great part of the skyline. And then when you look at the skyline after 2001, and you're going to see a skyline without these two buildings, you're going to say, what happened? People won't believe it. When you show your children or your grandchildren in years to come what New York looked like in the year 2000, and then what New York looked like just a year later, they're going to say, what happened?
Hey, Donald,
it's
in
hard
the year
to believe.
in the year 2000, Donald, you considered running for president. If you had done that, and if you had been successful, what do you think you'd be doing right now?
Well, I'd be taking a very, very tough line, Alan. I mean, most people feel they know at least approximately the group of people that did this and where they are. But boy, would you have to take a hard line on this. This just can't be tolerated, and it's got to be very, very stern. This is, as you and I were discussing before, Alan, this was probably worse than Pearl Harbor. Many more people are dead, and they don't know, they have no idea, but I have somebody that was down there who witnessed at least 10 people jumping out of the building from 70 and 80 stories up in the air. I mean, you probably have 25 or 30,000 is the number I've heard, but I would think would be much more than that. I think the most of the damage will be caused not by even in the building in terms of the people dead, but by the people on the streets from falling debris.
Donald, you're probably the best known builder, particularly of great buildings in the city. There's a great deal of question about whether or not the damage and the ultimate destruction of the buildings was caused by the airplanes, by architectural defect, or possibly by bombs or aftershocks. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, it was an architectural defect. The World Trade Center was always known as a very, very strong building. Don't forget, that took a big bomb in the basement. Now, the basement is the most vulnerable place because that's your foundation. And it withstood that. And I got to see that area about 3 or 4 days after it took place because one of my structural engineers actually took me for a tour because he did the building. And I said, I can't believe it. The building was standing solid and half of the columns were blown out. I mean, so this was an unbelievably powerful building. If you know anything about structure, it was one of the first buildings that was built from the outside. The steel, the reason the World Trade Center had such narrow windows is that in between all the windows, you had the steel on the outside. So you had the steel on the outside of the building. That's why when I first looked, and you had big, heavy I-beams, when I first looked at it, I couldn't believe it because there was a hole in the steel. And this is steel that was, you remember the width of the windows in the World Trade Center, folks. I think if you were ever up there, they were quite narrow. And in between was this heavy steel. I said, how could a plane, even a 767 or 747 or whatever it might have been, how could it possibly go through the steel? I happen to think that they had not only a plane, but they had bombs that exploded almost simultaneously, because I just can't imagine anything being able to go through that wall. Most buildings are built with the steel is on the inside around the elevator shaft. This one was built from the outside, which is the strongest structure you can have, and it was almost just like a can of soup.
Donald, we were looking at pictures all morning long of that plane coming into building number 2, and when you see that approach the far side, and then all of a sudden, within a matter of a millisecond, the explosion pops out the other side.
Right. I just think that it was a plane with more than just fuel. I think, obviously, they were very big planes. They were going very rapidly because I was also watching where the plane seemed to be not only going fast, it seemed to be coming down into the building. So it was getting the speed from going downhill, so to speak. It just seemed to me that to do that kind of destruction is even more than a big plane, because you're talking about taking out steel, the heaviest caliber steel that was used on a building. I mean, these buildings were rock solid. And, it's just an amazing thing. This country is different today and it's going to be different than it ever was for many years to come.
Very profound statement and very true.
Donald, one last question for you. Given the magnitude of how much of American commerce took place within the Twin Towers, what do you, as you're an expert on this, what do you think is going to be the fallout over the next several weeks, months, and even years, given what we have lost in terms of those buildings going down and all that was within it?
Well, I, as an example, Alan, and you might use them too, but I have an insurance company that was on the 102nd floor of the World Trade Center. They're gone. I don't know who's gone. I don't know anything other than their offices are no longer there. They're wiped out. The Morgan Stanley Group, you know, Morgan Stanley, a big, powerful firm, they had 50 stories in the building, gone. I mean, you're talking about some firms that are just gone. Now, Morgan Stanley, in that case, had a lot of its offices in Midtown, and they had about half downtown. Morgan Stanley's a big, powerful firm. They're gone. Many firms had all of their offices, as you know, in the World Trade Center. It was 8 million square feet. 8 million square feet is the size of some cities. And we had 8 million square feet, and there were 4 million in each building. They were huge buildings, not only in height, but, you know, each floor was 50,000 feet. They were monstrous floors. Each floor was almost a city in itself, and they had 110 floors or so. So, you know, many firms that were easily recognizable for those of us in the financial world, for those of us that read the papers and see the financial pages, they're going to be gone. I mean, they're just not going to exist anymore. They're gone.
Donald Trump.
Many of the people are gone with them.
Donald Trump, thank you so very much for joining us.
Thank you
We
all.
really
Good luck.
appreciate it. Thank you.
And you
Same
too.
to you.
You too.
Our prayers are with everyone.
Ja, guten Abend nach Berlin. Wir stehen hier ungefähr 4 Blocks vom World Trade Center entfernt, oder das, was davon übrig geblieben ist. Und neben mir steht Donald Trump. Donald Trump hat selber einige Gebäude in der Gegend. Ich werde ihn kurz dazu befragen. Mr. Trump, do you have any interest in the area down there that has been affected?
I have a lot of property down there, but it was unfortunately affected by what happened to the World Trade Center.
Ich habe eine Menge Gebäude dort unten, aber Gott sei Dank ist es von diesem Terroranschlag nicht in Mitleidenschaft gezogen worden. What's your biggest fear, Mr. Trump?
Well, I just went to what they call ground zero. I've never seen anything like it. The devastation, the human life that's been just wasted for no reason whatsoever. It is a terrible scene. It's a terrible sight. But New Yorkers are very strong and resilient, and they'll rebuild quickly.
Ich habe noch nie so eine Verwüstung gesehen. Ich habe noch nie so eine Verwüstung menschlichen Lebens gesehen, eine Verschwendung menschlichen Lebens. Aber New York wird damit fertig werden mit so einem Terroranschlag. Mr. Trump, what should be the response to this attack? How should the U.S. respond to such a devastating?
Well, I think they have to respond quickly and effectively. They have to find out exactly what the cause was, who did it, and they have to go after these people because there is no other choice. And then secondarily, and much less importantly, we have to rebuild in some form that will be just as majestic as the World Trade Center.
Also die USA müssen auf diese Verwüstung, auf diesen Terroranschlag so deutlich wie möglich und so schnell wie möglich antworten. Und vor allen Dingen sagt er, wir werden wieder ein Gebäude bauen, was noch majestätischer ist als das World Trade Center. Will you be involved? Will you take any efforts, any steps to reconstruct the area?
Well, I have a lot of men down here right now. We have over 100, and we have about 125 coming. So we'll have a couple of hundred people down here. And they're very brave, and what they're doing is amazing. And we will be involved in some form in helping to reconstruct.
Ich habe ihn gefragt, wird er mithelfen, diese Gegend wieder aufzubauen? Der sagt, er hat einige 100 Leute bereits dort und es ist erstaunlich, was sie bereits geleistet haben. What kind of cost would you estimate to rebuild this area? How much money has been lost in the attack?
I would say 15 to 20 billion dollars. You're talking billions and billions of dollars, and it's irreparable. But I really feel that the location is such and the importance of the monument is such that we have to rebuild. And again, not necessarily in the form of the two towers, but something has to be done that's very big and very majestic.
Er sagt, ich habe ihn gefragt, wie viel wird es kosten, diese Gegend wieder aufzubauen. Er sagt, es wird Milliarden kosten, zweistellige Milliardenbeträge. Aber wir sollten es nicht so aufbauen wie das World Trade Center mit diesen beiden Türmen, sondern eine andere Form finden, etwas gleichsam Majestätisches. A lot of people ask, how is it possible that a Boeing plane would be able to destroy or two planes would be able to destroy the Twin Towers? Because they were constructed to withstand like a 707 attack.
Well, it's tremendous power and tremendous heat, and people were willing to die. And when they're willing to die and when they're willing to become kamikazes of a sense, there's very little you can do about it. I mean, the heat and the power, actually it was amazing that the initial jolts didn't jar the building as much as people would have thought. But the tremendous amounts of fuel that was dumped on the building and 1600 degrees temperature, I guess that's probably more than anything could take, no matter what.
Ich habe ihn gefragt, wie kann es denn passieren, dass diese Gebäude von einem Flugzeug zerstört werden? Die Twin Towers waren gebaut worden, um auch dem Ansturm einer Boeing zu widerstehen. Er sagt, es ist die unglaubliche Hitze, die sich entwickelt hat, die Aufschlagkraft, das Benzin, was diese Gebäude zu Fall gebracht hat. Man kann gegen solche Dinge nichts tun. When do you think we will start to rebuild?
Well, I would hope it would really be very quickly. A lot of great genius people in the city, and I think that within a shorter period of time, first we have to get rid of what's there, and we have to save as many lives as possible, if that is possible. Today they found 5 people under the rubble, which is amazing, alive. But after that process takes place, I think they can start thinking about rebuilding, absolutely.
Ich habe ihn gefragt, wann werden die Wiederaufbauarbeiten beginnen. Er sagt, wir müssen erst natürlich das Leben retten und diese ganzen Aufräumarbeiten vonstatten bringen und dann gleich beginnen, wieder aufzubauen. Vielen Dank, Mr. Trump. Thanks a lot. Ja, danke.
Now, just a few moments ago, Donald Trump passed through here, so we had a minute to talk with him. Let's roll that tape. You can see what he had to say.
Well, I've never seen anything like it. I've seen 2 huge 110-story buildings that are reduced to rubble. Thousands and thousands of lives. I just got to see something that I've never seen before. I have hundreds of men inside working right now, and we're bringing down another 125 in a little while, and they've never done work like this before. And they're hardworking people, but they've never seen anything like it, and they've never done work like this before. It's terrible.
Tell me what it's like at Ground Zero. Tell me about the workers that you saw and what they're doing there.
Well, not only is it devastation, but it's very dangerous because every few minutes a whistle would go off and everybody would just run because you have all the buildings around it, which are in such a weakened state that people just don't know. And so they just have to take off. And then they come back and they're working under 50-story buildings that you don't know if they're going to fall down. So it's a terrible thing for the workers, and it's a terrible thing for the world, really.
How have you spoken to any of your men? Do you know how they're reacting to this? Because emotionally, this must be so incredibly difficult.
Well, there are a lot of them, but they've never seen bodies like this. I mean, the bodies all over. The great thing is when they find somebody that's alive, like the 5 firemen that they just found a little while ago. So that's the great thing, and that's what they're all striving for. But generally speaking, that's not the case. So they are working very, very hard, but it's a very depressing situation for these folks.
As you walked around and as you saw the piles of rubble, there are thousands of families out there who are hoping that someone might be in a pocket somewhere, still alive, still breathing, waiting to be dug up. As you assessed that damage from your perspective, do you believe that's possible?
Well, I would certainly not want to be the one to say it's not possible. Certainly it's a tough situation, but you can't give up hope because there's always hope. I mean, the 5 men, I'm sure their families thought that they probably were gone, and now they walk in the door. A couple of them walked away after they were dug out. So there probably are some more people in there, and therefore you can't give up hope.
You've had an impact on the skyline of New York. What is it like as you see it now?
It's like a whole different skyline. It's like a whole different city and world. I cannot believe the sight of Lower Manhattan without the World Trade Center, and therefore we have to rebuild, not necessarily in that form, but we have to rebuild at least as good and maybe better.
Just finally, can you tell me emotionally as you walked around, we've heard some of the stories from the firemen. They're so exhausted and mentally and physically. What was it like for you personally to go in and see all of what you saw?
Well, it was amazing to see it. It was a very depressing scene, but I'll tell you what, you really can take heart. These firemen and policemen and the construction workers equally, the courage they have is unbelievable. I mean, they're working, digging out and lifting up steel. And above them, you have 55-story buildings that are very possibly going to be pouring down on them any minute. And they're working like nothing's wrong. I mean, they're amazing.
I did not put in tens of millions of dollars to be a spoiler candidate. I put in tens of $1 million to win, to fix this country, to do the right thing. I will say that Clear Choice, this PAC, this DNC aligned PAC that was created specifically to take us out, has spent millions of dollars to take us out. They have unfortunately turned us into a spoiler. And we don't want to be a spoiler. We wanted to win. We wanted a fair shot. The DNC made that impossible for us. They have banned us, shadow banned us. I did not put in tens of millions of dollars.
It shouldn't be a commercial development. It really should just be a park. Just grass, trees, place for meditation. He really isn't interested in that kind of thing, I don't think.
Good morning. Welcome to Trump Tower. It's an honor to have all of you with us. If we rebuild the World Trade Center in the form of a skeleton, Freedom Tower, the terrorists win. We want to rebuild the World Trade Center as the World Trade Center, but better, a little bit taller, a lot stronger, just plain better. Cool. That's it. I watched when the World Trade Center came tumbling down. And I watched in Jersey City, New Jersey, where thousands and thousands of people were cheering as that building was coming down. Thousands of people were cheering. So something's going on. We got to find out what it is. I do want surveillance. I will absolutely take database on the people coming in from Syria if we can't stop it, but we're going to. And if I win, I've made it known, if I win, they're going back. We can't have them. They're going back. We can't have them. We can't have them.
Donald Trump is doubling down on claims he made over the weekend that he saw thousands of Muslim Americans in New Jersey celebrating after the September 11th terror attacks. Trump first made the remarks at a rally Saturday and then stood by them Monday night at an event in Columbus, Ohio.
During a speech recently, I said that I saw in parts of New Jersey, Jersey City, but parts of New Jersey, I saw people getting together and in fairly large numbers celebrating as the World Trade Center was coming down, killing thousands of people, thousands and thousands of people. People are still dying over what happened to the World Trade Center, and they're dying a terrible death. And I saw people, and I saw them on television, and I read about it on the internet, and I read about it. So they said, oh, we can't find anything, Mr. Trump. The reporters are calling all day, all night,
They want to find out, did Trump make a mistake? So I have some good people. And they checked and they checked. And believe me, it's being cleared off, plenty of stuff. They don't like that because that's not good for the liberal cause, right? But they don't like it. And lo and behold, I start getting phone calls in my office by the hundreds that they were there and they saw this take place. People. So one of my people comes in. This is a story from the Washington Post on September 18th, a week later, 2001. In Jersey City, within hours of two jetliners plowing into the World Trade Center, law enforcement authorities detained and questioned a number of people who were allegedly seen celebrating the attacks and holding tailgate style. Tailgate, you know what that means? Tailgate. That means football games, Ohio State, thousands of people in parking lots, on roofs. Tailgate is a lot of people. Tailgate's not two people. And holding tailgate-style parties on rooftops while they watched the devastation on the other side of the river. Okay? Washington Post. Washington Post. So they've come in, and we've received hundreds of phone calls in my office because it's become sort of a big subject. And they want to try and deny it, but you can't deny it. Many people in this room heard about it, probably saw it. And, you know, the sad part is we're all sort of on the same side. Whether you're liberal or conservative or Democrat or Republican, we're sort of on the same. We want our country to be great again. That's what the whole thing is, right? It really doesn't make sense. But fortunately, somebody in the Washington Post wrote that, and they'll try and deny it. They'll probably say, well, we made a mistake, which I almost like that better. Then I could show you how dishonest they all are. I might like that better. Let them say that. But they'll find some reason to deny it. They'll call it a typo. It was about it was a very long and winding typo. But they'll try and deny it. But I don't think they'll be able to. Not with the smart people, they're not going to be able to.
Thanks, Stan. With us, I'm Bill O'Reilly. Continuing now with Donald Trump. As you may know, he said that he saw thousands of Muslims in New Jersey celebrating after the 9/11 attack. We investigated and came up with a very interesting report from WCBS TV 5 days after 9/11.
Is another apartment building, one that investigators told me, quote, is swarming with suspects. Suspects who I'm told were cheering on the roof when they saw the plane slam into the Trade Center. Now, police were called to the building by other neighbors and found 8 men celebrating, 6 of them tenants in the building. The FBI and other terrorist task force agencies then arrived, and the older investigators on the task force recalled that they had been to this building before, 8 years ago, when the first World Trade Center attack led them to Sheikh Omar Abdul Rahman, whose Jersey City mosque lies between the two buildings getting attention today.
Now, I played that report from Mr. Trump yesterday while telling him we could find no other videotape germane to the issue. So no videotape about, thousands of people celebrating doesn't exist. And we really looked everywhere. I mean, it's just not there. But there were people celebrating. Mayor Giuliani confirms in New York it happened. Mr. Guzman confirms in Jersey it happened. So does the Jersey State Police. So you were wrong by saying thousands, but it did happen. What say you?
Well, I don't know that I'm wrong, Bill. This just came out from Breitbart. I mean, literally, it just came out. Trump vindicated, 100% vindicated. And literally, I'm just seeing it now. So I don't know that I'm wrong. There are a lot of people. We don't have cell phones today with the cameras on them. I mean, if we did, I think you'd see something a lot different. You look at what happened recently, a week ago, with the soccer game, where they had a minute of silence for the people that were just absolutely it was horrible what happened in Paris, and they had honoring those people, a minute of silence, and you heard shouts from the Muslim world at the game that were horrendous. The players
what
were
country was
embarrassed.
that?
The coaches were embarrassed.
Do you remember what country that was?
Excuse me?
Do you remember what country that was?
It was a different country.
It was
Yeah,
Turkey.
That was a different
It was
country. But
Turkey.
I'm just saying,
Okay.
it was Turkey. I'm just saying, there's great hatred out there.
No,
There's tremendous hatred out there.
nobody's disputing that. It's
people aren't acknowledging it.
Where you get into trouble, with all due respect, of course, is what you give a speech and you say things like, I saw thousands, and there weren't thousands. Now,
But you don't know that there weren't, Bill. Bill, you don't know what
I
there were.
was here,
This
I was
says
reporting,
swarming.
and believe me, if there were thousands, that would have been reported. But
This
what I'm trying to
article
get at
says
is
they were
this.
swarming. Bill, this article says they were swarming all over the place.
All right.
So I don't know what that means, but it means a lot of people.
There were some people, not thousands. Now, but what I want to get at is this. You're giving a speech
You don't know
tonight
that,
in
Bill.
Virginia.
Bill, you don't know that. Bill, you don't know that.
I'm pretty confident.
All right, you're pretty sure.
All right,
You're pretty sure. You don't know that,
And you
Bill.
know that
This
I'm always
says
right.
Swarming all over
You
New
know
Jersey.
I'm always right. So, take it to the bank.
Okay.
All right. So you go to Virginia and you give a speech tonight, okay? Do you have that speech printed out, or is it an ad-lib speech?
Well, it would be so much easier to just read off a teleprompter like our president does, where he reads a teleprompter because he can't do anything else. I like to not do that. I have thousands of people. The other night we had 15,000 people. We had 12,000 people.
Right. It's
I like to do
extemporaneous,
extemporaneous.
right?
You know why?
Right.
It's more exciting.
And it's more.
you know the other
sure.
thing about it?
But you get into
The other
trouble.
thing about I can talk about current events. I can talk about things that took place 2 hours ago. I can talk about a soccer game if it was played and people were screaming horrible things and it took place an hour before I go up. And frankly, it's much more exciting to speak for the people, for everybody, even for me. But
I understand
now,
that.
To
And
do
I
that, you
do
need
that
an
as well.
extraordinary memory and you need lots of ability to be able to speak in front of 20,000 people without a speech.
And
But
you have that.
I think it's much better.
But here's what happens. Sometimes when you're up there, you get overly excited and you're speaking extemporaneously. And then you say things as anybody would, because the crowd is cheering and everything's going wild, that you don't know to be true, but you believe to be true, but you don't know it. So that's the risk as a president. All right, when you're out there as a man who wants the most powerful position in the world, you got to kind of be careful in those speeches, because that's what gets you in trouble. Do you get my point?
I would love to read speeches off of a teleprompter. It is so easy to do. I would even love to read speeches, period. But you know what? You don't get the same excitement. You don't get the same feeling. And I haven't made very many mistakes, that I can tell you. You know, when I announced and when I talked about illegal immigration, all of a sudden the world went crazy and thought it was terrible. 4 weeks later, I was #1 in the polls because everyone realized I was right. In fact, it was about 1 week later. But I was #1 in the polls, and now I'm #1 in every single poll. A big one, you'll hate to hear this, but a big one's coming out, CNN tomorrow. I don't know how it's going to be, but I look forward to that one. But we're #1 in every poll, including the Fox poll. Very important.
But I'm just saying that
And we beat Hillary. By the way, Bill, and we beat Hillary head to head.
And I'm sure she's thrilled for that. With responsibility,
She's thrilled.
okay, with the responsibility that you're seeking comes personal responsibility. And when you say something, you got to be pretty damn well sure that it's accurate. It's not hyperbole. That's the point I'm trying to make, and I'm sure you understand. But I'm not
I've had very few complaints, Bill. I've had very few complaints, and we get the biggest crowds by many, many times, and we get far bigger crowds than anybody else.
That's
and
because you're so charismatic.
We have a great, you know what? We have a great time with a tough subject, because there's not a lot of good news happening with the United States. You understand that better than anybody.
All right.
So we have a great time, as good a time as you can have, with subject matter that's not so pleasant.
Always very fascinating to talk with you, Donald, and we always appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Next to the race for 2016 tonight, Donald Trump and what he said today about 9/11, about the World Trade Center, and former President George W. Bush. Those words drawing a quick response from Jeb Bush at this hour. ABC's Tom Llamas on the campaign trail.
Tonight, Donald Trump making a bold accusation against former President George W. Bush. implying Bush is to blame for 9/11.
When you talk about George Bush, I mean, say what you want, the World Trade Center came down during his time. If you look
Hold
at
on,
Sandy Hook,
you can't blame George Bush for that.
he was president, okay? Don't blame him or don't blame him, but he was president. The World Trade Center came down during his reign.
The comments made during an interview with Bloomberg TV after Trump was asked if he had the compassion to handle crises like 9/11 or the Sandy Hook shooting.
Help us understand who Donald Trump is as a man. I need to know that you will make us feel safe and you will make us feel proud.
I think I have a bigger heart than all of them. I think I'm much more competent than all of them.
Trump has repeatedly called President Bush a disaster, but never going this far. Rival Jeb Bush tonight firing back on Twitter, tweeting, "How pathetic for Donald Trump to criticize the president for 9/11. We were attacked and my brother kept us safe."
So Bush and Trump back at it. And David, last night we had reported how Trump and Dr. Ben Carson were threatening to boycott the next debate because they said it was going to be too long. Well, tonight, CNBC, the host of that debate, has agreed to Carson and Trump's terms. The debate will now be 2 hours. David?
All right, the debate moves on. Tom Llamas tonight. Tom, thank you.
Look, when somebody attacks me like Jeb at one of the debates, and I was very nice to him at the Ronald Reagan, I didn't say it, I didn't want to say it, but he talked about the tremendous safety. Well, excuse me, the World Trade Center came down during the, reign of George Bush, right? I mean, it came down. So during the Ronald Reagan, if you remember the library debate, he mentioned about how we were safe. We weren't safe. That was the greatest attack in the history of the United States, worse than Pearl Harbor because it was individuals. We were attacked as individuals as opposed to the military. The greatest single attack. So when he's saying, and I'm standing up there, I'm saying, do I want to embarrass him by saying this? But because I'm a nice person, I didn't do it. But then when he used it another time, I had to say, I'm sorry, but we weren't safe. The World Trade Center came down, which was the greatest attack in history on this country. So you had that. You obviously had the war, which was a big mistake. I mean, I think few people would say the war in Iraq was a positive. You had him on the aircraft carrier saying all sorts of wonderful things, how the war was essentially over. Guess what? Not over. And, the war with Iraq is a disaster. Now Iran is taking over Iraq. Sure as you're sitting there. They're taking the oil. They're taking everything. I said, take the oil. I was against the war in Iraq, by the way. I was the only one on the stage. Believe me, you should get some points for vision. But I was totally against the war in Iraq. I said it's going to destabilize the Middle East. And then when they went in, I said, when they're getting out, take the oil. They didn't take the oil. So now Iran is going to have the oil and ISIS has the oil. And this has fueled ISIS because ISIS now has so much money because they've had the oil.
On Monday, George W. Bush will campaign in South Carolina for his brother. As you said tonight, and you've often said, the Iraq war and your opposition to it was a sign of your good judgment. In 2008, in an interview with Wolf Blitzer talking about President George W. Bush's conduct of the war, you said you were surprised that Democratic leader Nancy Pelosi didn't try to impeach him. You said, quote, which personally I think would have been a wonderful thing, close quote. When you were asked what you meant by that, you said, for the war. For the war. He lied. He got us into the war with lies. Do you still believe President Bush should be impeached? Should have been
impeached?
impeached?
First of all, I have to say, as a businessman, I get along with everybody. I have business all over the world. I know so many of the people in the audience. And by the way, I'm a self-funder. I have my wife and I have my son. That's all I have. I don't have this. So let me just tell you, I get along with everybody, which is my obligation to my company, to myself, etc. Obviously, the war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake, all right? Now, you can take it any way you want, and it took Jeb Bush, if you remember at the beginning of his announcement, when he announced for president, took him 5 days. He went back. It was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. Took him 5 days before his people told him what to say, and he ultimately said it was a mistake. The war in Iraq, we spent $2 trillion, thousands of lives. We don't even have it. Iran is taking over Iraq with the second largest oil reserves in the world. Obviously, it was a mistake. So George Bush made a mistake. We can make mistakes, but that one was a beauty. We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East.
But so you still think he should be impeached?
I think it's my turn, isn't it?
You do whatever you want. You call it whatever you want. I want to tell you, they lied. Okay. They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There were none, and they knew there were none.
There were no weapons of mass
Okay,
destruction.
all right. Governor Bush, when a member on the stage's brother gets attacked,
I got
brother
about
gets to
5 or
respond.
6. I get to do it 5 or 6 times, or
I'm
just
being
once
nice.
responding to that. So here's the deal. I'm sick and tired of Barack Obama blaming my brother for all of the problems that he's had. And frankly, I could care less about the insults that Donald Trump gives to me. It's blood sport for him. He enjoys it, and I'm glad he's happy about it. But I am sick
$22
and
million
tired.
in
I am
ads.
sick and tired of him going after my family. My dad is the greatest man alive in my mind. And while Donald Trump was building a reality TV show, my brother was building a security apparatus to keep us safe, and I'm proud of what he did. And he's had the gall to go
The
after
World
my
Trade
mother.
Center came
He's
down
had the
during
gall
your
to go
brother's
after
reign.
my
Remember
mother.
that.
Hold on.
Let me finish this. He's had the gall to go after my mother.
That's not keeping
Look, I
us
won
safe.
the lottery when I was born 63 years ago, looked up and I saw my mom. My mom is the strongest woman I know.
She should
This
be
is
running.
not about my family or his family.
Okay.
This is about the South Carolina families that need someone to be a commander-in-chief that can lead.
Governor-
I'm that person.
Governor Kasich, would you weigh in on?
The White House is coming to the First Lady's defense today over a wardrobe flap that many say is a total cheap shot. Conspiracy theorists on Twitter noticed something unusual about the stitching on a coat Melania once wore at a 9/11 memorial service. Is that a plane crashing into one of the Twin Towers in the back of Melania's coat? Goes this comment. It legit looks like an object is flying into a tower. The story was picked up by USA Today and Yahoo News. The First Lady wore the coat at a 9/11 ceremony in Shanksville, Pennsylvania last year. It's coming to light now because the White House posted the image yesterday with the caption, "We will never forget." Now, her critics are calling her insensitive, saying it's the second time one of her jackets has raised eyebrows. Remember, I really don't care, do you? Professor Tammy Vigil wrote the new book, Melania and Michelle, First Ladies in a New Era. I asked her why Melania gets so much bad press. Do you think Melania is getting a fair shake?
A lot of the response to Melania Trump is sort of people's response to her husband. And that's not really fair for her.
She says Michelle Obama had her critics too. It comes with the job.
Every first lady is usually given a really raw deal. So I think she's gotten the same raw deal.
Look closer at the stitching. That's not a plane, it's a button. No conspiracy here, folks. Now, White House Press Secretary Stephanie Grisham is calling the coat flap conspiracy ridiculous.
Thank you very much. How are you? It's a sad day. It's a very sad day for a lot of reasons. And we just added to that reason last week. That should have never been allowed to happen, I have to say. And I've watched all the speeches and nobody mentions it, what they did, but we'd have to live with that for a period of time. Very disappointing, but incredible job you do. You do. I grew up with you, and you are New York's finest. You're incredible people. I know many of you, and I appreciated during the election, the New York City police endorsed Trump. You know that, right? First time they've ever endorsed a candidate. They told me, first time, maybe they do it every time, I don't know, but they told me, first time they've ever endorsed a candidate for president, and it's a great honor.
No one who lived through the horror of the September 11th terrorist attacks can ever forget the agony and the anguish of that terrible day. It was a terrible day. The images of dark plumes of smoke billowing over lower Manhattan, the Pentagon, and a field of Pennsylvania, such a beautiful field, are seared into our minds forever. We will never forget. Today, on this solemn anniversary of those monstrous attacks, we remember the 2,977 precious souls who were savagely taken from us on that morning 22 years ago, leaving a void that can never be filled, No matter what happens, it can never be filled. We will say a prayer for each of the beautiful families they left behind, whose pain is beyond comprehension. What they've gone through is not even believable. We honor the firefighters, the great New York PD, the
police department, what great people they are. They are so great. And the Port Authority officers, the Virginia, D.C., and Pentagon police, and the military service members and other first responders, actually all over the country, they acted with supreme heroism, and they went to the site of the most heinous crime. They would leave other states far away and go to the World Trade Center site, the Pentagon. They'd go to Pennsylvania. Who in many cases gave their lives in the line of duty. God bless the memory of all of those who perished in the 9/11 attacks. We will never, ever forget. We will never forget you. We love you. God bless their families, and God bless America. Thank you.
I did not put in tens of millions of dollars to be a spoiler candidate. I put in tens of millions of dollars to win, to fix this country, to do the right thing. I will say that Clear Choice, this PAC, this DNC aligned PAC that was created specifically to take us out, has spent millions of dollars to take us out.
We don't need any wars. Every war is a whore. Every war is the war to end all wars. We don't need any more. Every
Pasando día, tú y yo, desesperados, y tú contestando, quizás. Está pendiente el tiempo,
Okay, next question. All right, the next question is from Greg, and he's asking if you will pray for him. He says he wants to be a stronger Christian, a better father, and a loyal husband. And then he goes on to say how much he enjoys the show and is inspired by the content.
Greg, thank you so much for asking me to pray for you. I consider that an honor. God tells us to pray for one another and to carry one another's burdens. And the fact that you have a burden to be a better Christian, a more loyal husband, a better dad for your kids, that's awesome. So yes, I will pray for you that God will give you a deep heart of love for God, love for your wife, and a devotion and loyalty to raising your kids in the way they should go.
One of the interesting things about working with this president is that, we're coming into these bureaucracies that have constructed these orthodoxies, and it's just a series of very narrow Overton windows.
Absolutely.
You're not allowed to bring the conversation
Yes.
out of that, or you get destroyed.
That's right.
And now we're working for a president who just takes a bulldozer to Overton windows and does that, like, shocks us every day, and then we go, okay, well.
That's exactly right. That is a good summary of Donald J. Trump, is that he takes a bulldozer to Overton windows every single day. But it had to happen. It just had to happen. And if you look at so many of the things that are happening on the public health side, I mean, one of the criticisms that Bobby will always get, and I always think it's such bullshit, excuse my language, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say that. It's probably covering, I apologize to everybody who's watching live on Fox News. But hopefully they were able to bleep that out. But anyway, is sometimes there's this attack where people say, well, this or that conclusion is not supported by the science, or this or that conclusion is a conspiracy theory. And science, as practiced in its best form, is that if you disagree with it, then you ought to criticize it and you ought to argue it against it, but you can't shut down the debate. And that really is, if you look at all of the big public health debates that we've had in this country over the last 20 or 30 years, it doesn't bother me that they disagreed with something that I believed or disagreed with something you believed or any of you. It's that they tried to silence the people who were saying things that were outside the Overton window. And as we found out the hard way over the last few years, it was very often the people who were outside the Overton window who were actually right, and all the experts were wrong.
Yeah.
Never shine like a light before, inside my house, inside my door. And I won't be wanting more, I go as far as I can go. Gotta know my weakness, know my peak is like a bursting bubble. Got so much love, they hate so much, they wanna box and rumble. Try to find my weakness, see it's only from one point of view. Got an evil sickness when you make the people evil too. Want them to be like you, not dislike you. If they try to spite you, everyone will hate you. Then some youngin' tries to come and fight you. Gotta prove his stripes, let's do it right, I've gotta rise above. I fear no man, I trust no man, I trust the God of love. Everything I want, everything I am is cause I know I can. I can paint a picture while I draw a line in sand. Sacrifice a lamb, sacrifice a Lord, ignored, staying blind. Looking in my mind without a body, so what do I find? If I dwell in time, nobody knows when the world is gonna end. Gonna make more enemies when all I do is find my weakness. In my moment of weakness. In my moment of weakness. Moment of weakness. In my moment of weakness. Late at night when I finally sleep, I stay wide awake, I feel so weak. I try to slow my heartbeat down, 15 rounds of hearing sounds. And I think how the safest place for me is out here in the streets. And the biggest threat is all these people who won't let me be. Maybe I can't stop them, but I stop myself from evil moments. No, I'm not a poet, but I write my rhymes to keep my focus. Gotta know my limits, no pretending like I was a Superman. Never thought I was a gimmick, another bad joke, but you can say I am. When I feel this weakness, I might say something I'm gonna regret. When I get so angry, out the window goes all my respect. Let me say my piece, let me say my thesis, and I'll back it up. You can take my facts or you can leave them, I forgot the love. Then I feel so mad when the world is sad, we need some happy faces. I love my mom, I love my dad, they didn't raise her racist. They raised the privileged youth, the man who's gonna try to stand for truth. They're gonna fight back for the people too, and show them love like I know you do. In my moment of weakness. 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 In my moment of weakness.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and I send my greetings to all the distinguished delegates of the Mid-Atlantic Convention. I had hoped to be with you today, but the government shutdown means that I couldn't do that. The Mid-Atlantic Convention was born from a shared moral conviction that no human being should suffer from exposure to mercury. You came together to protect future generations from this potent neurotoxin, and I'm looking forward to continued progress. Article 4 of the convention calls on parties to cut mercury use by phasing out listed mercury added products. But in 2010, as the treaty took shape, negotiators made a major exception. Thimerosal containing vaccines were carved out of the regulation. The same treaty that began to phase out mercury in lamps and cosmetics chose to leave it in products injected into babies, pregnant women, and the most vulnerable among us. We have to ask why. Why do we hold a double standard for mercury? Why do we call it dangerous in batteries, in over-the-counter medications and makeup, but acceptable in vaccines and dental fillings? Thimerosal is a mercury-based preservative that has never undergone proper safety testing in humans. Hundreds of peer-reviewed studies identify it as a potent neurotoxin, a mutagen, a carcinogen, and an endocrine disruptor. Thimerosal's own label requires it to be treated as hazardous material and warns against ingestion. There is not a single study that proves it's safe. That's why in July of this year, the United States closed the final chapter on the use of thimerosal as a vaccine preservative, something that should have happened years ago. I want to be clear, it's inexcusable that governments around the world still allow mercury-based compounds in healthcare when safe alternatives exist. Now that America has removed mercury from all vaccines, I call on every global health authority and every party to this convention to do the same. Manufacturers have confirmed that they can produce mercury-free single-dose vaccines without interrupting supply. There is no excuse for inaction or holding stubbornly to the status quo. Let's honor and protect humanity and our children and creation from mercury, and let's act in the true spirit of the Mid-Atlantic Convention, the integrity of this historic treaty, and to ensure that no child anywhere in the world is ever exposed to this deadly neurotoxin again. Thank you.
The story of Kennedy and Trump has changed the course of history forever. August 23rd, 2024 will forever be known as the day we turned the corner and took back our great nation and changed the course of history and brought hope to a free world. Join me as we relive the strange relationship between Kennedy and Trump, leading to their return to the White House to make America healthy and great again. I spent 2 years following the Kennedy and Trump campaigns. Long before the two men ever considered running for president, Kennedy sued Trump and stopped him from building a golf course near the Hudson River. After Trump won the presidency in 2016, he recruited Kennedy to look into vaccine safety issues. Kennedy was forced out the door after clashing with a man by the name of Anthony Fauci. But the assassination attempt on President Trump's life brought Kennedy and Trump closer than ever. From rivals to collaborators, from foes to friends, this is the story of Kennedy and Trump. You can download the book for free right now by going to kennedyandtrump.com. That's kennedyandtrump.com. My name is Greg Fernandez Jr. God bless you all. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate this. This is going to be a very, very fun show with my good friend, Catherine. She has written a book, and we're going to go over that. I do want to let everybody know where you can get this book right now. It is available right now. It is called Root of All Evil. This is part of a trilogy. And so this was actually released on paperback on August 1st, 2025, but you can get it right now on Amazon. And I should put that link right in the chat room here. It should be in the description as well, but I'm putting that into the chat room. For anyone who wants to go and purchase a physical copy, because I like physical copies of the book. There's just something very special about having that. or you can get the Kindle version here too. So looks like it's free if you join the Kindle Unlimited, or $3.99 to purchase. 15. The story of Kennedy and Trump has changed the course of history forever. August 23rd, 2024 will forever be known as the day we turned the corner and took back our great nation and changed the course of history and brought hope to a free world. Join me as we relive the strange relationship between Kennedy and Trump, leading to their return to the White House to make America healthy and great again. I spent 2 years following the Kennedy and Trump campaigns. Long before the two men ever considered running for president, Kennedy sued Trump and stopped him from building a golf course near the Hudson River. After Trump won the presidency in 2016, he recruited Kennedy to look into vaccine safety issues. Kennedy was forced out the door after clashing with a man by the name of Anthony Fauci. But the assassination attempt on President Trump's life brought Kennedy and Trump closer than ever. From rivals to collaborators, from foes to friends, this is the story of Kennedy and Trump. You can download the book for free right now by going to kennedyandtrump.com. The story of Kennedy and Trump has changed the course of history. The story of All right. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate this. This is going to be a very, very fun show with my good friend, Catherine. She has written a book, and we're going to go over that. I do want to let everybody know where you can get this book right now. It is available right now. It is called Root of All Evil. This is part of a trilogy. And so this was actually released on paperback on August 1st, 2025, but you can get it right now on Amazon. And I should put that link right in the chat room here. It should be in the description as well, but I'm putting that into the chat room. For anyone who wants to go and purchase a physical copy, because I like physical copies of the book. There's just something very special about having that. Or you can get the Kindle version here too. So looks like it's free if you join the Kindle Unlimited, or $3.99 to purchase. $15.99 on paperback. This is an amazing journey. Catherine's going to talk about this. This is a good sized book too. And remember, this is part of a trilogy, and it's 455 pages. So we're going to go through this about what the story is. I'm going to try not to spoil it. Try not to have Catherine spoil it too much, but I definitely want to go over a few things, talk about the writing process. This is going to be a lot of fun. So let me welcome Catherine. How are you, my friend?
Oh, good. How are you? It's
Pretty
so good to be here.
Yeah, nice to see you again after all this time. I bought my copy here, Root of
Thank you.
Book 1 of the trilogy. And yeah, it's a thick book there. So that's good. It's a good size one. 455 pages.
And I had to choose that's the next larger size. What seems to be pretty popular these days is 5.5 by 8 or 8.5 or something like that.
Yeah.
But when I did, that one, it was something like almost 550, almost 600 pages long. I mean, so I'm like, okay, I have to get a little bit. So I did 6 by 9, which gave it a little bit more room.
Gotcha.
And fewer pages. But yeah, this story is I think it's 98,000 words. The second volume is over 100,000. So yeah, I mean, because there's so much to the story. But
well, I want you to get into the story a little bit, if you don't mind. I know you probably don't want to spoil it for everybody, but just kind of walk us through, give us a little introduction, not only about, well, let's stick to this one. We'll talk about the full trilogy later. Go ahead.
Okay. This book, I actually started writing it over 10 years ago. Yeah, it was way over 10 years ago, because I actually moved from Colorado Springs to Oklahoma, Norman, Oklahoma, for a few years, just so I could finish the initial first draft. And that was around 2012. 2013. But then it just sat because I just didn't have time to get to it. And then about 2.5 years ago now, I just finally said, okay, I really want to get in and finish the story. And so then I started revising. And as you know, Greg, you also have written several books that the revision process can be so overwhelming. I don't know how many revisions I have of this book, because it's like every time I type, like I would start from the beginning, and then as I go through chapters, so on that day, I would just put like the date, the name of the book, revision date, and then, so I don't know, there must be well over 150 of those in the file. But, and then when it was to the point where I thought, okay, now I can send it to an editor, I sent it to Alyssa Matejzik. She has a YouTube channel, but she also used to work for, like one of the big five, actually a few of the big five publishing companies. And then she started her own company with another woman. Her name was Erin. And so Alyssa got my script and then sent it over to Erin, because I guess I didn't know even what genre this was, because I'm just like, what do I put this under, because it encompasses so many. And so when Erin finished her editorial assessment of everything, and she's like, okay, you need to pitch this as a horror novel, which kind of surprised me. I wouldn't have thought horror until I went in and started doing research on what horror actually is, because whenever I hear the word horror, I think of either slasher or those jump scares, and I'm like, this book is nothing like that at all. And so, but because it has demons and paranormal, they're like, that falls under the category of horror. So it's supernatural / paranormal horror. So anybody, when they see that it's under horror, I don't want them to think, expect a jump scare and, something that's going to keep them up at night because things are crawling out the walls. No, it's not like that. But again, because there is demons involved and then angels involved, they're like, okay, this is what we call supernatural, paranormal, and ergo it's horror. So that has actually thrown off a lot of people. And I was surprised because, the first thing I hear from people when they're like, oh, it's a horror novel, they're either, oh, I love horror, or, oh, okay, no, I can't do that. And I'm like, no, okay, it's not what you're thinking. Step back and breathe a moment. But so when Erin finished with her editorial assessment, and then I had to go through it and basically not revamped the entire story, but there are a lot of sections that were taken out, some sections that were added, some that was just taken out and dumped, others that were taken out and then added to the second book, because she's like, I really think this would fit better in your second. So anyway, she was amazing. So my story went from being what I thought was a good concept to, oh, wait, this is a pretty good book. But yeah, and it's been a long, hard process. Lots of time. I mean, a lot of time to do this.
Was it always meant to be a trilogy, or was it just going to be just one long story?
At first, I think I was going to make it a duology, because the story was, in my head, it was bigger than just one book. And then as I got to writing it, then I'm like, okay, wait, I can't finish this story in two. I mean, I guess you could, but it would leave out some chunks, and the arc might not be there completely for all of the characters. There are good character arcs. Of course, there have to be in this one, but their story isn't finished yet. So that's the main thing I want people to know is, like, when you get done with this, it could be a standalone. If you're done, you're like, oh, okay, I kind of got what I wanted. That's fine. But for those who want to finish the story, there's still a lot more to come.
And the main characters, I know we've talked about this in the past, but the main characters, the protagonist, the antagonist, and any supporting characters, is there anyone that you I don't want to even give that away if there is one. I was going to say, because sometimes in stories, like, there's a character that like should die or their story should end at the end of the first book, but you love the character so much that you're like, no, this character has to keep going on. Are there any characters that really stand out that had kind of a smaller role, and as the story was being written, it either their storyline either got bigger or got smaller?
The one character that I actually, my favorite character, if I can say that, and he actually has a very small role in the whole entire story, but it's the Angel Duncan. He's just, some reason I just love his character the best. But the one I wish I could have killed off like at the very beginning is, of course, the antagonist. Incubus. He's just somebody, I don't like him at all. He's just a bad guy. Well, I mean, of course, he's a demon, right? And
is that the character on the cover?
Yes.
Here, is that the one here? I don't know.
The one in shadow. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool in like a kind of creepy way. But so right here is the antagonist and the protagonist. Is that correct? Is that fair to say?
Well, I'm going to leave it up to the reader how they want to take the angel in the trees, how they want to view that. But in my mind, when I created the cover, the misty demon in the back, that's Incubus in his demon form. But the other one are, because he has his own army, right? Mm-hmm. And his army of demon angels are coming informed from the trees in the cemetery in which his tomb or portal lies. So that's how I view that angel. So they're like one of his subjects. I don't know what you want to call them, standing before him. And so can just kind of imagine what the conversation's like, because Incubus is usually kind of angry most of the time because things just don't go his way very well.
So let's read a little bit about the story here. So Ian and Levi moved from the chaos.
Okay, well, let me tell you, it's Ian and Levy, just so people know.
Ian and Levy. Ian and Levy moved from the chaos of Chicago to live a calmer life in River's Edge. No longer haunted by shadowy demons, they enjoyed the solitude and serenity of their new home. It was the perfect place to raise the baby growing inside her womb, until it wasn't. Now, Incubus commanded his dark entities to steal away the child, and no amount of bargaining could convince the poltergeist to return their son, the son he helped to create. Can two agnostics, sorry. I just like the word antagonist today. Yeah. Two agnostics who are faced with demons and angels trust the warriors from on high to conquer the legions of hell when the demon they fight against is foreshadowed to rule the second circle with their son at his side? Both have something to win, both have something to lose. For both, the path to victory could lead to the portal of damnation. Wow. And this sets up the whole trilogy, right? This sets up everything. So
yes, it encompasses a lot of the other two books, but it also mainly is the focus of, the last line, because it's at the very end is when, well, you'll have to wait. We won't get into that, but
without ruining it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is interesting that they thought it was a horror. What was the original, like, what did you originally think it would be?
I honestly did not know where to place it, because they're always, the saying is, where do you picture your book on a shelf in a bookstore? Yeah. I had no idea. And so I just submitted it hoping somebody would tell me what it was that I wrote. But she said, because of what's in it, that's what classifies the genre. And she said, because it's dealing with demons, the supernatural, it falls under the horror category, because no other category has that. But so the main genre is horror, the subgenre is paranormal, supernatural, and then a sub genre, would be romance. I mean, the second book, okay, we won't get into that at all, but the second book is going to be not at all like the first one. I mean, this one really is dealing with how the baby came to be and why they're both fighting to keep the child.
Very good. I like it. Yeah, without getting too much into the trilogy, I do hope people will take the time. If you're into the genre, I think that's good too. Even if you're into the spiritual, to the supernatural, and dare I say that there are some Christian themes in there too. I think
Yeah, a lot
actually
of
the
it.
Bible is actually mentioned in the
Yes.
book.
Yes, I quote scripture. I quote, what is it? What's his name? Henry David. I always forget his name. And he's Henry David Thoreau. I mean, he's one of my favorite. And that's how the book actually begins, is a quote from him that says, "There are 1,000 hacking at the branches of evil to the one who is striking the root." That line right there tells you just about everything you need to know about what's going to happen in this book. So you've got the battle and how I wrote see, now I'm remembering, bringing it all back. When I originally wrote the initial script, it was more along the lines of a Dan Brown and a Stephen King mashup. It had the horror aspect that is not in it now. All of that was taken out, but it had the true horror aspect, but then it also had a lot of coding, symbolism.
Well, the Democrats don't want to do debates. I know Marianne Williamson and RFK Jr. want to debate. What do you think about that?
Well, I understand why he doesn't want to do it. I mean, I truly understand why he doesn't want to do it, but they are, there's a big difference. Although in the case of RFK, I've seen polls where he's at 20%. That's not bad, but I understand why he doesn't want to do that. Look, when you're running for office and you have, in his case, let's say he has a 30 or 40 point lead, why would he do it? Now, people are going to say, well, he can't do it. I actually think he can't do it, if you want to know the truth. I don't think he's capable of doing it. But why would he do it? Especially because of that. Why would he do it? If he's got a 30 or 40 point lead, which is what he's got, I mean, I don't think RFK expects that he's going to be debating. He's a very smart guy, by the way. I don't think he expects to be debating Biden.
You've spent time with him, RFK. Tell me about him.
I have.
Is he a formidable competitor?
He's a very smart person. Yeah, I know a lot of the members of that family, and he's a very smart guy. And he's hit a little bit of a nerve. I think he really has. And a lot of Democrats I know want to vote for him. But again, if he's at 20% and if Biden has a big lead, number one, Biden can't debate him because he's not capable. And number two, why would he debate him? For that reason, but also why would he debate him if he's probably got it locked up? I don't see RFK Jr., I don't see him getting the nomination under any circumstances.
How do you feel about potentially running alongside Donald Trump?
I want to run against Trump, and I can run against Trump better than anybody else can.
Do you think you could win?
I know I can win because I can hold, because I get, I get many of the same supporters. I will take support from President Trump. No other Democrat can do that. My supporters are probably equally Republican and Democrat at this point. And I get more independent voters than anybody. And I can confront President Trump with the lockdowns, which no Democrat can. Lockdowns, he closed 3.3 million businesses. He closed 41% of the black-owned businesses in our country will never reopen again. This is a war on the poor. It was a war on minorities. It was the destruction of the middle class.
Bobby Kennedy, he's a Democrat from the first family, they used to call it, and he's taking almost as much heat as you are from fake news. What would you tell Bobby Kennedy?
Just hang in. I mean, they go after. He's been very nice to me. I've actually had a very nice relationship with him over the years. He's a very smart guy and a good guy. He said Trump's the greatest debater, and you can't just not debating going against Trump. I was very honored by the fact that he said that. I'm glad he feels that. But he's a very good man, and his heart is in the right place, and he's doing really well. I suppose he's at 22. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Doing very well.
So have you talked to him lately?
No, I haven't. I would, but I haven't. Now, there's a lot of things, he's a common sense guy, and so am I. So whether you're conservative or liberal, common sense is common sense. And a lot of what I run on is common sense. We need a wall, and we built most of it, but they didn't want to finish up the extra area. I wanted to do more after we got it built. I wanted to do more. But without that, we had the best numbers in the border, as you know, because you've said it many times. We had the best numbers in history.
Yeah.
And now we have the worst numbers, I think, of any country ever in the world. Okay.
Well,
no country would allow this.
Mr. President, I know you got to run, so we welcome you back to New Hampshire and New England tomorrow, and look forward to seeing you again. And and you're welcome on the show anytime you want.
And, people have said to me, why don't you run as an independent? Why don't you? And I say, because I'm a Democrat. This is who I am. This is my identity, but I want my party back. I want my party to be the party that I grew up in, the party of John Kennedy, the party of Robert Kennedy, the party of FDR and Harry Truman.
You say that you're a Democrat, but you're getting a lot of support from a lot of leading voices on the right, like Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, former President Donald Trump. Many Democrats fear that you're a spoiler in the race, that you will damage President Biden in the primary and grease the skids for former President Trump to return to the Oval Office. This week, former President Trump said about you, Kennedy is smart and he's a common sense guy. What kind of man do you think Donald Trump is?
Well, here's what I'm not going to do in this race. I'm not going to attack other people personally. I don't think it's good for our country. And I think, what I'm trying to do in this race is bring people together, is to try to bridge the divide between Americans. My father was able to harness these populist energies. In the last day of his life, he won the most rural state in this country, South Dakota, and the most urban. He was able to bridge the divide among people who would otherwise be Republican, but wanted somebody who was common sense, who was able to appeal to their idealism, who was able to find the hero in each of them, who was able to get them to transcend narrow self-interest and see themselves as part of a community and part of this, incredible American adventure in modeling self-governance for the rest of the world. And so I'm proud that President Trump likes me, even though I don't agree with him on most of his issues. Because I don't want to alienate people. I want to bring people together. I'm proud that all these people like me and that I have independent supporters and Democratic supporters and that I'm able to bring a lot of people. Every Democrat says, I want to end the polarization. But how do you do that without talking to people who don't agree with you? How do you do that without appealing to people? My purpose is to find the issues, the values that we have in common, rather than, focus on the issues and the personalities that keep us all apart.
As a lifelong Democrat, as you just said very passionately, will you pledge to support whoever the Democratic nominee is, whoever it is, whether it's you, whether it's President Biden?
Oh, of course I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. No, of course I'm not. Listen,
if you don't get the nomination, you won't support President Biden?
I don't know what I'll do. Let's see let's see what happens in this campaign. Let's see, if people are living up to democratic values and having debates and having discussions and, talking to each other, but I'm not going to buy.
And if you feel that's not happening, would you then support a Republican or run as an independent?
You know what? My plan is to win this election, and I don't have a plan B.
Okay.
You're a lifelong Democrat, and yet so many Republicans are supporting you. And I'm sure when you gave that number about how much money you've gotten in campaign contributions, a lot of it is coming from Republicans. They're interested in you advancing to a debate with Joe Biden, which doesn't look like it's going to happen.
I mean, we're going to try to get the president debate. We think it's really important. And it's important for I think the Democratic Party, because ultimately the president is going to have to debate a Republican, and the Republican likely, we don't know, but is going to be Trump. Trump is probably the most successful debater in this country since Lincoln Douglas. The way that he dispatched 16 Republican opponents, one after the other during, in 2016 was really quite extraordinary. And he has his own technique that people like. and it's like going to a prize fight, and you need practice.
Sure.
And that usually happens during the primary. And asking, the president not to debate during the primary is like asking a prize fighter to practice for his big bout by sitting on a couch and eating Chick-fil-A.
It's interesting that you're saying that and praising him, because you normally don't hear that from a candidate who could potentially run against him. Are you learning? Did you learn through this campaign what your father taught you, what your uncle taught you, what Donald Trump has taught you?
Well, about what?
Just about how to run a campaign.
Well, I've got very good. I have a very good staff in running this campaign. You met Dennis Kucinich, who is my campaign manager, and he's running 42 campaigns.
Former Fox News contributor.
He's nodding his head. Yes, he's doing a good job. Right on camera.
I have never seen spirit like there is right now. Even coming down here, just the people on the road that are just absolutely going crazy. And the reason is, I think they like me, and I know they love my policies. I hope they like me too. A lot of people say they don't like me, but they like my policies. I think they like me. But I have never seen spirit like it is right now. And the reason is because crooked Joe Biden is so bad. He's the worst president in the history of our country. I don't think he's going to make it to the gate, but you never know. But Joe is really.
But you don't think he's going to make it to November of 2024?
Well, I think he's worse mentally than he is physically. And physically, he's not exactly a triathlete or any kind of an athlete. You look at him, he can't walk to the helicopter. He walks. He can't lift his feet out of the grass. It's only 2 inches at the White House, right? It's not a lot. But you watch him, and it looks like he's walking on toothpicks. He's supposed to be getting us out of that horrible, horrible war that we're very much involved in with Russia and Ukraine. You could do that. You could do that very easily. I believe you could do that I don't believe he could do it because he's just incompetent. But that's a war that should end immediately, not because of one side or the other, because hundreds of thousands of people are being killed. Can you imagine you're in an apartment house and rockets are going into that building and blowing it up and knocking it down? And why should anybody, human beings, these are human, whether they're Russian or Ukrainian or whatever they are, it's got to be stopped. And it can be stopped very easily. It would have never started. If I were president, it would have never started.
So back to Biden, I'm interested. So you think he's failing? He obviously is failing. I think it's clear to everybody. But that would make Kamala Harris the candidate?
Well, not really. I mean, I guess they'd have maybe a free-for-all. A lot of people say she has to remain for certain reasons, the candidate. She has to. I don't think that's true, actually. I don't think that other people would stand for it. She has some bad moments. Her moments are almost as bad as his. I think his are worse, actually.
Yeah.
But
she seems pretty senile, too.
She speaks in rhyme. It's weird. It's weird. But she has bad moments. And
in rhyme? What do you?
Well, the way she talks, the bus will go here and then the bus will go there because that's what buses do. And it's weird. The whole thing is weird. This is not a president of the United States future. And I think they probably have some kind of a primary and other people will get involved.
Newsom, right? I mean,
could be. I mean, I always got along well with him, believe it or not, but could be him, could be somebody else. It's very hard to take on the Democrat Party. Look at RFK Jr. They're not giving him the vote. I mean, they're saying you have to get a vast number of votes in order to even qualify. They're making it impossible for him. They're essentially rigging the election, which they're very good at.
You've got a Republican mega donor funding one of your main super PACs. You've got Ron DeSantis saying he'd put you in his cabinet. Key allies of Donald Trump are saying they want you to be Trump's running mate. Why are you Republicans' favorite Democrat?
Well, I started out this campaign saying that I wanted to end the toxic polarization that is dividing America, that I think is as dangerous as any time since the American Civil War. And, a lot of people agree with that. A lot of Americans agree with that. They talk about the future in apocalyptical terms because of the division and don't see where there's a good end. And I feel like somebody needs to stand up and stop talking so much, focusing so much on the issues that divide us and talk instead about the values that bring us together. And I will talk to anybody. I'm happy to talk to Donald Trump or Joe Biden. I don't attack either of them personally. I talk about their issues critically.
But for Democratic voters, when they hear that a Republican is funding one of your PACs, maybe that gives them pause.
Well, but he's not the only funder of my PAC. And
But he's a big
I got,
funder.
well, yeah, but I've got ones that are equally big who are Democrats. So I think that's a good thing.
RFK Jr. all of a sudden becoming a thing. Now, very interesting because Joe Biden, it looks like he's losing his facilities. He looks like he's falling apart. He can't remember where he is, can't remember numbers, what day it is. RFK Jr. comes on and he puts this thing out over the weekend and he's jacked. He's in great shape and he's 69 years old. Talk to us a little bit about, do you think you will face Joe Biden in a general election in 2024?
I don't know whether or not he makes it to the gate. I really can't tell you that. That's really the question. Will he make it to the starting gate? He obviously, he's got some problems, some very big problems, physically, mentally. I don't know. I mean, you tell me, is he going to make it to the starting gate? But, you know, they'll come up with somebody. I will say RFK Jr., who I've known not very well, but I've known for a while, and I respect him. A lot of people respect him. He's got some very important points to be made. No, he's a respected person. He's at 21, 22, I saw just now.
Should they debate, sir?
That's a lot for somebody that came in with absolutely no chance of winning.
Should they
Really a
debate?
lot.
Would you serve in a GOP administration, given the number of Republicans who actively support you and support your policies? I could see a scenario where you could possibly serve on either side. Is that possible?
I would doubt it, but I'm not looking to get into government except if I can actually fix the government. And I think one place that I can do that from is the presidency.
And there's no other option for you to do that? I know that you don't have a plan B at the moment.
I definitely would not welcome that. And I'm not going to say that would never happen but I would never be happy. I would never be happy doing something like that. If you're talking about if somebody out, hypothetically offered me to run EPA, or HHS, would I do it? Probably not. But, I'm not going to absolutely say not. But it's not why I'm running. I'm intending to win.
I understand.
I wouldn't want to.
You would be such a powerful force in the EPA, given your background. I'd be surprised. I bet a lot of people would welcome you in that role. But of course, we are talking about the presidency right now.
Should Biden and RFK debate? Should Biden have a Democrat debate? The Democrats don't want to put him up for a debate because I guess they're afraid he'll look weaker than he actually is.
Well, I just don't think that they'll allow him to debate anybody. I mean, you could put up a child. I don't think they'll allow him to debate. They're not going to allow it to happen.
As a lifelong Democrat, are you worried that you will be taking 10, maybe 20% of Biden's votes?
I hope to take votes from both President Biden and President Trump.
Look at the stats that shows you have 48% approval with Republicans and you have about 14% approval with Democrats. So Donald Trump's going to look at you as a threat if he does, in fact, get the nomination. Are you ready for him to come after you?
Yeah, I feel like I have my own moral center, and I'm not going to engage in the bitterness. I hope Donald Trump will dispute me on the issues, and that we can all talk about the issues that affect America and what's happening to the middle class, the systematic destruction of the middle class.
You agree on a lot.
There are areas of agreements, and there's areas that I have agreement with President Biden. So I think people are tired of the vitriol, and I'm not going to engage in that.
Absolutely. This isn't a prosecution. This is a persecution. It's really a sad day in American politics that you have the Department of Justice that is targeted a former president. And the idea that you have a sitting president who's taking bribes from Ukraine, we've got bank account numbers, we've got transactions, and nothing's being done. And so that's why I dropped the articles of impeachment against Biden. And enough is enough. The American people, quite frankly, are going to elect President Trump to be the next president of the United States. And I don't think Biden will even be the Democratic nominee.
You think Robert F. Kennedy is going to be the nominee?
Well, we'll see. I think the vultures are circling, if you will. I think you see a lot of Democrats not saying anything to defend Biden, and I think that's an indicator that they're waiting for the next shoe to drop, and he will not be the nominee. This is going to be Trump. This is Trump's primary to win. This is Trump's general election to win, and the latest polling data shows that.
If Carrie Lake's not President Trump's VP, if that's not the selection, you could do a lot better in a coalition ticket of Trump and Kennedy, right?
I'm just not sure I want to run against anybody else. I sort of like this one. And by the way, we're leading him by a lot. But just think.
I've been repeatedly asked whether I would be, whether I'd consider being Donald Trump's vice presidential pick, and I would not.
But in any GOP administration, would
I
you
don't-
serve cabinet, anything like that?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Have you seen the Trump mugshot?
Yeah, I did see it.
What'd you think?
It was an interesting and probably very shrewd decision for him to put on that very defiant face. I think it's very popular with his base.
Do you think the mugshot appeals to the Democrat base in any way?
I had a mugshot when I was arrested in Puerto Rico in 2001 when I was doing a protest against the Navy on a lawsuit that I eventually won that got the Navy out of Vieques. But when you're arrested and you get that mugshot, you have a strategic decision about how you want to look. I wondered whether he practiced it in front of a mirror or whether he was just angry at the time and that reflected what he did. But I thought from a strategic point of view, it worked very well for him.
Well, joining us to share her thoughts is former Arizona gubernatorial candidate, former broadcaster Carrie Lake. She's just written and released her first book out this week, Unafraid, Just Getting Started. Carrie, it's good to talk with you. Steve Bannon said this week that Robert Kennedy Jr. would be an excellent choice as Donald Trump's vice presidential candidate. So what are your thoughts on that? Go with a Democrat?
Well, I think it's funny, it shows that we're almost beyond Democrat versus Republican. We are now communism and globalism versus Americanism. And I've been hearing the, fake news media attacking Robert Kennedy Jr., calling him a MAGA Democrat. I mean, they just don't want outsiders in the political machine. They don't want outsiders coming into the swamp and draining the swamp, whether they be outsiders who are Democrats or outsiders who are Republican. They want just the pre-approved, controllable, easily blackmailed, easily bribed people like Joe Biden and the whole swamp system down there. I think Robert F. Kennedy has done amazing things. His book is incredible, exposing Dr. Fauci and the fraud that he is. And I think he's an incredible man. I don't believe in a lot of what he espouses. I think ideologically, politically, we have many differences. And I think that he and President Trump probably do as well. But I do believe that President Trump most likely respects RFK Jr. and vice versa.
Well, that's because he's a anti-deep state.
Oh, no country can survive if it can't control its borders, and we're not doing that. The good news is this, that everybody that I talked to there said that this is easy to stop. That the way to stop it is very, very simple, and that they've been doing it before. Now, I didn't like to hear this because I'm not a big fan of Donald Trump. I did not like his wall. But what the Border Patrol and everybody else said is, you don't need to build a physical barrier from San Diego, 2,200 miles to Brownsville, Texas. You do need a physical barrier in certain places where there's high density populations. The rest of it you can monitor with ground monitoring, very, very sophisticated surveillance and ground monitoring systems. Many of those were put up during the Trump administration, but for some reason, the Biden administration, when it came in, took down the towers and they removed the ground sensing systems. This is not something that, as a Democrat, that I want to hear. And then, once it got out that this is an open border and the cartels saw that there's a huge profit opportunity here, the flow has just increased exponentially. But we can stop it. During the Trump administration, the crossings at Yuma were about 10 to 25 a day at most. Now, as I said, they're 200 to 800 a day. So, we can solve this problem, but we need to do it in a way that's sensible, that's common sense, and that is not causing this terrible, terrible humanitarian crisis. From where I sat on the border, there's a tree that you can see on the other side of the fence, but it's in U.S. territory. It's called the rape tree. And it's where the cartels extract their final payment from women who come across, sometimes from children. The Border Patrol watches helplessly while they do this. I talked to people, this Peruvian family that I talked to that had lost their life savings because the cartels rob them, they beat them, they extort them, they exploit them, and ultimately they rape them. And this is a humanitarian crisis that that we're creating through government negligence, and we need to end it for everybody's sake.
Why do you think that our government could be involved in this evidence?
Listen, when the Warren Commission, obviously, which was run by Alan Dulles, who was the head of the CIA, who my uncle fired, found that it was a lone shooter, which was Lee Harvey Oswald. But when Congress, a congressional committee, reinvestigated between 1977 and 1979 the House Select Assassinations Committee, they concluded, and they saw a lot more documentation and had a lot more witnesses than the Warren Commission ever saw. They concluded that my uncle was killed by a conspiracy. And most of the people, for example, Richard Schweitzer, who was the head of the committee, publicly said, JFK, the president of the United States, that the CIA was involved in the murder of the president of the United States. And that's quotation. Most of the people on that committee at that time believed it was the CIA, that it was believed certain people in the CIA.
You were 7 at the time? 7 or 8?
I was 10 when my uncle was killed. I was 14 when my father was killed. And today there is overwhelming evidence. I mean, in fact,
why don't the
government
needs to release all of the files on it and let be transparent. Let us see the.
Yeah, well, that's a good question. There's still, the law requires there's a law that requires that all the records of John Kennedy's assassination be released to the public 10 years ago. So they're still holding 5,000 documents. President Biden promised when he was elected that he was going to release those documents. President Trump promised that he would, but the CIA doesn't want them to. And so the question that I think Americans have a right to ask, including members of, my father and uncle's family, is why not? What is it that you don't want to see 60 years later? And by the way, the last tranche of documents released had documentation in there that finally got even the New York Times to admit that Lee Harvey Oswald was a CIA asset, that he was working for the CIA. So, if the Warren Commission had known that back in 1964, they would have had a very different time. And the House Assassinations Committee never knew that. That was released. We've known that we've had documentation that known that at least a decade. But some of that documentation became overwhelming in this last tranche. And finally, the mainstream media acknowledged that, yeah, he had this relationship with the CIA going back to 1957 or 1958. 3/4 of Americans believe that President Biden is too old to govern effectively. President Trump faces multiple civil and criminal trials.
Both of them have favorability ratings that are deep in negative territory. That's what two-party politics has given us. And that's why we need to pry loose from the hammerlock of the corrupt powers in Washington, D.C., and make this nation ours again. But there's a sacrifice that everyone, including myself, have to make if we're going to reunite America. We're going to have to surrender the kind of political addiction that is ultimately at the root of all of these divisions. And that's the addiction to taking sides. Our nation's renewal is going to begin when we start to treat each other with respect. Only then will we be able to step outside our tired, stuck debates. We can ask the questions then that nobody thought to ask. We can discover solutions that were right in front of our face. We will listen not just to the other side, but to those who are apart from any side. In a two-sided conflict, both parties have a kind of mutual dependency. Each side depends on the other to define themselves as good guys, in contrast to the other side, who of course are the bad guys. Well, if you're a team good, then you'll do anything, no matter how unscrupulous, to defeat team evil. And that's why we've seen both parties sacrificing their core values and the foundational canons of democracy in an all-out an all-out struggle for power. In a war against evil, any means justifies the end. The result is that we ourselves become evil if we participate in that battle. The child who is obsessed with hating a parent becomes that parent. As I've surrendered my attachment to taking sides over the past 6 months, I've been able to listen with new ears to people with whom I disagree and to see solutions that would otherwise have been invisible. I'll give you an example. 6 months ago, I thought that an open border was a humanitarian policy, and that if you were for sealing the border, it meant that you were probably a xenophobe and maybe a racist. I was wrong. How did I learn I was wrong? It wasn't just that I listened. It wasn't just that I listened to the other side. It was when I actually visited the border and listened to people who weren't on either side. My views changed as I spoke to Border Patrol officers, to local officials, to local sheriffs, aid workers, and to the migrants themselves. I saw that no one party has a monopoly on wisdom, and none of the simplistic narratives actually contain the whole truth. My promise to you as president is that I'm going to do this on every issue. I'm going to listen to stakeholders. I'm going to listen to the stakeholders from every side and beyond any side. I'm going to uphold my moral convictions, of course, absolutely, but I'll hold my own opinions lightly.
If it's not him, who's it going to be?
He's also the most corrupt president in history, without question. I don't know. There'll be a fight. I don't think that Kamala gets it handed. You know, a lot of people are so afraid to go against her. I don't think it gets handed. I think all of a sudden everybody would start jumping in. She'd have to earn it. It'd be very hard to earn. But I don't know, you know, they're the same 5 or 6 people that you report on and you see all the time. I don't see that. No, I don't see it. No.
Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
You announced in Philadelphia that you're going to run for president as an independent. You're from one of the most famous Democratic families of all time. How big a step was it to say, you know what, today, sorry, family, I'm going to have to take a step away?
It was very painful for me. I mean, I was raised in the Democratic Party. My father, my uncles were the leaders of the party. My great grandfather, Honey Fitz, was the first Irish Catholic mayor of Boston. My other great-grandfather, Patrick Kennedy, was a ward boss for the Democratic Party in Boston. I think it's the right thing right now because we're seeing that, it's the same corporate donors that control both of the parties. And the parties are in paralysis. They cannot, within that party system, they're locked in this war with each other, and they're polarizing the American public. And we need a strategy for unity. We need a strategy for bringing people together. And what I found traveling the country, even among the most extreme Democrats and Republicans, there's still more that we have in common than the issues that are being used to drive us apart. Everybody wants a clean environment. Everybody wants to take care of our veterans. Everybody wants our kids to have a good education. Everybody wants to make sure the regulatory agencies are serving the public interest instead of working for the corporations that they're supposed to regulate. And I think we need somebody who's going to find those areas of agreement, the values we agree on, rather than focus on these little issues that have us at each other's throats.
And Ted Kennedy, believe it or not, was a friend of mine. I met him through Palm Beach. They had a big house, a compound. They call it the Kennedy compound. And I had a very nice house also. But I got to know him very well, and he liked me. And at one time I asked him, who's the smartest guy in the U.S. Senate? He was a smart guy, by the way, Ted Kennedy, very smart, great politician. And I said, who's the smartest guy in the Senate? We were friends. I did him a big favor, I will tell you that. Big favor, really big. And it wasn't hard for me to do, but it was very big and important for him. And he liked me, and I liked him. I said, who's the smartest in the Senate? And he gave me a name, but I won't tell you because I can't stand the guy, actually. Still around. Can't stand him. I was disappointed to hear that name. I said, who's the dumbest in the Senate? He goes, I don't know. Let's see. Probably Joe. I said, who's Joe? He said, Joe Biden. This is 25, 30 years ago, a long time ago. I think it was one of the early times I've ever heard the name. And that was in prime time for him. But this is in prime time. Joe gave us the war on Israel and the war on American energy. What he did to our energy was we were energy independent. Think of it as president, I will shut off Iranian oil and I will turn on American oil, and we will drill, baby, drill, and we'll get things back to where they are supposed to be.
I've dealt so intimately with these regulatory agencies. Usually when a politician comes into office in Washington, they vow to clean up the swamp. But they get there and they're intimidated by these agencies that may have 30,000 or 50,000 employees, and they have no idea how to reform them. So they bring in somebody to run that agency, somebody who is safe, which is usually somebody from industry. So President Trump promised to reform Washington, but he came into office saying, I'm going to, he even talked about medicine and about vaccines and these kinds of things. He then took $1 million from Pfizer, and he appointed a Pfizer partner, Scott Gottlieb, to run FDA. And another Pfizer handpicked nominee, Alex Azar, right from the middle of the pharmaceutical industry, to run HHS. And Gottlieb then ushered through the Pfizer product and made $88 billion for his company, and then left FDA to rejoin the Pfizer board. That's not ending the swamp. That is making the swamp even deeper. And I know when I go in there how to fix DOT, how to fix HHS, NIH, CDC, EPA, all of the three later agencies, because I've litigated against them and I've been thinking for 40 years, how do you unravel corporate capture at these agencies? And I know how to do it. I know how to reorganize those agencies, to end the revolving doors, to end these financial entanglements with the industries they're supposed to regulate. And in many cases, I know the specific individuals in those agencies who need to be moved out. And that's why I think I'm in better shape than anybody else to reform, to get the kind of reforms that the American people want.
House Republicans continue to fight. The left is a cult. I don't want to hear it from Republicans. We'll beat the out of them. Time out.
Helping your party.
Anarchy across America.
Radical Democrats.
Republicans. Republicans.
Yeah, I was fed up too. And that's why I'm running for president of the United States as an independent. I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and I approve this message. I'll look at the evidence and the arguments, and I'll choose not the easy path, not the established path, but the right path. In making an independent run for president, I take inspiration from the one other president who did not have a political party. And that president was George Washington. And in his farewell address, Washington issued a prescient warning about the disastrous potential of party politics. Inevitably, he said, political parties will be taken over by a cunning, ambitious, unprincipled minority who will serve the interests of the party rather than the interests of the nation and usurp for themselves the reins of government. Washington's dire prediction has certainly come true. I intend to wrest the reins of both parties and return power to the American people.
Remember in the prior election, Joe Biden got 51% of the vote, Donald Trump 46% of the vote. Why does this matter? Because of these swing states, Brian.
Yeah, so here's the difference on the national poll. Trump, despite 91 charges and 4 indictments, is a choice, even when you break it down, of the majority of the American public so far as we look at it.
Yeah,
so look at the battleground states, this is the key.
Yeah, so a little bit of a recap right here in Nevada. Biden won this by 3 points, a couple thousand, separating Georgia and Arizona. And then you got Wisconsin that he won by 1 point. You got 3 points in Michigan, and then you got 2 points in Pennsylvania.
Right now, this is the other place that Biden's winning. How extraordinary is this? Georgia is suing him, by the way, after the way he acted after losing the election. I'm talking about the president of the United States. And so the people of Georgia say, I'd rather have him than Joe Biden. But there are some mulligans, some outliers that are really going to mess with this race.
Well, because you got some folks that are going to just want to be disruptors in the race. They
outside the major party.
Outside the major party. So RFK said, look, I tried to do it within the Democratic Party. I tried to work with you guys, but y'all pushed me out, so now I'm in. Apparently, he's getting 24% support in 6 swing states, Brian.
Right. He said, I don't even want to run as no labels. I'm going to run as RFK Jr. And we'll see. I don't even want the green label. This is the highest mark for a independent candidate since Ross Perot before he dropped out and got back in.
Since the early 1980s, there's been a systematic attack on our middle class. And the coup de grace was the lockdown. The lockdown was the biggest shift in wealth in human history. And I'm going to tell you about that in a second. And I blame President Trump for the lockdown.
Is there any more consideration to a national lockdown to keep people in their homes?
I don't think so. Essentially, you've done that in California. You've done that in New York. Those are really 2 hotbeds. Those are probably the 2 hottest of them all in terms of hotspots. I don't think so, because you go out to the Midwest, you go out to other locations, and they're watching it on television, but they don't have the same problems. They don't have by any means the same problem. New York, California, Miami, the governor's doing an excellent job. Governor DeSantis in Florida. We have some pretty hot spots in Florida too. But we're general, and the state of Washington, of course. But that was largely, if you look at it, it was one nursing home that had problems like you wouldn't believe. So no, we're working with the governors, and I don't think we'll ever find that necessary.
So what about?
Now, a lot of people say, and President Trump gets blamed for a lot of things that he didn't do, and he gets blamed for some things that he did do. But the worst thing that he did to this country, to our civil rights, to our economy, to the middle class in this country, was a lockdown. Now, President Trump, in fairness, let me just make this point, will tell people, well, the lockdown wasn't my idea.
It was my bureaucrats rolled me on it. I was saying we shouldn't do it. But that's not a good enough excuse. He was the president of the United States.
In hotspots across the South and West, we've seen slow improvements from their recent weekly peaks. Arizona's weekly case counts have dropped 37%. That's a tremendous drop, and the governor and the state have done a fantastic job. Down 37%. Texas down 18.7%. I was there a couple of days ago. And Florida, 21.2% drop. So that's a tremendous job that they're all doing. As we begin to contain the virus in these states, we must focus on new flare-ups in the states where the case numbers have risen, including Georgia, Mississippi, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Missouri, and I think you'll find that they're soon going to be very much under control. Meanwhile, 18 states continue to have very low case numbers and low test positivity rates, under 5%. Alaska, Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Montana, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New York, North Dakota, Oregon, Rhode Island, Vermont, West Virginia, and Wyoming. It's under 5. Even in these states, however, where the virus is under control and at a very low number, Americans should continue to be vigilant, be careful, in order to prevent the new hotspots from opening up or any new hotspots from opening up in those states. To that end, I urge all Americans to continue to socially distance, wash your hands, wear a mask when you cannot avoid crowded places, and to protect the elderly. Very, very important. Protect the elderly. It's much different. Young children have very strong immune systems. We've learned how strong they are. But protect the elderly. The average age of those who succumb to the virus is 78 years old. That's the average age. It's important for all Americans to recognize that a permanent lockdown is not a viable path toward producing the result that you want, or certainly not a viable path forward, and would ultimately inflict more harm than it would prevent. As we're seeing in foreign countries around the world where cases are once again surging, you have many places where we thought they were under control and doing a great job, and they are doing a great job, but this is a very tough, invisible enemy. Lockdowns do not prevent infection in the future. They just don't. It comes back many times, comes back. The purpose of a lockdown is to buy time to build capacity, especially as it with respect to hospitals, learn more about the disease and develop effective treatments as we did in the United States. We're doing very well with the vaccines and the therapeutics. Countries where there have been very significant flare-ups over the last short period of time are Spain, Germany, France, Australia, Japan, and also, as you probably heard, in Hong Kong, they've had some very serious flare-ups. Japan has gone, a lot of six-fold flare-up. That's a lot, but they'll get it under control. In our current phase, we must focus on protecting those at highest risk while allowing younger and healthier Americans to resume work and school with careful precautions. Ideally, we want to open those schools. We want to open them.
Trump locked down 3.3 million businesses. And, what did that do? It shifted everything to Amazon. 41% of the Black-owned businesses that were closed during COVID will never reopen. Mm-hmm. A lot of those businesses had 3 generations of equity in them. I drove through Lee Harvard, which is one of the poorest districts in Cleveland, and it was a booming area 5 years ago. Today, every single one of those stores is boarded up. And, I talk to people every day in the African-American community whose businesses were wiped out, and that's what happened. We shifted $4 trillion in wealth from the working poor and the middle class to the super rich in this country. We stripped mined the Black community of its equity during this pandemic. And, how do you rebuild that now? That is the big issue for our country. How are we going to rebuild equity with the working poor in this country? If you like this video and you want to learn more about me and the movement that we're building, please go to Kennedy24.com.
We had more revenue with lower taxes than we did with higher taxes.
You also added $8 trillion to the national debt. Your GOP challenger, Nikki Haley, made that point saying, quote, the truth is that Biden didn't do this to us. Republicans did this to us. Does she have a point?
We had a thing happen to us. We had the greatest economy in history, and then we got hit with COVID. And we had to keep this beautiful thing going. And if I didn't do that, if we didn't put some money in, nobody knew what COVID was. Remember, this was a new thing that came in. Somebody said it's dust coming in from China. It came from China. They tried and denied it, or they tried for a little while, and we didn't let it. It came from Wuhan, actually, which now they agree. Everybody's now agreeing that it came from Wuhan. I said that years ago. But we had to do things that were very severe. We had to let some money come out. We were on the verge of doing something that was amazing.
And as Harry Truman said, the buck stops here. On May 2nd, 2020, 600 doctors signed a letter to President Trump begging him not to allow the lockdowns. And they said, because at that time, all of the pandemic protocols anywhere in the world, the WHO, CDC, everywhere, the European Health Agency, all says you never do mass lockdowns. It causes much worse havoc and deaths and injuries than if you do the standard protocol, which is you lock down the sick, you protect the vulnerable, and you let everybody else go back to work. Otherwise, you are going to wreak havoc.
We were going to have energy at a level bigger than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined. That energy was going to be sold to Europe and all other places. The prices would have come down. We were going to make a fortune, and we were going to start paying off debt. Instead, we got hit with COVID. People didn't need oil because nobody was driving all over the world. I mean, frankly, it was a disaster. What China did to the world with COVID is something that we're going to get to the bottom of, and they have to pay something back. You know, nobody can pay back the cost of all those lives and all the money that was lost, but nobody can pay back the lives and all of the damage that was caused.
Of course, you know, and I wrote about it for the, on Instagram. I was writing every day. I was citing these economic studies that showed every point in unemployment you get 37,000 excess deaths from heart attacks, suicides, plus imprisonments. I was writing about this, and they dumped me from the social. They said that's misinformation. It was not. But people were saying it. People knew it. It wasn't just me. And we now know, of course, that it's true. There's now study after study, and every comparison between the states and nations that locked down compared to those who didn't, had shown the ones who locked down, the more you locked down, the worse you got. Worse COVID deaths, worse excess deaths.
We were going to make a fortune off our energy. We were going to send the energy to Europe. Europe was going to pay us tremendous amounts of money. And I'll tell you, you would have never had the Ukraine monster at all. It would have never happened. Russia would have never got, just by sheer force of personality. But beyond personality, what happened is when oil hit $100 a barrel, and by the way, it's right there right now again, Putin makes a fortune on this war. Everybody said, oh, he can't afford it. If Biden allowed my policies to stay in place, oil would right now be at $40 a barrel, and Putin wouldn't be able to afford the war.
Sweden's numbers came out this week. Sweden was the only country in Europe that didn't lock down. It had the lowest excess deaths in Europe, which is very predictable. The nation that led lockdowns was us, and we had the highest body count of COVID on Earth. We have 4.2% of the world's population. We had 16% of the COVID deaths. At some point, even the media is going to have to say, stop saying this was a success story. But the health issues were almost dwarfed by the economic cataclysm that befell our country.
My fellow Americans, Tonight, I want to speak with you about our nation's unprecedented response to the coronavirus outbreak that started in China and is now spreading throughout the world. Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power of the federal government and the private sector to protect the American people. This is the most aggressive and comprehensive effort to confront a foreign virus in modern history. I am confident that by counting and continuing to take these tough measures, we will significantly reduce the threat to our citizens, and we will ultimately and expeditiously defeat this virus. From the beginning of time, nations and people have faced unforeseen challenges, including large-scale and very dangerous health threats. This is the way it always was and always will be. It only matters how you respond, and we are responding with great speed and professionalism. Our team is the best anywhere in the world. At the very start of the outbreak, we instituted sweeping travel restrictions on China and put in place the first federally mandated quarantine in over 50 years. We declared a public health emergency and issued the highest level of travel warning on other countries as the virus spread its horrible infection. And taking early, intense action, we have seen dramatically fewer cases of the virus in the United States than are now present in Europe. The European Union failed to take the same precautions and restrict travel from China and other hotspots. As a result, a large number of new clusters in the United States were seeded by travelers from Europe. After consulting with our top government health professionals, I have decided to take several strong but necessary actions to protect the health and well-being of all Americans. To keep new cases from entering our shores, we will be suspending all travel from Europe to the United States for the next 30 days. The new rules will go into effect Friday at midnight. These restrictions will be adjusted subject to conditions on the ground. There will be exemptions for Americans who have undergone appropriate screenings, and these prohibitions will not only apply to the tremendous amount of trade and cargo, but various other things as we get approval. Anything coming from Europe to the United States is what we are discussing. These restrictions will also not apply to the United Kingdom. At the same time, we are monitoring the situation in China and South Korea. And as their situation improves, we will reevaluate the restrictions and warnings that are currently in place for a possible early opening. Earlier this week, I met with the leaders of health insurance industry who have agreed to waive all co-payments for coronavirus treatments, extend insurance coverage to these treatments, and to prevent surprise medical billing. We are cutting massive amounts of red tape to make antiviral therapies available in record time. These treatments will significantly reduce the impact and reach of the virus. Additionally, last week I signed into law an $8.3 billion funding bill to help CDC and other government agencies fight the virus and support vaccines, treatments, and distribution of medical supplies. Testing capabilities are expanding rapidly day by day. We are moving very quickly. The vast majority of Americans, the risk is very, very low. Young and healthy people can expect to recover fully and quickly if they should get the virus. The highest risk is for elderly population with underlying health conditions. The elderly population must be very, very careful. In particular, we are strongly advising that nursing homes for the elderly suspend all medically unnecessary visits. In general, older Americans should also avoid non-essential travel in crowded areas. My administration is coordinating directly with communities with largest outbreaks, and we have issued guidance on school closures, social distancing, and reducing large gatherings. Smart action today will prevent the spread of the virus tomorrow. Every community faces different risks, and it is critical for you to follow the guidelines of your local officials who are working closely with our federal health experts, and they are the best. For all Americans, it is essential that everyone take extra precautions and practice good hygiene. Each of us has a role to play in defeating this virus. Wash your hands, clean often used surfaces, cover your face and mouth if you sneeze or cough. And most of all, if you are sick or not feeling well, stay home. To ensure that working Americans impacted by the virus can stay home without fear of financial hardship, I will soon be taking emergency action, which is unprecedented, to provide financial relief. This will be targeted for workers who are ill, quarantined, or caring for others due to coronavirus. I will be asking Congress to take legislative action to extend this relief. Because of the economic policies that we have put into place over the last 3 years, we have the greatest economy anywhere in the world by far. Our banks and financial institutions are fully capitalized and incredibly strong. Our unemployment is at a historic low. This vast economic prosperity gives us flexibility, reserves, and resources to handle any threat that comes our way. This is not a financial crisis. This is just a temporary moment of time that we will overcome together as a nation and as a world. However, to provide extra support for American workers, families, and businesses, tonight I am announcing the following additional actions. I am instructing the Small Business Administration to exercise available authority to provide capital and liquidity to firms affected by the coronavirus. Effective immediately, the SBA will begin providing economic loans in affected states and territories. These low-interest loans will help small businesses overcome temporary economic disruptions caused by the virus. To this end, I am asking Congress to increase funding for this program by an additional $50 billion. Using emergency authority, I will be instructing the Treasury Department to defer tax payments without interest or penalties for certain individuals and businesses negatively impacted. This action will provide more than $200 billion of additional liquidity to the economy. Finally, I am calling on Congress to provide Americans with immediate payroll tax relief. Hopefully, they will consider this very strongly. We are at a critical time in the fight against the virus. We made a life-saving move with early action on China. Now we must take the same action with Europe. We will not delay. I will never hesitate to take any necessary steps to protect the lives, health, and safety of the American people. I will always put the well-being of America first.
Some of your appearances, and during some of the appearances of one Donald Trump, there seems to be some sort of mutual respect going on back and forth. Would you weigh in on if you have a relationship with him, if you're friendly with him, if you've spoken to him? Where does that lie?
I mean, I've known Donald Trump for, 35 years or 40 years. I've sued him a couple of times. I sued him twice to stop him from building golf courses in the New York City reservoir system. But I always had a congenial relationship with him. Even when I was litigating against him, he didn't seem to take it personally. And then then in 2016, he asked me to serve on a vaccine safety commission, which I agreed to do. But shortly after that, he took $1 million from Pfizer and I guess talked to Bill Gates, at least as Bill Gates claims, and shut down the commission. And he appointed Scott Gottlieb to run FDA, who was a partner of Pfizer, and Alex Azar, who was a handpicked lobbyist essentially for Pfizer, to run HHS. And then Gottlieb, ran this $88 billion product through Operation Warp Speed, got it all approved at FDA, and then left the agency and went back to join the board of Pfizer. So that's, I don't think that Donald Trump did a good job of draining the swamp. But the thing is, I criticize that. I criticize his policies. I think he's criticized for a lot of things he didn't do. And, but I criticize him. I commend him for talking about unraveling the empire and his efforts to do that, to keep us out of war. But in terms of the lockdowns, I think that was a huge mistake for our country. And I think that, the medical decisions that occurred under his watch were a bad mistake. And I criticize those, but I don't criticize him personally. And I try not to criticize Biden personally, too. I think we've had enough of that in our country, and we have to learn how to talk to people with whom we disagree and to be pleasant to them, to be congenial, respectful, and kind.
First question in the news: Trump is obviously facing yet a third federal indictment, but maybe even a fourth coming with the state of Georgia indictment. Do we have a two-tiered justice system? Is this the Biden administration weaponizing the FBI and others to take out his political opponent? And then, if you have time, the border, it's a huge problem. What is the Bobby Kennedy border policy?
Well, the border, I was down at the border, and there's a humanitarian crisis there, and it's not good, and we now have the Mexican cartels that are running U.S. border policy. So, I watched 300 people walk across the border. Only 2 of those families were from Latin America or Central America, one from Peru and one from Colombia. And in a 2-hour period, I watched 300 people walk across. Each one of those people is going to be given a plane ticket at our government expense to any city they want in the United States. That's how this crazy system works. And meanwhile, people who are legally trying to get in this, and 7 million people have come across illegally over the past 3 years. It's a crazy policy. And each one of them is paying $15,000, $10,000 to $15,000 to the cartels. They are extorted, they're exploited, they're raped, they're robbed on the way up, and the children are lost. It's a horrible, horrible, horrible humanitarian crisis. And a country with an open border is not a nation. We need to close the border, and then we need to open legal immigration in a way that is going to be beneficial to our country.
Well, why do you suppose the Biden administration has been non-existent and they haven't done a thing about the border? In fact, rolled back some policies that were frankly working. What do you think the motivation behind that is?
I think it's baffling. I don't know. And one thing I don't do is I don't try to look into other people's heads. In my Fauci book, I never question why. I never speculate as to why Anthony Fauci did the things that he did. But I just, all I do is I enumerate them. I tell what I know, what's discernible. I do not, it's incomprehensible to me why we're doing what we're doing at the border. Some of it just seems like petty politics, that, we're going to, because Trump liked the wall, we're going to make sure that the wall's not completed. And because Trump wanted to bar immigration, we consider that racist, and therefore we're going to do the opposite. And I think it's a very, very harmful policy.
And final thought, any final thought on whether or not Trump is being unfairly targeted by the various agencies?
Well, the only thing I'd say about that is that I think I'm a former prosecutor, and prosecutors have to be very, very careful in our democracy about prosecuting former presidents. And the reason for that is you don't want to look like, one of the, when we broke with England in 1776, one of the issues that we split over is that oftentimes political opponents of the king would be arrested and detained, and we passed all kinds of laws to make sure that that wouldn't happen in this country. At the same time, in a democracy, you want to make sure that government officials are not above the law, that the law applies to every person. So that's a balance that a prosecutor has to has to weigh, and you hope that they're doing it in good faith and that they exercise good judgment. And there's, I think that, my impression, and I'm not authority on this because I've never talked to the prosecutors to explore their rationale. But my impression was I was troubled by the New York case. I thought that case was too close to the, kind of a speculative kind of prosecution, that it seemed politically not motivated. I don't know. I haven't heard the prosecutor's side of the story, and I haven't talked to him. I think the case against the president for on the Espionage Act, I don't like the Espionage Act. I think it's always been politically misused. And then there's other optics problems, which is that President Biden also has these, top secret documents, and Mike Pence has them too. And so it looks like one side is being prosecuted more, but, than the other. And I haven't really looked into it very carefully, but it would be, those would be the issues that if I were prosecutor, I'd be looking out for.
Why you held on to those documents when you knew the federal government was seeking them and then had given you a subpoena to return them?
Are you ready? Are you ready? Can I talk?
Yeah, what's
You
the
mind?
answer?
Do you mind?
I would like for you to answer the question.
Okay, it's very simple to answer.
That's why I asked it.
It's very simple to, you're a nasty person, I'll tell you.
Can you answer why you
simple.
held on to the documents?
I was negotiating and we were talking to Nara.
Well, I think the problem is, number one, he's a bully. And, I don't like bullies. And I don't think America, that's part of America's tradition. I think in many ways he's discredited the American experiment with self-governance. Well, I don't think we should ban billionaires. I think, that's not the way to go about it. We had a 50-year part of our history, which is called the Great Prosperity, when we developed the American middle class, which was the driver of the world economy. It was the driver of our economy. It created happiness and quality of life in our country. And during most of that period, there was a 91% tax on the upper echelon. Right. Well, I haven't made any endorsement. So I'm just kind of I'm watching the debates. I'm watching what's happening to the primaries. My kids are working for Mayor Pete. My cousin Joe is working for Elizabeth Warren. There are a number of other members of my family who are working for Joe Biden. We have relationships with, very strong relationships with most of the candidates. And I kind of go back and forth. I hear them debate. I love Tulsi Gabbard when she talks about our foreign policy. I think, I'm most closely aligned with her vision for foreign policy than any of the other ones.
It's a new Trump feud with Caroline Kennedy. In a new interview, the Republican frontrunner attacked America's ambassador to Japan. Who is our chief negotiator? Essentially, it is Caroline Kennedy. I mean, give me a break, Trump said. She doesn't even know she's alive. Ouch. And look at Joe go. The vice president showed that he's got plenty of energy as he ponders a presidential run. The 72-year-old greeted supporters at a Labor Day parade in Pittsburgh, looking more and more like a candidate. You go, girl. And Hillary's team says they're working to soften her image. She'll appear on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon this week and on Ellen. Last time she was on the show back in 2007, she and Ellen had a bowl off. All right.
Before thousands were brutally killed, including Americans. Before Iran helped Hamas plan the attack, killing Americans. Before Biden gave billions of taxpayers' money to Iran, Trump played hardball with Iran, destroyed ISIS, kept the Middle East at peace, kept us out of endless wars through strength.
History shows very plainly that evil only respects one thing: unyielding strength. When I'm back in the White House, our enemies will know if you spill a drop of American blood, we will spill a gallon of yours.
President Trump, the strength we need to make America strong again.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
You to make the case. You say unity ticket, Trump, Kennedy. Tell us about it.
Look, I would love Carrie Lake or maybe one of these powerful women to be his vice president. However, I see a very compelling reason, although I know Bobby Kennedy's terrible on guns. He ain't great on Ukraine. But he talks about going after the administrative and deep state in a very significant way, led by the pharmaceutical industry. If we put together a unity ticket of Trump and Kennedy, it would be insurmountable. We would bring over many of the populists on the left, many of the people that don't agree, with Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon and Donald J. Trump. But that's what a unity ticket is. And I think we could get 2/3 to 70% of the American people in back of what we have to do in taking on the Chinese Communist Party, taking on the deep state, taking on big pharma, taking on big tech, taking on big media. Everybody that's it shouldn't be lost on people. Bobby Kennedy comes on Tucker last week and has a throwdown interview. And next thing you know, Tucker Carlson's given the bums the best and biggest show in the history of Fox. O'Reilly wasn't bigger. Megyn Kelly wasn't bigger. Hannity, the top of his game, is not bigger. Glenn Beck was not there. They gave him the bum's rush. Didn't even show him the courtesy of letting him announce this on his own due time and having a couple of shows for his audience to take care of his goodbyes. Gave him the bum's rush, and one of the last big interviews he did was with Bobby Kennedy. That's how much they fear that platform. That's how much they fear the voice of Bobby Kennedy. If you put Kennedy and Trump together, that's the dynamic doing. And people understand there's a lot of issues that separate us, but there's enough that unites us that could take on the administrative state.
Well, I mean, the fourth branch of government, the Leviathan, I think is the number one issue when it comes to policy for the next Republican president, if we're able to win.
The Harvard-Harris poll, which is Mark Pence's outfit, the gold standard poll, showed 22% also nationwide, and showed me at young people under 36 years of age that I'm 10 points ahead of President Trump and President Biden, which is extraordinary. And then the New York Times Siena poll, which is a very, very powerful poll. A lot of the national polls are about 700 to 1,000 people. The Harvard poll, the New York Times poll, I think was 3,600. There are over 3,000 people. So it was really a very, very strong sampling. And that showed that in the 8 battleground states that show me an average of 24%. With 20, and remember, all I have to do is get to about 37%, because you just need a plurality, and it's winner take all with the electoral votes. So I need to get to 270 electoral votes. I don't even need to win majorities. I just need to get up to about 37%. And that will put me ahead of the other two contenders. And if I can do that in certain enough states, I can, I will win. And we have 12 months to do that.
Mr. President, when will you announce who your VP is?
Not for a while. I mean, we have so many great people in the Republican Party, but not for a while.
What criteria are you using to identify who your running mate is?
Always, it's got to be one thing. It's got to be who would be a good president. I mean, you always have to think that because, you know, in case of emergency, things happen, right? No matter who you are, things happen. It's got to be number one.
Who is your running mate?
Well, I have a lot of good people. We have a lot of really good people.
So you haven't decided who it is?
I have a lot of good ideas, but I haven't. And there's no reason
So
to do
you
that
haven't
quickly.
told that person, you're my person?
I speak to everybody. I speak to everybody. You know, I called Tim Scott this because a lot of people like Tim Scott. I called him and I said, you're a much better candidate for me than you are for yourself. When I watched him, he was fine. He was good, but he was very low key, et cetera, et cetera. I watched him in the last week defending me and sticking up for me and fighting for me. I said, man, you're a much better person for me than you are for yourself. Because for himself, he was low key. For me, he's been a real tiger. He's been incredible. And others have too.
So maybe it's Tim Scott.
Well, it could be a lot of people. But it was interesting. I was watching Tim. I've been watching, you know, for a while. I watched him campaign as a candidate. But I watched him over the last 2 weeks. As you know, he endorsed me, fully endorsed me, gave me a beautiful endorsement. And he has been really strong in terms of that. No, but that has nothing to do. I don't want anybody to take even any inference, but it's incredible. Kristi Noem has been incredible fighting for me. She said I'd never run against him because I can't beat him. That was a very nice thing to say.
What was the story that your team reached out to RFK Jr.?
It's a false story. No, it's a false.
You never reached out to RFK
I like
Jr.?
him a lot. Nope, never happened.
The latest speculation is that maybe you would be the VP for Trump. Would you ever do that?
I don't think that my marriage would survive it.
I think he's right.
Just president. That's all you want.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, now I want to go to Vice President for a second. You know, I've written in the Post that your short list ought to be Tom Cotton, Mike Gallagher, Joni Ernst, Mike Pompeo, Dan Sullivan, or Robert O'Brien. The latter, of course, would bring you Latter-day Saint votes in Arizona and Nevada. Are you going to name your vice president before the convention? Are you going to give us a list of people you're going to consider? And what do you make of my list?
I think I'd make up a list. Some of those names are great. I agree. And maybe not every single one of them, you understand. But no, I think some of the names you have there are great. And we'll have somebody that's really going to be very, very popular and very, very good. I know a lot of great people. We have a lot of great Republicans.
Now, the biggest issue he faces is getting on the ballot in every single state. He's on the ballot in 2 states, New Hampshire and Utah. I'd also asked him about something I'd heard President Trump had called him early on and asked him about being his VP. I asked if it were true. Take a look. If he asked you that today, what would your response be?
I would not take that job. I'm flattered that President Trump would offer it to me, but it's not something that I'm interested in.
Did he reach out, or his team?
People from the team have reached out to me.
The Trump campaign denies any such approach. Chris LaCivita, a senior advisor to the former president, says, just want to get this quote right, no one from the Trump campaign ever approached RFK Jr. or ever will. Now, clearly, Mr. Kennedy has a different version of those events. But I would find it difficult to see Kennedy going into a Trump cabinet, though they do share some, I suppose, common ground in terms of skepticism of the U.S. aid to Ukraine, in terms of skepticism about COVID vaccines, frankly. Those sort of issues provide some sliver of common ground.
What was the story that your team reached out to RFK Jr.?
It's a false story. No, it's a false.
You never reached out to RFK
I like
Jr.?
him a lot. Nope, never
Never happened.
RFK is a radical liberal who happens to be anti-vax. That may be the one policy where he leans a little bit right. But he was for open borders for his entire life. He's against farmers. He was a radical environmentalist. He was super anti-gun. You know, he says he's changed his mind. He's changed his mind on everything that he did for decades. Everything magically 6 months ago. I don't believe that. So, you know, he's a phenomenal alternative to Joe Biden as a Democrat, but he is a radical Democrat. Again, the only place where he's historically ever differed from anything coming out of the Biden administration is that he's anti-vaccine. That's not enough. I think once people look at the record, it will speak for itself. So I think he's a great alternative as a Democrat. You know, maybe if people want to vote that way. But if you're going to vote for RFK, I see he's trying to get libertarians now. I'm like, again, he's anti-vax, but literally everything else would not be libertarian. But, you know, it's all part of the machine to try to stop Trump, as far as I'm concerned. And again, I think he's certainly a better viable option, than Joe Biden for the Democrats. But he's no conservative. Let's not kid ourselves.
Let me ask you about your family. Many members of your family have been critical of your campaign. Prominent members put out a statement that said, quote, "The decision of our brother Bobby to run as a third-party candidate against Joe Biden is dangerous to our country. Bobby might share the same name as our father, but he does not share the same values, vision, or judgment. Today's announcement is deeply saddening for us. We denounce his candidacy and believe it to be perilous for our country." It was signed by Rory Kennedy, Kerry Kennedy, Joseph P. Kennedy, Kathleen Kennedy Townsend.
You know, I don't begrudge them those feelings. I think they're very scared that President Trump is going to get elected, and they consider me a danger to the country and the republic because their assumption was that I would take more votes away from President Biden from President Trump. So
Donald Trump has to win independence, and that's why the VP pick is so important. Having someone out there who can litigate these cases going on in a way that is credibly received by independents and suburban women.
What qualities are you looking for in your vice presidential pick?
Well, always the first quality has to be somebody that you think will be a good president, because if something should happen, you have to have somebody that's going to be a great president. A lot of people are talking about that gentleman right over there. And he's been so great. He's been such a great advocate. I have to say, this is in a very positive way, Tim Scott. He has been much better for me than he was for himself. I watched his campaign, and he doesn't like talking about himself, but boy, does he talk about Trump. And I said, I called him. I said, Tim, you're better for me than you were for yourself. But he's fantastic, and he's a fantastic person.
Someone who can step into the role.
Most importantly, you have to view that.
The audience has been asked who they think would be a good choice, and various names came up. One of them was, of course, Vivek Ramaswamy. Yeah. He's made a big splash. Ron DeSantis, who's making an appearance today in South Carolina, we just found out. Obviously, Tim Scott, Byron Donalds, and a big presence here for Tulsi Gabbard. Very interesting. And Kristi Noem as well, I should say. Right. Are they all on your short list? And when can we expect that you will announce your choice?
The one thing that always surprises me is that the VP choice has absolutely no impact. It's whoever the president is. It just seems. I remember when Sarah Palin was actually picked, and she did have a big up, and then they just went after her at a level that nobody's seen. The Republicans themselves went after what they did.
But you'll be a one-term president because you've already served, so you can only serve for one term, although they say you'll never leave office. I assume you'll never leave. There'll never be another election
don't
again.
Don't do it. He'll never leave. He's never going. Oh, these people. They are
so for that reason, it is important who you pick.
I think it's very important. But look, first is that, as we said, it has to do with whoever is, it's a very important position for that reason. You would like to get somebody that could help you from the voter standpoint. And honestly, all of those people are good. They're all good. They're all solid. And I always say, I want people with common sense, because there's so many things happening in this country that don't make sense. Who wants an open border? Who wants high interest rates? Who wants all electric vehicles? And they're fine, but you want to have choice. You want to go to combustion. You want to go to any hybrid. I think the hybrid are much better from that standpoint. But we were talking about faucets. We're talking about so much. It's all based on common sense. We want a strong military. We want choice in education. We want to have things that can really make our country great again. What we're doing with the open border is a disaster. We are destroying our country. We're going to change that fast, and we're going to get your energy prices down.
Mr. President, thank you so much for this.
Our leaders are censoring speech. Our political parties are stifling debate. They're trying to prevent candidates from running against a president by either suing them, like Donald Trump. And I'm not a fan of Donald Trump. That's why I'm running against him. But I don't think we should be a banana republic and remove candidates using the courts. Oh, Americans. I don't want to beat Donald Trump that way with half the country angry because they couldn't vote for a guy that they wanted. I don't want that resentment and that rancor to leave that. I don't want to win by cheating, by getting rid of somebody.
What qualities are you looking for in your vice presidential pick?
Well, always the first quality has to be somebody that you think will be a good president, because if something should happen, you have to have somebody that's going to be a great president. A lot of people are talking about that gentleman right over there. And he's been so great. He's been such a great advocate. I have to say, this is in a very positive way, Tim Scott. He has been much better for me than he was for himself. I watched his campaign, and he doesn't like talking about himself, but boy, does he talk about Trump. And I said, I called him. I said, Tim, you're better for me than you were for yourself. But he's fantastic, and he's a fantastic person.
Someone who can step into the role.
Most importantly, you have to view that.
The audience has been asked who they think would be a good choice, and various names came up. One of them was, of course, Vivek Ramaswamy. Yeah. He's made a big splash. Ron DeSantis, who's making an appearance today in South Carolina, we just found out. Obviously, Tim Scott, Byron Donalds, and a big presence here for Tulsi Gabbard. Very interesting. And Kristi Noem as well, I should say. Right. Are they all on your short list? And when can we expect that you will announce your choice?
The one thing that always surprises me is that the VP choice has absolutely no impact. It's whoever the president is. It just seems. I remember when Sarah Palin was actually picked, and she did have a big up, and then they just went after her at a level that nobody's seen. The Republicans themselves went after what they did.
But you'll be a one-term president because you've already served, so you can only serve for one term, although they say you'll never leave office. I assume that you'll never leave. There'll never be another election
don't
again.
Do it. He'll never leave. He's never going. Oh, these people. They are
so for that reason, it is important who you pick.
I think it's very important. But look, first is that, as we said, it has to do with whoever is, it's a very important position for that reason. You would like to get somebody that could help you from the voter standpoint. And honestly, all of those people are good. They're all good. They're all solid. And I always say, I want people with common sense, because there's so many things happening in this country that don't make sense. Who wants an open border? Who wants high interest rates? Who wants all electric vehicles? And they're fine, but you want to have choice. You want to go to combustion. You want to go to any hybrid. I think the hybrid are much better from that standpoint. But we were talking about faucets. We're talking about so much. It's all based on common sense. We want a strong military. We want choice in education. We want to have things that can really make our country great again. What we're doing with the open border is a disaster. We are destroying our country. We're going to change that fast, and we're going to get your energy prices down.
Mr. President, thank you so much for this.
RFK called me a couple weeks ago. He was coming to Minnesota, and he wanted to meet with me, and we were going to spend 2 days together so that I can get him off of this vaccine bullshit and start getting him to truly campaign on something that could win him the presidency, which ain't vaccines.
No.
And anyway, though, RFK and I were going to meet, and unfortunately he called me the day before and said he had a cancellation and a change of plans, so he didn't come to Minnesota yet. But But let me ask you this. Did you guys ever read the book I wrote called Don't Start the Revolution Without Me?
No, I haven't read that one.
Well, I think you should. And the the reason you should is this. It was the book I wrote right after getting out of office, and I'm traveling to my home off the grid in the Baja. And my wife and I both contributed to this book. And in the end of the book, I wrote all nonfiction until the last chapter. And this was a book I wrote back in 2004 after leaving office. The last chapter, I wrote fiction. You know what the last chapter was? Wait till you hear this. And this is 2004, nearly 20 years ago. The last chapter was, I team up with RFK Jr. and we run for president, only I'm the president, he's the VP, and I get assassinated.
Interesting.
Wow.
And I wrote that book 20 years ago, and I'm Dick Russell, my co-writer. I said, Dick, I want to do something strange with this book. He goes, what do you want to do? I said, the last chapter, without telling nobody, I want to write completely fiction. Well, that last chapter, if I look at it today, might not be fiction now.
If he called you,
only the difference would be RFK'd be on the top and I'd be the VP.
if RFK offered you the VP spot, would you take it?
I would give it serious consideration. Certainly, I won't tell you right now yes or no, because it would depend on my personal life.
Yeah,
and that is the commitment I told you about moments ago. You know, would I want to commit myself at age 72 for 1 year of hell? And then the worst part would be, and then possibly the worst part would be this:
winning. Yeah.
And then I'd have to do it for 4 years.
Let me explain something to you, Mr. Ventura. I'm going to explain. Listen, this is very important. I approached you after you won your governorship, and you totally haven't reciprocated. I asked you for your support. You wouldn't give it back to me. I don't appreciate that. But I'm going to offer you an opportunity of a lifetime. Do not go with RFK. He's a total freaking loser. I am offering you the VP spot on my ticket, and believe me, you're going to want to take it. There you go.
No, I don't think Donnie will be offering me that spot. I did a piece.
He would definitely be shitting a brick if RFK made you his VP.
Yeah.
Well, I did a thing on Substack where I compared Trump to Manson.
That's an interesting comparison.
Look at it.
He has that kind of power.
They're very. What he did on January 6th is almost identical to what Manson did on August 8th, 1969, sending his followers out, waiting for him to come back. And here's the scary part: the exact same number of deaths the first night.
Really?
Yes. 5 people died.
That's interesting.
Very interesting.
Oh God, the comparisons are eerie. And I get it on Substack. Pull it up on Substack and read it. Kennedy's our greatest president of all time.
Because he stood up to the deep state and got dead?
No, it's simpler. John Kennedy is the greatest president of all time because they allowed him to serve the least.
Oh.
They killed him. They killed him before he had even served 1 term. Let me throw something to you. You're hinting at me to go with the libertarians, right? Right?
Yeah.
And I have all the respect in the world for the libertarians, but I also have butted heads with them. Because I remember the time I was governor and I was giving a speech on transportation, and the libertarians started to boo me.
Right.
So I stopped my speech and I looked at them and I said, "You don't think the government should be involved in transportation?" They all said no. And I looked at them and said, "Well, how'd you get here today?"
Yeah.
I said, "You guys, I love your libertarian and liberty attitude, but in a civilized society, and if the society's civilized, you have to have government." I said, "How could you not with transportation?"
Well, the biggest quality, the most important quality by far is how would they do as president? Because you really have to, that's the purpose. I mean, that's 95% of it, I would think. But so that would be number one. But politically, you'd want somebody that's compatible. You also want somebody you can get along with. You want to be able to get along with the VP. You work with them. And I think that's an important thing. But you really want to make sure that you pick somebody that, should it be necessary, and we hope it isn't, but they'll be a great president.
Now, in terms of President Trump, what I did at the beginning of this race is I said, I am going to try to focus not on these culture war issues and the vitriol that keep us all apart, but I'm going to focus on the values that we all share in common. And one of the things that I really try hard not to do is to not criticize personally either President Trump or President Biden. And we're going to the lawsuits or the litigation or whether that's fair or that's fair. I just stay away from that. And I try to talk about the issues that they care about. And I think that, you know, President Trump knows that I'm popular with his constituents, that I'm their second choice. And I don't think it's to his advantage to attack me. I'm sure he will at some point. But he also knows that I'm not going after him personally, that I do attack his policies. I do criticize him for his failures, particularly during COVID. He should not have shut down 3.3 million businesses with no scientific citation, with no public hearings, with no environmental impact statements, none of the processes of democracy. But what I've tried to do is really focus, identify the values that we have in common. And what I found is there's a huge landscape that is so much bigger, the things that Americans agree on. Everybody wants to protect veterans. Nobody likes that, you know, veterans' wives are now at soup kitchens. Everybody wants us to have the best education system in the country. Everybody wants to end the forever wars. Everybody wants to end the chronic disease epidemic. And now 60% of our kids now have chronic disease. When my uncle was president, it was 6%. Everybody wants to end this corrupt merger of state and corporate power that have turned our regulatory agencies into predators against the American public and sock puppets for the industries they're supposed to regulate. And there are so many of these issues. Everybody, look, if you want to talk about climate change, and that's all the only environmental issue you're going to talk about, you're going to have everybody fighting each other. If you talk about clean water, clean rivers, clean air, about stopping the destruction of the Appalachian Mountains, about the fact that 100% of our freshwater fish now have dangerous levels of mercury in them, that acid rain is destroying the forest cover on the high peaks of the Appalachians from Georgia to northern Quebec. People don't like that. And there's no such thing as Republican children or Democratic children. Nobody wants that. Everybody wants our kids in houses. Everybody wants that. And what I'm trying to do is look at solutions and and find those issues. I found out that those landscapes are so much larger than the little culture war issues that are being used to keep us apart.
Look, people are saying it 100 different ways, that they want somebody, they know what's wrong. They want somebody who can find ways to put it right.
Next question. There's a billboard outside of Grand Rapids, Michigan, paid for by the DNC that says you are powered by Trump and MAGA. What's your response?
The DNC is saying because one of my PACs, which I have nothing to do with, legally can have nothing to do with, accepted money from a traditionally Republican donor, that somehow they should disqualify me from people voting for me. We get money from Democrats, from Republicans and independents, and I'm proud that we're reaching across party lines, that we're trying to bridge the divide. President Biden says that he's trying to bridge the divide, but this is just the opposite. Is saying that there's a big difference. That you're not really American if you're Republican. And I just don't believe that. I think we ought to have presidential candidates that are receiving support across political divides. We need to bridge the divide and heal this.
You've chosen not to attack other candidates. They've attacked you, the Democrats in particular. Why do you think they're doing that?
Why do I think they're? I think that they don't. They have a candidate who doesn't want to debate. And so they have to try to win the election by litigating against people, by trying to get people off the ballot, by denying me ballot access, by litigating against the other candidates to get them disqualified. So we won't have to do democracy in our country. And, you know, I feel like we should be modeling democracy around the world. I don't want to win this election because I'm not a fan of President Trump's. I don't want to win this election by disqualifying him legally. I want the American people to decide who they want to have as president, and I want to beat him fair and square on a level playing field. And I think it's distressing that the Democrats don't want to do that. I'm not a fan of Donald Trump's, and that's why I'm running against him. But I think it's I've been outspoken about criticizing the Colorado decision and the Maine decisions because, you know, we have a democracy in this country. We don't have a banana republic, at least we're not supposed to. People ought to be able to vote for who they want to vote for. I don't want to beat Donald Trump. I believe that I can beat him in an election and that I can beat him in a debate. And I want to do that fair and square. I don't want the playing fields slanted. I don't want to have an election where you get rid of a guy who, you know, a large percentage of the American public want as their leader. And you're going to leave those people feeling angry and frustrated and justifiably so. I've read the opinions. I don't see how they can stand judicial, Supreme Court scrutiny. I don't think you can get. Donald Trump has not been convicted of leading an insurrection. Maybe he did it, but he hasn't been charged with it. He hasn't been convicted of it. So you can't really. I don't think it's fair. I don't think there's due process in punishing him for a crime that he was never convicted of. It's not the American way of doing things. And I think as a strategy that it actually hurts the Democratic Party, because I think it discredits them and it makes President Trump kind of into this mythological figure because people can see that this is not fair. So I want to beat President Trump, but I want to beat him fair and square in an election where everybody gets to vote for who they want to vote for.
Sir, what do you think about Tim Mellon's donation to the PAC? He's a donor of Trump's, and in 2015, he wrote in his book that Black people were even more belligerent after the expansion of social programs in the 60s and 70s, and that the belligerent quote was a direct quote. And I am not legally allowed to talk to my PAC about any of these issues, any of the super PACs. There are several super PACs that support my campaign. It would be against the law for me to tell a PAC to who they could not accept money from. And, my opinion is that it's a good thing to have both Republicans and Democrats and independents giving to my PAC. I don't know anything about those comments and I can't verify them or validate them. But it would be illegal for me to pick up the phone and tell somebody you can't accept money from that PAC. All right, thank you, everybody.
I mean, I'm assuming, I don't know any more than you do, Tyreek. I read the polls, and it seems pretty clear to me that my most likely opponents are going to be President Biden and President Trump. My polling now shows me with the highest favorability rating among all of them. So my favorability rating in the Gallup poll that came out yesterday was at 52. President Trump's at 42. President Biden's at 41. I beat both President Trump and President Biden among young people under 45 years of age, and I beat them among independents, which is now the biggest political party. And I still have 10 months to the election. So I feel very optimistic about where we're headed. President Trump's not going to bring this back. President Biden is not going to. President Trump, I believe, wants to, drain the swamp. I think he was sincere when he said that. But he appointed John Bolton to run the NSA. He's a swamp creature, like the template for swamp creatures. And, Scott Gottlieb was Pfizer's business partner to run FDA, and Pfizer, and Gottlieb did Operation Warp Speed, an $88 billion gift to Pfizer, and then went back to collect his paycheck on the Pfizer board. So President Biden is not going to unravel it. President Trump is not going to do it. And, I think I'm the only candidate that knows how to do this, that understands how badly we need to do this in this country if we're going to return the middle class and if we're going to give our kids a chance.
RFK Jr., you said voter ID was racist. Is that true?
Maybe. I didn't see it. I had a lot of positions.
It's actually a comic book written by radical Democrat RFK Jr. Argues, among other things, that voter ID laws are, quote, I kid you not, racially rancid.
Red state people are more likely to murder you, to impregnate your teenage daughter, to commit a violent crime against you, to commit a nonviolent crime against you, to watch Desperate Housewives on TV, to buy pornography, to buy, degenerate video games like Grand Theft Auto.
You called for curbing, logging, oil drilling, fracking. You wanted to eliminate it. You called it a victory for democracy. You want to curb U.S. fossil fuel extraction. Keep it in the ground, you once tweeted. You want a ban on fossil fuel extraction, a ban on fracking.
They are contemptible human beings, and that, I wish that there were a law you could punish them under. I think the Green New Deal is, all of that stuff is important, is good. We ought to be pursuing it. I believe that we should use market mechanisms like carbon taxes. There's going to be major disruptions, not just to humanity, but ultimately to civilization. And this is part of the cost that we're paying for our long-time deadly addiction to coal and oil.
You called the NRA once a terror group. You've supported over the years Democrats, Gore, Kerry, Obama, Hillary. You've praised Bernie Sanders multiple times. You support affirmative action.
Senator Bernie Sanders is finally endorsing Hillary Clinton today. Do you endorse her? Is she that leader?
Yeah, and I'm very close to Bernie. And a huge admirer of Bernie Sanders. My family has a long relationship with Joe Biden, 40 years. I have a personal friendship with him.
Do you regret endorsing Al Gore, John Kerry, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and Bernie Sanders over the years?
I like Bernie Sanders. I voted for Barack Obama. I don't regret that. And Trump came in and said, I'm going to run the country like a business. And then he shut down 3.3 million businesses. What businessman would do that? He handed the keys to every one of our businesses in this country to Anthony Fauci.
But Bobby, and I'm sure this is going to go viral because I'm about to defend Trump. When everybody comes to you, if it's President Kennedy, and says, we need to do this right now, this is not going to last a week or 2 weeks. This is a real problem. We're going to be overwhelmed. There's only one place that makes the swabs that we need. That's what pushed Trump into that situation. And then you had the businesses closed. You had all these people out of work. You had all these other problems. They started spending money. Biden continued to spend the money. Trump wanted to spend even more. You got to give him a little bit of a break on that. The pandemic was a problem.
Here's the thing, Chris. If I were president, that would have never happened. Never, ever. When my uncle was president, and John Kennedy was president, he was during the Cuban Missile Crisis, when the whole world was on the edge of a nuclear war. He had 11 of the 13 top advisors, what they call the ExComm committee, telling him he needed to invade Cuba. If he had gone ahead and done that, it would have been the end of the world. We now know. So, and he said, no, he researched the issue himself. He said, show me the aerial photos. He asked the CIA, what is Khrushchev going to do? Isn't it going to make, if we go in and kill his gun crews in Cuba, isn't he going to have to come into Germany? And isn't that going to end up in a nuclear war? He has the questions. He went granular. He did the details, and he figured out a different solution. And we need that kind of president today, and we needed it during the pandemic. And unfortunately, we got two presidents who made a series of bad choices, drove up a $16 trillion in costs, destroyed an entire generation of kids and their learning, did things that nobody in their right mind would have done during a pandemic, that violated every pandemic protocol that we've developed over 50 years. You do not shut down a country for a respiratory illness because everybody knows it's going to go through anyway. And it was an illness that spread indoors, not outdoors. And we knew that from the beginning.
Right, but they were trying to keep people from being in elections. Because remember, the people who made the protocols were also the ones telling the presidents to go this route, and it was echoed in many places all over the world. But I get the discrepancy on it. I get the discrepancy.
They were violating their own protocols, and nobody asked. You had people telling us, trust the experts. And of course, that is not a feature of, that's not a thing. Trust the experts is not a feature of science. It's not a feature of democracy. It is a feature of religion and totalitarianism. And in democracies, we don't do that. We question everybody, and we need a president who knows that.
Final thing, what do you think of the RFK Jr. independent campaign and the Democrats' relentless attacks on him?
Well, I think he's a nice guy. I've known him. He's extremely liberal. He's more liberal than anybody. He's more liberal than the Green Party. And so I don't know. I would imagine he'd not be good for them. But you don't know how that plays out. He gets a certain, not many points, but he gets some. But they say he hurts Biden. I'm not sure that that's true. I think he probably hurts both. But he might hurt Biden a little bit more. You don't know. But he's got, not a lot of points, but maybe enough points to make a difference one way or the other. But he's a very liberal guy.
A moment ago, you said you essentially see Trump and Biden as the same, different issues. But do you really believe that when people talk about the threat to democracy that Trump poses, do you really think that is an equal evil to Biden?
I mean, listen, I can make the argument that President Biden is a much worse threat to democracy. And the reason for that is President Biden is the first candidate in history, the first president in history that has used the federal agencies to censor political speech, so to censor his opponent. I can say that because I just won a case in the Federal Court of Appeals and now before the Supreme Court. It shows that he started censoring not just me. 37 hours after he took the oath of office, he was censoring me. No president in the country has ever done that. The greatest threat to democracy is not somebody who questions election returns, but a president of the United States who used the power of his office to force the social media companies, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, to open a portal and give access to that portal to the FBI, to the CIA, to the IRS, to CISA, to NIH, to censor his political critics. President Biden, for the first president in history, to use his power over the Secret Service to deny Secret Service protection to one of his political opponents for political reasons. He's weaponizing the federal agencies. Those are really critical threats to democracy.
Donald Trump, of course, tried to overturn a free and fair election. He tried to overturn one, right? He's still fighting in court.
Yes.
How is that not a threat to democracy?
Well, I think that is a threat to democracy. If him trying to overthrow the election clearly is a threat to democracy. But the question was, who is a worse threat to democracy? And what I would say is, I'm not going to answer that question, but I can argue that President Biden is, because the First Amendment, Aaron, is the most important. Adams and Hamilton and Madison said, we put the guarantee of freedom of expression in the First Amendment because all of our other constitutional rights depend on it. If you have a government that can silence its opponent, it has license for any atrocity.
So just to be clear, you're saying you could make an argument that President Biden is a worse threat to democracy than Donald Trump. That's what you just said.
But who else has ever tried to censor? What president in history has ever tried to censor political opponents? What president has weaponized the federal agency? When my father came into the Justice Department, the first week he was there, He got all of the branch and division attorneys together, and he said, whatever we do, we are not going to use the power of the Justice Department for
Well, Trump,
political
of course, has
reasons.
said that he
And
would
what
do
we're
that.
seeing
He has said that he
of
would
course,
do that.
and that is reprehensible.
And he is the only president who's tried to overthrow the results of an election.
Well, you know what? Let me say something about that. I'm not going to defend President Trump on that. That was appalling. And there's many things that President Trump has done that are appalling. But in 2001, we had an election stolen in this country during the Bush-Gore election. In 2004, I wrote an award-winning article for Rolling Stone that showed how that election was stolen from John Kerry. So I don't think, and most Americans agree with me about 2001, that it was a stolen election from the Democratic Party candidate. So I don't think people who say that the election is stolen, not that we shouldn't make pariahs of those people. We shouldn't demonize them. We shouldn't vilify them. What we should be doing is saying, let's all get together, Republicans and Democrats, and fix the election system so that it cannot be fixed, so that we're the exemplary democracy of the world. We ought to, Las Vegas, let me tell you this, Las Vegas is built on machines that can count and never make mistakes. Can't we make an election machine, and can't we have an electoral process that every American says whatever happens?
Okay, hold on. But
it can't be fixed.
I understand that we want elections to be as perfect as they possibly can be.
Yeah.
And one should not use the fact that the election was not stolen and was not cheated to not try to perfect it. I understand that distinction. But when you do as you're doing and you open the door to, well, we want every machine, you're opening the door to people who can say, well, then that's exactly what I'm saying. The machines miscounted, the machines did this, but they didn't. Every single analysis has shown that that did not happen, right? As you know. Do you worry that you're opening the door for people to believe this? Look at the Republican primary voters and that they believe.
I'm not worried. I don't worry about how people might misinterpret my words. What I said, I mean, and I'm careful about how I use language. So I'm not saying that election was that there was cheating. I've never said that. What I've said is that there are problems, particularly, Aaron, if you don't have paper ballots. The election machines can be fixed in various ways, and that's just a fact. What we ought to have is machines, and we ought to have paper ballots at the same time, and we ought to have a very low threshold to get a recount of the paper ballots. And that just makes sense. It's common sense. But if we implement that in every jurisdiction, you're not going to have problems where Americans at each other's throats.
I mean, so you're talking about a technical thing, like instead of having 0.5% be the trigger for a recount, you would put it even lower. I mean, that's the sort of reform you're talking about here.
Whatever. I'm not choosing a particular threshold, but a threshold that makes sense. That's a very low threshold where you get a recount if there's some question. So, and that's, I don't think I'm saying something that's controversial. I'm saying something that I think most Americans, virtually any American, would agree with. Let's have an election system that even 10% of the Americans who are crazy people, that even they won't question, because our election system is the best election system in the world. And nobody, Vermont, for example, has a very, very good election system. Nobody ever questions the Vermont election system. And we ought to be able to do the same thing in every state. We are supposed to be the template for democracy in every country in the world. Let's make sure we put a man on the moon. We've had all these accomplishments. Let's make sure we have a system that nobody is questioning, even crazy people.
People are always going to question it, though.
Well,
they're always going to question it, and that
you want to narrow the margin of people who are questioning it to as much as possible by giving nobody any kind of legitimate claim about it. And that's all I'm saying. And what I'm saying is I'm not saying that President Trump won the election or that President Biden. And I've never said anything or suggested anything like that. All I'm saying is let's focus on the issues that bring people together, rather than constantly focusing on the polarization, on the issues that drive Americans apart and have us all at each other's throats with this very, very toxic polarization and demonization of each other.
RFK announced a running mate this week, 35-year-old from the Tech Center, seems to be very progressive. They
Put it mildly.
to put all three of you together, it widens your lead right now. How do you view RFK and his new running mate?
Well, I've always liked him, and I've known him actually for a long time. I've liked him. He's a very liberal guy. He's probably the most liberal person in the race, including the Green Party. And so I think he's probably going to hurt Biden. I don't see him hurting me. Our people are solid. We have a very, very solid core. And I think that core is 60%.
So RFK hurts him more?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. He's he's ultra liberal or ultra progressive, as they'd rather have. They don't like the word liberal anymore. You know, it's supposed to use progressive, so therefore I'll probably use liberal. But he's a very far left person. Very, very. I think the most in the race. A lot of people were thinking, well, maybe he's going to hurt Trump. I don't see it. Once they see his record, they're going to understand how far left he is. He's a radical left person. And again, I've known him for a long time. I understand him. I like him. I get along with him. But that's his inclination. His running mate makes him look like a baby in terms of being left. She is really left. But she also has enough money from her husband that she can help him finance a campaign.
I mean, the DNC is really misbehaving. They're really trying to block people.
Yeah, they try to block you, right?
They try to block me. They try to block Trump, and I'm not a fan of Trump's. But I want to be on a level, battlefield with him. I don't want to beat him because a court threw him out. I want to beat him because I'm able to make the argument to the American people that I should be president, and I have a debate and that kind of stuff. I don't think it's good for our country. I don't think it's good for the DNC. I think this persecution that the DNC has leveled, that people see that as unfair. Americans just viscerally are saying this guy is being attacked, and it's moving huge numbers of voters over to him because they're pissed at what the DNC is doing.
Yeah.
It's also terrible for America, who are supposed to be the exemplary democracy around the world. This is what they do in banana republics.
Yeah.
You don't want to run against the guy because he's popular. So you get a judge to throw him out.
Yeah. That's a great comparison.
And, it's not America.
Yeah.
And they're doing the same thing to me. They're trying to make sure that nobody can vote for me rather than having President Biden come out and say, here's why I think I should be a good president.
Yeah.
And here's why I think you shouldn't be. And let's have that discussion.
Yeah.
Not just say, you're not going to let me on the ballot. You're going to disenfranchise Americans so they can't talk to.
Yeah.
Any question?
Would you pay RFK Jr.?
RFK, I don't know anything about him. Look, RFK is polling very low. He's not a serious candidate. They say he hurts Biden. I don't know who he hurts. He might hurt me. I don't know. But he has very low numbers, certainly not numbers that he can debate with. And he's got to get his numbers up a lot higher before he's credible. But the numbers that he's taken away, they say will be against Biden. I don't know. I'm not so sure. It could be a little bit against me, but I don't see him as a factor.
Well, Robert, one of the big issues for Democrats they've talked about is the threat to democracy. You raised some eyebrows yesterday when you were comparing the former president to the current president. You said in an interview that you believe that Joe Biden is a bigger threat to democracy than Donald Trump. This is what you have to say. Watch.
When people talk about the threat to democracy that Trump poses, do you really think that is an equal evil to Biden?
I mean, listen, I can make the argument that President Biden is a much worse threat to democracy.
Why did you say that?
And by the way, I said I can make that argument, and I think it's an argument that we ought to be having. President Biden has done something that no other president in history has done, which is to order media, particularly the social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Google, to censor his political opponents. And, I can say this because I just won a lawsuit in the Federal Court of Appeals now before the Supreme Court. Because he began censoring me 37 hours after he took the oath of office, swearing to defend the Constitution. White House officials were on email with Facebook saying to them, you got to take down his post. Facebook actually pushed back and saying there's no misinformation here. This is actually what he's saying is accurate. And they had to make up a new term called malinformation, which is information that is accurate but nonetheless inconvenient to, politically inconvenient. So there's been the First Amendment was put in the Constitution. Madison, Hamilton had it, said we put it free expression to guarantee the First Amendment because all the other rights are dependent on it. If you have a president who can censor his political opponents, he is the license for any kind of atrocity. That is a genuine threat to our democracy. I think, what President Trump said about, about questioning the election and to the extent that he engaged in an effort to overthrow that, of course, that's a threat to democracy, but it is not the worst threat, undermining the First Amendment of our Constitution and then weaponizing the federal agencies to get his opponents off the ballot. And in my case, I just say particularly, denying me Secret Service protection. That's never happened in history.
Do you think he's behind that?
What?
Do you think Joe Biden is behind?
Of course he is.
Does he know that your dad was assassinated?
He has a bust of my father behind him at the Oval
So how does he sleep at night?
Well, I don't know, but it's just not right. All of these, the use of the courts, the use of prosecutors, the use of all these federal agencies to change our political landscape is wrong, and we should be debating about it. What President Biden did with his censorship project is he told the social media companies, we're going to withdraw, we're going to bring an antitrust case against you, and we're going to withdraw your Section 230 immunity, which is existential for those companies, if you don't give us a portal to censor. And then who did he give access to that portal? The CIA, the FBI, CISA, the IRS, NIH. So you had all these federal agencies that were now able to silence people who were questioning their policies. And that is really anti-American and anti-democratic.
RFK Jr. is, as you know, the most radical left candidate in the race. He's more so than the Green Party. He's more so than even crooked Joe Biden. But he's got some nice things about him. I happen to like him. Unfortunately, he is about the Green New Scam because he believes in that, and a lot of people don't. They want to see our country become rich and wealthy and strong and powerful and lots of other things, and not waste money doing something that nobody wants and everybody knows doesn't work. I guess that would mean that RFK Jr. is going to be taking away votes from crooked Joe Biden, and he should, because he's actually better than Biden. He's much better than Biden. If I were a Democrat, I'd vote for RFK Jr. every single time over Biden, because he's frankly more in line with Democrats. RFK Jr.'s running mate, Nicole Shanahan, is also a very liberal person, but that's okay. She's got plenty of money from her ex-husband. Kennedy is a radical left Democrat and always will be, but he's a better man than Joe Biden, that I can tell you. It's great for MAGA. I hope he continues to run, but the communists will make it very hard on him to get on the ballot, as they did for him as a Democrat. He wanted to get on the ballot. They made it very, very difficult for him. They really went after him viciously, just like they go after me. Welcome to the crowd, RFK Jr. But the fact is that the Democrats are vicious, communist, fascists. They're horrible people. They really hurt him badly, what they did to him as a Democrat. That's why he's running as an independent. But expect him to be indicted any day now, probably for environmental fraud. He is crooked Joe Biden's political opponent, not mine. Biden can't speak. Biden can't debate. Biden can't put two sentences together. So I guess he's probably going to indict RFK Jr. But I'm glad that he's running. They will fight it out together. We have the right and we have the center, and we have even center a little bit left, if you can believe it or not, because that group is radical left. They want windmills. They want all sorts of things that are going to destroy our country, and we're not going to allow it. If you want to drive an all-electric car for a half an hour before you have to go home and get it charged, then you should vote for Joe Biden. But it's going to be interesting to watch the two of them fight it out. I do believe that RFK Jr. will do very well, and I do believe he's going to take a lot of votes away from crooked Joe Biden. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jonathan Hiller, and I'm the Director of Content at Team Kennedy. And today we're going to be talking about numbers.
Nerd alert!
All right, by now you probably know that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is running as an independent candidate for President of the United States. But you probably have heard him spoken about like this.
A spoiler candidate? A spoiler?
Spoiler.
Called Kennedy a spoiler. I'm a spoiler.
But is this really true? I mean, is Bobby really a spoiler in this election? We looked into it, and now we have the answers. Now, the preface here is that most polls are conducted by mainstream media outlets, and typically they have 1,000 to 3,000 or so respondents per poll. And most of those polls have about a plus or minus 3% margin of error. Well, we conducted a nationwide poll of over 25,000 respondents, and our margin of error was 0.6%. That makes it by far the most accurate predictor of the 2024 election that we have thus far. All right, let's dive into the maps. This is the head-to-head matchup between Biden and Trump. Trump with 294 and Biden with 244. Trump wins by 50 electoral votes. And if you're a political nerd like myself, you know that that is not very close. And with Bobby as a third-party candidate, Biden only picks up 2 additional states, so he still loses to Trump. All right, now here is where it gets very interesting. In a head-to-head matchup, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. wins 367 electoral votes versus Joe Biden's 171. Now that is what we call a landslide. And what's even crazier about these numbers is when you look at the ad spend of these two campaigns, Biden has spent over $36 million in advertising since October 1st, and we have spent a little over $2 million. Now, the next head-to-head matchup that we pulled was Bobby versus Trump. Obviously, this is a very close election, but Bobby still wins. All right, so to recap, Biden cannot beat Trump in a head-to-head race, and it is not close. Biden cannot beat Trump in a 3-way race, and it's still not very close. Bobby wins in a landslide against Biden head-to-head, and Bobby beats Trump head-to-head. So wait, who is actually the spoiler here? Because a spoiler is a non-winning candidate whose presence on the ballot affects which candidate wins. A non-winning candidate affecting a possible winning candidate. So if you do not want to see Donald Trump become the next president of the United States, there is only one candidate running who has the power to beat him, and it is Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Also, a Fox News poll came out a couple of days ago, and extraordinarily, the most popular major candidate right now, although he's for a third party, the We the People Party, is RFK Jr. Has an approval rating, rather a favorability rating of 47, followed by 2 points by the former president, and then Joe Biden is 6 points behind him.
Yes, and I would say, because I've looked at a lot of this swing state polling with RFK in particular, it's kind of a mixed bag. Sometimes he hurts Trump, sometimes he hurts Biden, but I would say for the most part he hurts Biden. But there's one line in the Wall Street Journal poll I'd be looking at, which is half of Republicans view RFK favorably, only a quarter of Democrats. This is why it is so smart for former President Trump to define him for what he is. RFK is a Democrat. You heard former President Trump say, look, he picked a Democrat. This guy, for all intents and purposes, is a Democrat. And next week, when Trump says he'll announce his abortion stance, he would be wise to contrast him. I'm the pro-life candidate. He is not. If you're a Republican, you need to be with me.
So that's suggesting that Donald Trump thinks that RFK would take voters from him.
Yes, he said MAGA welcomes him. So he was very clear on that. Yes.
All right. Very good.
Would you become the vice president of the United States if Donald Trump asked you to be his vice president?
No, I would not. My marriage would not survive that.
All right, let's talk politics. A brand new Fox News poll finds that independent candidate RFK Jr. actually beats both Trump and Biden in favorability, as you can see the numbers right there. And their campaigns are reacting to the growing chance that he could actually change the course of the election of 2024.
That he has no path to victory. He is playing the role of spoiler candidate.
He's probably the most liberal person in the race, including the Green Party. I think he's probably going to hurt Biden. I don't see him hurting me.
We're going to start with Joe from Brookings, Oregon.
Joe, what's your question? Keep it tight.
Yes, would Mr. Kennedy be willing to do a one-on-one debate with Donald Trump, since we know Joe Biden's too senile to do it himself?
I would love nothing more than that. I would be great to have a 3-person debate, but I will debate either President Biden or President Trump in any kind of forum that they want.
Good luck with that. Though I don't even think they're going to debate each other, to be honest.
Well, I think we're living at a time when the 2 least popular mainstream party candidates in the history of our country are running. Both of them would actually win the prize for the least popular candidate in the history of a major political party. 80% of the public says that they don't want a rematch of 2016. They want other choices. And, now it's a 3-man race. As of today, people who support Donald Trump feel that they're regarded by the elites as deplorable people and that, they're not part of our country. And I think Donald Trump made them feel like they were part of our country.
Some of the tactics also pretty disgusting. We're hearing that the Biden legal team is throttling you guys by the throat. What's the truth?
You mean my campaign?
Yeah, I heard they're brutal.
We released a poll today. We did, Jesse, the biggest poll that's ever been done, and at least in this presidential campaign. A typical poll has 2,000 people in it. We did a poll of 26,000 people. The poll is a value of about $200,000 to $500,000. So we did every state. What that poll shows, if I go head-to-head with Biden, I win 39 states, he wins 11. If I go head-to-head with President Trump, I win. If I'm in a 3-way race, I lose because people are voting out of fear because they think the other guy, a vote for me is gonna put somebody they hate in office. But if I go head-to-head with either of them, I win.
So if one of these guys drops out or doesn't run, Joe Biden or Donald Trump, RFK Jr. will be president.
That's right.
According to your polling.
Yeah, but, and all the polls that have done a 2-way race have shown the same thing. I would challenge anybody. Our poll has virtually a 0 margin of error. Anybody who does that poll will end up with the same results. I beat Biden in a landslide, and I beat President Trump narrowly in the Electoral College. And that's really what you want to look at, the Electoral College. But I win them. I beat them both in the general electorate and in the Electoral College.
Are you going to get on the debate stage with these 2 guys? And if you do, what's the strategy?
Well, there's no compulsory debate. President Trump has challenged President Biden to debate, which I think is a good thing. The debates are scheduled. There's 3 debates that are scheduled beginning on September 18th. I should have a spot in those debates because my polling up till now has beat those metrics. But you don't know because neither of them, the law allows them to not debate. It's never been done before. But
how would you do it? You got one guy over here, you got another guy over here, and what are you going to say? You're going to be like, hey, it's my turn.
I'm going to say, what were the 2 of you doing when you ran up $34 trillion debt? You 2 alone ran up half of it. We're now paying more than our defense budget to service that debt. Within 5 years, we'll be paying 50 cents out of every tax dollar to service the debt. And, that's one issue. And then they both, President Trump said he was going to end the wars. President Biden loves every war that he sees, but President Trump last week gave a bear hug to Biden and to Speaker Johnson and approved $61 billion to Ukraine. There's all these really existential issues that neither of them can really deal with. And one of those, Jesse, is the polarization. We are in a more toxic polarization and division than any time since the American Civil War. And President Biden can't solve it. President Trump can't solve it. If either of them get elected, it's just going to get worse because both of them feed on it. Both of them are telling all hate the other guy. And we need to have some common ground in America.
Well, you're saying you're going to unify the country. Now, some dirty stuff's coming out. They're saying you were against voter ID. RFK Jr., you said voter ID was racist. Is that true?
Maybe. I didn't see it. I had a lot of positions. I went through an evolution like many people in this country. And, I said things years ago. I had positions years ago that I look back on and say there was nothing good about that.
I think listen, what I've said on the voter ID issue is that I'm going to issue voter passport IDs to every American who can't afford them. That will end that issue.
Okay, because you have to have voter ID to have a clean election. You got to have that.
And by the way, Al Sharpton and Andrew Young and other civil rights leaders have said that if I issue that ID, they will stop their objection to demanding voter ID at the voting booth.
All right, Al Sharpton, happy DEI Thursday tomorrow. RFK Jr., thanks for joining.
So thank you very much. This is 8 days that we've all been sitting in this courthouse. This is all a Biden indictment. It's in order to try and win an election, political opponent. And nothing like this has ever happened. 8 days. As you know, the economy's falling apart now. Now you're seeing it, very little growth. It's going to get worse. Oil prices are going up. You have the college campuses all over closed down. Our country's going to hell. And we sit here day after day after day, which is their plan. Because they think they might be able to eke out an election, but I doubt it, because the poll numbers are very good for us. I just want to say that I've invited Biden to debate. He can do it anytime he wants, including tonight. Ready? Here we are. I invited him to the courthouse that he has us tied up in his administration. This is all being done through Washington. It's all a well-coordinated attack on a political opponent. But I'm here. I'm ready, willing, and able. And if he wants, I'll do it on Monday night, Tuesday night, or Wednesday night. We'll be in Michigan, a state that he's destroyed because of the auto industry. We're not going to have any jobs left in Michigan. No auto jobs left in Michigan. They're all going over to China and other places with this ridiculous EV mandate, electric vehicle mandate. But we're willing to do it Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, or Friday night on national television. We're ready. Just tell me where. We'll do it in the White House. That would be very comfortable, actually. But you tell me where. But we're ready. He's obviously not showing up now. We heard nothing. But he said today that, I'd love to debate, but he won't debate. I don't think he'll debate. Maybe he will. Maybe he will. I'm not sure he has a choice. But that's the story. So here we are. We're ready, willing, and able. And we don't see him, and I don't think he'll be here. But maybe next week he'll do it. I doubt it, but maybe next week. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. I know you have to suffer through this like everybody else. Nothing has come. This is a case that should have never been brought. Every legal scholar, every legal expert, Andy McCarthy, Jonathan, Andy, every single one, Jonathan Turley came out with a scathing report of this trial today. Andy McCarthy's scathing report. Mark Levin, can't believe this is happening in our country. There's no case here. There's no case whatsoever. It's a disgrace. We have a conflicted judge, and it shouldn't be happening. Not in this country. Thank you very much. Do you think you beat Biden today?
If there was ever any time in the last 200 years that an independent candidate could win the presidency, it's now. Even the traditional mainstream media admits that 2/3 of Americans don't want to see a contest between President Trump and President Biden alone. My opponents are worried, which is why you're seeing so many dirty tricks, attacks, and condemnation of me by both President Biden and President Trump and the Republican and Democratic parties. Today, for the first time in American history, self-identified independents outnumber both Republican and Democratic voters. And independents favor me over President Biden or President Trump. I was particularly interested in a recent poll by NBC, which never gives me favorable treatment, but which acknowledged that 34% of Americans would consider voting for me. And in a three-way race, 34% is enough to win the election. Currently, polls show that about 20% of Americans have never heard of me and don't know that I'm running for president. So we have some work to do to get the word out about my campaign, but we also have a tremendous amount of headroom. Virtually everybody in our country knows that President Biden and President Trump are running. So they don't have much room to grow their supporters. And very few people are likely to change their minds about who among those two is the lesser of two evils. And keep in mind that when pollsters publish their surveys, they exclude those people who they consider unlikely voters.
Based on historical records, they consider young people highly unlikely to vote. But what would happen if young people actually became excited about a candidate, as has happened in the past? They could provide a decisive margin of victory to my campaign. During the civil rights movement and the Vietnam era, young people who had never voted before in great numbers suddenly began voting in overwhelming numbers, and they changed the national debate. And guess what? Young people support me at a much higher margin, and they support either President Trump or President Biden. Young people are disgusted by the division. They're dismayed by the forever wars. They understand that they're not going to live the American dream, that they're not going to get their own homes, and they want somebody who's listening to them, and I'm that somebody. I'm going to end the forever wars, and I'm going to use the peace dividend to make sure that our young people get into homes and that they can have equity so that they can pursue their entrepreneurial impulses and rebuild America and small business in this country again. I can win the presidency, but I can't do it alone. I need your help. We have an FEC filing deadline on April 30th. That's very, very important to our campaign. Let's show the political establishment that Americans this time around are not going to be manipulated again by fear. They're going to vote for a candidate that they actually want to see as president. Please contribute to my campaign as much as you can. There is no more important time than now to donate.
When it comes to the regulatory capture, I think that even President Trump would admit at this point that he would have to do a much better job in his second term with regard to staffing.
But why do you give him a second term if he's messed it up so badly the first time? He said he was going to do that the first time. If I had been president, I would have done it. He was able, and even when he knew what was wrong, he said, well, I'll never lock down this country. But he got rolled by his bureaucrats.
I mean, I think that a lot of people who support President Trump, myself included, will believe that he got rolled by his own state.
Yeah,
and that's why 2020 was a disaster.
We need somebody in there who will not get rolled by their bureaucrats.
RFK Jr. is a Democrat plant, a radical left liberal who's been put in place in order to help crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of the United States, get reelected. A lot of people think that Jr. is a conservative. He's not. He's more liberal than anybody running on the Democrat side. A vote for Jr. would essentially be a wasted protest vote that could swing either way, but would only swing against the Democrats if Republicans knew the true story about him. Jr. is totally anti-gun, an extreme environmentalist who makes the Green New scammers look very conservative by comparison. A big-time taxer, he wants to tax you. An open border advocate. He wants those borders to be wide open for more people to come in from prisons and mental institutions, and he's anti-military and he's anti-vet. He's an extreme liberal. He's radical left, and radicalized also are his family. They'll never allow him to be a Republican. They've said that we will not let him be a Republican. And his chief funder is the VP candidate that nobody ever heard of, except her ex-husband, who's been stripped of a big chunk of his cash. And he knows exactly what she's all about. She's even more liberal than RFK Jr. She puts herself down as a businesswoman or maybe a doctor, and actually she probably is, because she did a hell of a big number on the husband. That's her business. I guess you could say that she's right, however, because what she's done is given a lot of money to the Democrat causes and the ultra-liberal causes. She's going to be a big hindrance, because when people saw that she was selected, they realized that Junior was indeed a radical left. She's more liberal than Junior by far, not a serious person, and only a pot of cash to help her get her no chance candidate on the ballot is what got her there in the first place. I lived with RFK Jr. in New York and watched him convince Governor Cuomo to make environmental moves that were outright nasty and really bad for the state. We have the highest energy costs anywhere in the country, and that's because of RFK Jr. He was a disaster. Upstate New York was not allowed to drill or frack, as Ohio, Pennsylvania, and others ripped off New York energy. Because of this, prices have skyrocketed all over that part of the country, and frankly, it's affected New England, it's affected everybody. But all of this was the policy of RFK Jr. He doesn't want any drilling whatsoever. He doesn't want anything. He wants everything to come to a halt, and you'd find that out. But the fact is, he is a radical left person. So Republicans, get it out of your mind that you're going to vote for this guy because he's conservative. He's not. And by the way, he said the other night that vaccines are fine. He said it on a show, a television show, that vaccines are fine. He's all for them. And that's what he said. And for those of you that want to vote because you think he's an anti-vaxxer, he's not really an anti-vaxxer. That's only his political moment. He said it the other night. He's okay with the vaccine. Their energy costs are the highest in the United States, in New York State and New England, because of this guy, with the exception of California and Gavin Newsom, who's the worst governor in the state's history and one of the worst governors in the history of our country. I'd even take Biden over Junior, because our country would last about a year or two longer than it would with Junior. It would collapse almost immediately, and his family, a radical left, a crazy left, a bunch of lunatics, would take over, and our country will die very quickly. So RFK's views on vaccines are fake, as is everything else about his candidacy. He is not a Republican, so don't think you're going to vote for him and feel good. He's a radical left Democrat. Let the Democrats have RFK Jr. They deserve him.
You're calling for a debate with President Trump. You have an open letter to him. I'll let you explain it.
Yeah, we're both, Eric, thanks for having me, first of all. We're both speaking at the Libertarian Convention in Washington, D.C. on May 24th and 25th. I've invited President Trump to debate. He's repeatedly said that he is willing to debate anytime, any place. He said that he specifically would debate me as long as my poll numbers are up. My numbers now in the latest Quinnipiac poll and CNN poll exceed the 15% threshold. We also have just done the biggest poll of the campaign. Typical polls, Eric, are around 22,000 people, 1,200 to 2,000 people. Our poll was 26,000 people. It costs almost $200,000 of the value of this poll. Other people would charge $500,000 for it. It is so large that it has virtually a zero margin of error. And that poll shows, we did head-to-head races, and that poll shows that in a head-to-head race, I beat President Trump narrowly, and that I beat President Biden in a landslide. That the poll also shows that whether I'm in the race or I'm out of the race, President Biden cannot win the race. And in fact, President Trump wins 2 extra states
if Maryland or Virginia and Maine, if I drop out of the race. But the poll shows me that the first time in history in head-to-head races, a third-party candidate beating the candidates of both political parties. And that's unprecedented.
Here you are. And you put this open letter out. Have you heard back from the Trump campaign?
We have not heard from him yet, but we hope to hear from him, and I hope to see him at the Libertarian Convention. The other news that we have is we got on the ballot in the state of Delaware. So we now have sufficient signatures for 11 states. We're getting 2 or 3 states a week, and we'll continue doing that until we have all 50. We will be on all 50 by July. And something that, again, has never been done with this many, a million signatures. We're going to get almost 2 million. We're going to get about double what we need to give us a big cushion, because the DNC and the RNC are both trying to throw us off the ballot because they don't want to have this contest. And then, the last piece of news is that we put out 2 days ago, we put the Super PAC, Kennedy, the American Values Super PAC, put out a 30-minute video called Who is Bobby Kennedy? It's narrated by Woody Harrelson. It's a very, very powerful video, and it already has 100 million views. Both Facebook and Instagram have been actively censoring the video. They've been removing it from people's platforms, and now they continue. Now we've called their attention and threatened litigation. They've allowed people to actually post it, but they are shadow banning it and slow walking it. So we're looking at our litigation options right now, but over 100 million people have now seen that video.
So I want to get to that in a second. It's a great video, by the way. I've watched it in full. Back to the debate, and we'll get the other. You sure you want to debate Donald Trump? I mean, there are stages littered with political careers everywhere in the aftermath of people wanting to debate Donald Trump. The guy's a master debater without a question. You up for that? You ready for that?
Yeah, I am, and I agree with you. I think President Trump is arguably, well, he's certainly the best debater in modern political history. I would say since my uncle. My uncle was also a very good debater, and who knows, what would have happened if my uncle had come across Donald Trump. I can't imagine it, but you could argue that he's the best debater since the Lincoln-Douglas debate. He's gone through, as you know, in 2016, he went through 16 opponents and, left them all in mayhem.
Is a strategic question for you. So let's say, small circle, President Trump is sitting there saying, eventually we're going to have to go through RFK. And we have to figure that out because it's going to be challenging. The last RFK was an RP, right? And you know who RP was? Yeah. Ross Perot, right? And he had 19.5%, 21%, whatever the number was. And in George Bush Sr.'s documentary that was done, it's a great documentary, you got to watch it. The last 2 minutes of the documentary, the guy interviewing him asks a question about Ross Perot. It's the only thing he didn't want to answer. He got upset and walked away. I don't know if you've ever seen it. Highly recommend you watch it. Yeah. I think it's actually a very good documentary for you to watch to see exactly what happened with them, because I think that time's going to come as well. Let's say if you are chosen as a VP or whatever the role may be, let's say you are the VP. Do you think you could help, since you and RFK have a relationship together, to have RFK potentially, not necessarily, the better word would be to team up, because a lot of the values on what he likes, the left cannot stand him. Even the other day, a story came out, I think last week, talking about the Kennedy family is all behind Biden, kind of trying to undermine him. The fact that if your own family cannot support you, why would you support an RFK? They're dividing one of the most powerful Democratic last names, possibly the most powerful Democratic last name we've had the last 80 years, right? 100 years that with Joseph and what he did. What role would you play if you were on the inside to be able to communicate with RFK?
You know, I think that as this election season moves on, and you know, I'm not going to violate any privacy of the conversations that RFK and I have already had about what's going on in the country and how we share many of the same concerns about the direction our country is headed in. If it gets to that point where it appears that RFK's candidacy would help return Joe Biden to the White House, my hope would be that he would recognize that and shift course to make sure that that doesn't happen.
And you think you have enough of a relationship or influence for him to consider that?
We are good friends, but as you know, he is his own person.
Right.
So just like every one of us, you know, I have made a choice in my heart about what is at stake in this election. And as you'll see in the book, For Love of Country, this is what's motivating me. I'm going to be on the road for the rest of the year until the election is done. I'm not getting back to, I was home a few weeks ago and my mom asked when I was coming back. And I said, not until November 6th, because if I can have any impact and influence in sounding the alarm bells to those undecideds, to those disenfranchised Democrats, to those independents who may feel in their heart that things aren't right, but don't have, you know, the intellectual ammunition or the facts or the resources or those shared experiences to help make that decision for them. I'm going to put everything that I have into this election because our country is at stake. And I hope and encourage everyone everywhere to do the same.
So, Rob, can you do me a favor and pull up the VP? Because I know it's a tough question for me to ask, and it's unfair for you to answer it because there's conversations that's been had privately, and you don't want to compromise that because later on it's going to come back. So I respect that.
I just respect relationships
totally get it.
and friendships.
I value that. For everyone out there that's watching, Tulsi is officially on Minect. Rob, if you can show her Minect, the first 50 people that Minect with Tulsi, we will send you a copy of the book as well signed. We bought copies to get it out there because we are so confident in her message being out there. We feel more people need to hear from her. So the first 50 that Minect with Tulsi, ask her whatever questions you got. And those 50 names we're going to send you a copy. Just make sure you're in America. If you're anywhere else outside of America, we're not shipping to you. If you're not in America, don't do the Minect. Only in America will ship the copy to your first 50 states. Thank you for that.
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click right here.
You know, many of the issues on which you disagree with President Biden have a lot of crossover with President Trump, who obviously is running on the other side of the aisle. So, you know, you're in a strange position where Democrats are suggesting that you're a President Trump plant in order to take votes away from Biden. Some members of the Trump camp are claiming that you're a Biden plant in order to take away votes from President Trump. Why not support President Trump as an alternative to President Biden?
Yeah, I see. I don't see it that way. I think that President Biden and President Trump are much more like each other than most people, and Democrats and Republicans like to acknowledge. And let me say this, because that's going to be a controversial statement. I want to qualify it. I think President Trump and President Biden are very different in their temperaments, and extremely different. They're different in their professed ideologies. They're different in their personalities and their rhetoric. But the issues that they differ on are in a very, very narrow band. They're mainly culture war issues. They're abortion, it's guns, the border, woke ideology, those kind of transgender stuff. Some of them very, very important issues. The border is the only one that I would say is even vaguely existential. But the big issues that America that are existential to our country, that really threaten all of us, that are most concerned to all of us, neither of them has even taken positions on the debt, for example. They're both equally bad on the debt. The debt is the most important issue. It's $34 trillion. The service on that debt is now larger than our defense budget. And our defense budget is larger than the next 10 defense budgets for the next 10 countries in the world all put together. So that is, and President Trump and President Biden are largely responsible individually for that debt. President Trump ran up the biggest debt in history. He put $8 trillion on that number. And that is more than all the presidents in 283 years of history before him. And President Biden put almost that much on it. Within 5 years, 50 cents out of every dollar that is collected in taxes is going to go to servicing the debt. Within 10 years, and particularly if interest rates rise, within 10 years, 100% of every dollar collected in taxes will go to servicing the debt. This is really an existential crisis for our country, and you don't hear President Biden or President Trump ever talk about it.
You do seem at times to be warm towards President Trump, and he is clearly warm towards you. And
I would definitely disagree with that. He just called me a radical effing liberal.
But he also said you're a common sense guy, and you guys in public have exchanged warm words. I think that's fair. And you said you're proud that he likes you.
I've said good things about President Biden, too.
And Biden's fine.
And my friend.
But here's where I'm going with the Trump thing. You endorsed his opponent in 2016, correct?
Hillary.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. What since 2016, in his first term, and then him refusing to leave office peacefully, and January 6th, and everything since then has made you warmer towards him? I mean, you went from supporting Hillary Clinton against him in 2016 to now, however you want to describe it, the way you talk about him now. Can you explain that for us?
Well, I can explain to you that I'm running against him. So obviously I don't want him to be president of the United States, and I don't think he did a good job. And if you go look at my speeches, my statements, I am not mean-spirited.
Sure, okay.
I don't try to feed into the vitriol and the anger and the polarization. I try to respect people. One, because of the office they held, the presidency of the United States. I always call President Trump, President Trump. I call President Biden, President Biden. I treat them civilly, but I criticize their policies. And I think President Trump's and President Biden's administrations have been catastrophic for this country. They've run up a $34 trillion debt.
Would you say roughly equally catastrophic?
I would say they're both been catastrophic.
But similar?
In their own way.
But similar?
In their own way.
Because here's why people...
Well, you're trying to get me to quantify it so that you can win a debating point, and I'm not going to do that.
It's not a debating point. Hold on. It's not a debating point. There's a big choice coming down, and you are now inserting yourself, as you have the legal right to do, as a candidate for office.
Exactly.
But you're someone who, again, in all fairness, was giving these speeches against Nader for this kind of thing, was supporting Clinton against Trump, saying this is the danger of Trump. And now people hear you, and this is a chance to talk about it, but people hear you as very similarly to Nader saying it's a pox on both houses, lesser of two evils, what others call false equivalency. I want to play for you some of what Donald Trump, wait, and then I'll let you respond, but I made this for you. This is some of what Donald Trump stands for and why people hear you, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., talk about false equivalence.
This is all debating tricks. You're lighting.
There's not a trick at all.
You're lighting fires faster than I can put them out. Every single thing you say,
it's not okay. So take a listen to this, and you'll get the floor. Look at why people say, "How can you say Biden and Trump are similarly catastrophic or both catastrophic?" "Quote unquote." Take a look.
They were both catastrophic.
Both catastrophic. "Quote unquote."
Different ways.
Knock the crap out of them, would you? Seriously. I will pay for the legal fees. I promise. Very fine people on both sides.
These aren't people. These are animals.
Proud boys, stand back and stand by the radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country. I said I want to be a dictator for one day. It's nice to have a strong man running your country.
People are concerned not that this is Nader 2.0, but that you are using the platform and the following you have to suggest that they're both catastrophic and they're similar, and that you, they say, are ignoring not only the policy difference, but the actual possible democracy and autocratic threat of Donald Trump if he wins again? Perhaps thanks to you, your response.
Yeah, I never said that. So, like I said, I think both of them did bad things to our country. I think both of them contributed. President Trump, more than any president in history, built $8 trillion after coming in and promising the country that he was going to run the government like a business. He shut down every business, 3.3 million businesses with no due process, no just compensation. That's a violation of the Constitution. He ran up an $8 trillion debt. More money he spent. And every president between George Washington and George W. Bush, 283 years, President Biden is racing to catch up with him. He's added $1 trillion in the last 100 days. We're now spending more for our national debt, our $34 trillion debt, and we are on our defense budget. Just to service that debt, within 5 years, 50 cents out of every dollar that we collect in taxes is going to go to servicing the debt. Within 10 years, 100%. It's not sustainable. They're both catastrophic. Neither of them can solve that problem. Let me tell you something else they can't do. Neither of them can end the vitriol that you are trying to pump up right now. I understand.
What have I said that's vitriolic?
What
have I said that's
you're
vitriolic?
saying to me that I need to take a side and say one person.
No, I'm asking you about, you're running for president,
Yeah.
a big job, and I'm asking you about what people say out there.
You told me I would have the floor. You told me.
Yes, I did.
After you get
but you
your
just said,
long
you just
speech.
suggested that I am perpetrating vitriol. And I asked you to substantiate that. What have I said today that is vitriolic?
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I said when I announced a year ago is that we are facing a time in our history, Ari, that is more, and I think you'll agree with this, you are a student of history, that is more vitriolic, more polarized, more poisonous than at any time since the American Civil War. And it's all being amplified by the social media algorithms. And it's hard to see a way out of that if somebody doesn't come along and say, I'm not going to participate in that. And even if people act crazy on both sides, I'm not going to be part of that craziness. I'm going to try to talk about the issues that people care about. In fact, the fact that 57% of Americans can't put their hands on $1,000 if they have an emergency in their family. That cohort, if the engine light comes on in their car, it's the apocalypse. There's more than half of our countrymen. And these two presidents have created that situation. More than 50% of the people in this country are making $5,000 less than the cost of basic human needs.
Well,
and we're embroiled in forever wars.
So when you
neither
mentioned
of these guys can get us out of. I think President Trump is arguably, well, he's certainly the best debater in modern political history. I would say since my uncle. My uncle was also a very good debater, and who knows, what would have happened if my uncle had come across Donald Trump. I can't imagine it, but you could argue that he's the best debater since the Lincoln-Douglas debate. He's gone through, as you know, in 2016, he went through 16 opponents and, left them all in mayhem.
There are now 2 debates between you and President Biden, but if RFK Jr. qualifies to be on that stage, will you still participate?
Well, I have no problem with him. I think he's really not doing well in the polls at all. His numbers have gone down a lot lately, but I would have no problem if he got whatever the threshold is. But he's very low, and he seems to be heading in the other direction, in the wrong direction. I would have no problem with it, though. If he qualified, I would have no problem.
You're calling for a debate with President Trump. You have an open letter to him. I'll let you explain it.
We're both speaking at the Libertarian Convention in Washington, D.C. on May 24th and 25th. I've invited President Trump to debate. He's repeatedly said that he is willing to debate anytime, any place. He said that he specifically would debate me as long as my poll numbers are up.
You sure you want to debate Donald Trump? I mean, there are stages littered with political careers everywhere in the aftermath of people wanting to debate Donald Trump. The guy's a master debater without a question. You up for that? You ready for that?
I don't underestimate President Trump, but I think I'm uniquely able to confront him on issues that nobody has confronted him on. He has now been 4 years in the presidency. And I want to talk to him about his record. I want to talk to him about why he locked down 3.3 million businesses, shifted $4 trillion in wealth from the American workers and the middle class to this new oligarchy
I would love to
of
see that debate.
billionaires.
I would love to see this debate.
This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent.
Mr. President, can you tell us, sir, Donald Trump refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir?
Presidential candidate RFK Jr. joins me now. What do you think happened down there in Lower Manhattan today?
I think, Jesse, that it is going to backfire. This conviction is going to backfire on the Democrats. I think every time that President Trump has been indicted, that his approval ratings actually increase, his popularity increases. I think there's a large number of Americans who are going to see this as the politicization of and the weaponization of the enforcement agencies. And I think it's going to hurt. It's bad for our democracy. I think the Democrats feel like they have the DNC feels like it has a candidate that cannot win fair and square in the polls. And so they have to win in the courts. They have to win by clearing the deck and getting their other opponents out of the race. I'm not a fan of President Trump's, but I want to win. I want to beat him in a campaign on a level playing field. I want to talk about his issues, about locking down the economy, shutting down 3.3 million businesses, about running up a $34 trillion debt, about engaging us in forever wars and doing favors for Wall Street. I don't want to beat him in a courtroom. I think it's not good for our country. And I think it's really going to backfire on the Democrats.
Well, I think maybe you have a little bit more honor than the sitting president, that's for sure. Your uncle was the head of the DOJ and then eventually was ensnared in similar vicious, elite, and very dangerous circles, your father and your uncle. Do you see any similarities with what is going on now today?
Well, my father was the attorney general. His first week in office, he called up in 1961, he called in all the division heads and the bureau chiefs of the Department of Justice. And he said, rule number one, politics is out the window. We never prosecute based upon politics. We never ask whether somebody's Democrat or Republican. The reason he did that was because he understood how important it is for our country, the American people, to have faith that the judicial system is neutral, that all of us need to respect it. If we start believing that it's politicized, it's terrible for our country. And that's one of the reasons prosecutors, even when there's a case against a former president, like there was with President Nixon and many, many others, that they usually err on the side of caution, of not bringing it, because we risk making ourselves look like a third world country, like a banana republic, where nobody really actually runs the election. If there's somebody who's going to run against you, you get rid of them one way or another. And and this was part of our history in England when the king was running it, he'd choose his prime minister and his parliament members, and people who ran against them, he would lock them up. So this was a sensitivity that we had from the beginning, that we need to be very, very careful about separation of powers.
Well, RFK Jr., you know why that they're getting away with it is because the media lets them. If we had a fair press in the United States, they wouldn't even be tempted to pull these stunts. They wouldn't be trying to incarcerate their rivals and indict people for threatening their power. It's the media that's letting them get away with it because they're just not held accountable in the court of public opinion.
Yeah, I agree with that, Jesse. I think there's tribalism in the media, and a lot of them have forgotten what journalism is. A lot of them have forgotten about what integrity is. And we see this across the board. But what I would say to people is, in the Democratic Party is, even if you won this way, what is it going to do to our country? If half the people in this country have the anger and the rage and feel like that they're the person, they're their champion, that the candidate that they wanted to vote for has been taken off the table. When I was growing up, the Democratic Party was the party of getting everybody to vote, of making sure nobody got disenfranchised. The modern Democratic Party is just trying to get rid of as many possibilities for voters as possible, and it's not a good thing for our country.
It's changed. The party's changed, the country's changing, and it's happening in a wild, wild fashion. RFK Jr., thank you so much.
For more than 150 years, the NRA has been defined by men and women like all of you, loyal, hardworking citizens who believe in defending your families and your communities and our country. RFK Jr., I call him Junior. By the way, he's radical left. Don't think about it. Don't waste your vote. We need a conservative person with common sense. This guy is radical left who destroyed New York. They're taking down all of the energy components. We have the highest, and all of New England, actually. He's a disaster. He's radical left. RFK Jr. is radical left. Reminds me of this fly that's driving me crazy up here. This fly is brutal. I don't like flies. But RFK Jr. calls you a terrorist group. You know, he calls you a terrorist group. Can't vote for him. You can't, you know. Somebody said, well, they like his policy on vaccine. The other day he said, no, he'll go for the vaccine. He's got no policy on anything. He's radical left. He always has been. His family is angry at him because he's doing this. They won't talk to him because they said, where the hell did this come from? And for some reason, he's getting probably a little bit more. Biden hurting Biden a little bit more. But we can't waste any votes. We have to make sure we win. And I'm meeting, I don't know if you read, but I'm meeting next week, very soon, with the Libertarians, because largely they have so much of what we have. You know, they're also people of common sense, generally speaking. They have a couple of things that are a little different, but we have to join with them because they get that 3% every year, no matter who's running. And we have to get that 3% because we can't take a chance on Joe Biden winning. He's the worst president in the history of our country by far. We can't have. But RFK Jr. says bad things. He calls you a terrorist group, and I call you the backbone of America. That's a big difference, wouldn't you say?
I'm not going to take anybody's guns away. My father was killed by guns. My uncle was killed by guns. I understand I understand how generationally, that gun violence can harm societies or communities. I also understand there's more in this country and it's intolerable. School shootings are unacceptable. Mass shootings are unacceptable. We're having them every 21 hours, and that is unacceptable. Is it because of the proliferation of guns? The evidence indicates otherwise. And let me explain this. The proportion of guns per home in this country has not increased. I think it's increased by a little less than 1% since 1970. And yet the mass shootings have proliferated beyond, started since then, and now, you know, they're everywhere. There are other countries that have comparable numbers of guns. Switzerland, for example, the last mass shooting in Switzerland was 21 years ago. We're having mass shootings every 21 hours. Why is that? It can't be just because of the guns. It has to be something else. I've made a suggestion that we begin studying the other possible covariables. And this is what NIH should be doing. NIH should be studying, are video games contributing to that? There's social media, are the isolation, the alienation that people, could it have something to do with the proliferation of psychiatric drugs, particularly SSRIs?
But your position is that you have a view of the facts, or you believe empirically that limiting gun access wouldn't solve the problem, and therefore you don't want to limit gun access. I guess even before we go into all the comparative studies, what is the great concern? Is it a legal or constitutional concern? I mean, what is the great harm of trying to limit some of the gun access?
Well, right now we're in a part of history, as I said, where we're more polarized than ever. I grew up in Virginia. I spent 2 years living in rural Alabama, another year living in rural South Dakota, and I understand that there are large communities in this country and cultures in this country that feel a cultural attachment to their guns. They see that it's part of the Constitution.
So for you, it's partly how people feel about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I should mention many countries that have tighter gun access have far lower fatalities, have almost no mass shootings. And the United States has 4 times Switzerland per capita.
Okay,
we have more guns, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, Harry. If we talk sort of non-politically here, something happened that around the time of Columbine, where these mass shootings started happening. There's never been a time when I was a kid, we had gun clubs in our schools. People brought their guns. Kids brought 22 rifles to school. They weren't walking into classrooms and shooting people. Something changed. There has never been a time in human history where people walked into crowds of strangers and started killing them. Oh, you can't blame it completely on guns because the gun, at the time the mass shootings increased, there was no coterminous increase in gun ownership. It has to be something else beside that. Clearly, the enormous number of guns we have in this country contributes to gun violence. But if we cut the guns, would it end the gun violence? First of all, I don't think, particularly with the very expansionist interpretation of the Second Amendment that the Supreme Court has given, there's very little room.
That's certainly the legal reality.
We do it on the margins, and that's not going to change anything. But what it will do is it will increase the insecurity, the anger, the distrust, the suspicion of those people who feel very strongly about that issue. Yeah. And so for me, it does not seem like I've made the commitment. I'm not going to take people's guns.
I'm skeptical of the Democratic Party. I'm skeptical of the historical establishment wing of the Republican Party. I know you all heard from RFK Jr. earlier today. And I'm just going to be calling it out like I see it across the board, 360 degrees here. I respect his commitment to medical freedom, something that many of you in this room share as well. I will first acknowledge that. Got to respect somebody who stands for actual medical freedom. But RFK Jr. is in no sense a libertarian in any meaningful sense of the word. I mean, the fact is, you cannot say you support free speech in this country if you also have, even in the past, advocating for imprisoning those who have spread climate disinformation. The Second Amendment is not a recommendation, it is a right. And I'm going to say this, call it like it is. I'm proud to be not only the only Republican candidate who came to PorcFest this year, but also to be the only presidential candidate of any party that did not require people to disabuse themselves of their Second Amendment rights in order to enter those grounds either. And I don't think that you're a libertarian if you behave like the other side. I'm glad he's skeptical of the government narrative on vaccines, but he's completely imbibing the government narrative on climate change. I'm glad that he supports actual medical independence, but the fact of the matter is somebody cannot oppose nuclear energy in this country and support an expansion of the regulatory state on grounds of environmentalism or consumer protection and in any way pose as a libertarian. It's just a fact of the matter. So I don't really bend the knee to one particular political party or another. Democrat Party, Republican Party. I respect some elements of what everybody has to say in respecting freedom, but RFK is in no sense a libertarian either.
Well, let me ask you, there's another block that's there that's on all 50 state ballots, so that's the Libertarian Party. Now, they recently had a chance to hear from Donald Trump. You might have heard that one. That one got pretty nasty. I want you to respond to this.
If you want to win, if you want to lose, don't do that. Keep getting your 3% every 4 years. Now I think you should nominate me or at least vote for me, and we should win together.
All right. It was a pretty nasty reception. I don't know how they react to you. I know there are many who are saying well, it's an easy way for you to get in all 50 states, but you're not exactly the classic definition of a libertarian. So what do you do?
Well, I spoke to libertarians the night before, and I got a standing ovation from them. You know, the libertarians, I'm very aligned with libertarians on several issues, on the war issues, anti-war, on the constitutional issues, on personal freedoms, those areas, and on free market capitalism. So on those areas, I'm aligned with libertarians. There's other issues like the abolition of Social Security and Medicare, in which, you know, I differ from them.
Apparently, it was the Social Security thing that knocked you off their list. But Donald Trump does have a point to say, unless they, you know, put their arms around somebody, they are going to get 2 or 3% every 4 years. So what good is that? What do you think of that?
Well, I you know, that's up to the libertarians. I mean, you know, I'm polling now pretty consistently in the real polls where they ask the polling question the way it's going to end up on the ballot. I'm polling at 15% or above. We're very happy where we are right now. I have 5 months and 4 days to persuade Americans that they should be voting out of hope and inspiration rather than out of fear. My favorability rating is better than either President Biden or President Trump. I'm beating them consistently in young people in this country, and I'm beating them among independent voters who are today the biggest voting cohort today. You know, for the first time in history, independent, self-identified independents outnumber both Democrats and Republicans. 43% identify as independents, only 27% Democrats, 27% Republicans. So in that cohort, I dominate. And, you know, our challenge is getting to the baby boomers. And, you know, at this point, the television networks won't let me on except for Fox. But the major networks will not let me on to do a live interview like you're doing right now. And I think that is the big obstacle to us. And if we can break down that barrier, we're pretty confident that we'll do well with the baby boomers as well.
Former Trump policy aide Steve Miller, also Trump campaign surrogate, dear friend. Steve, look, this is not personal. I mean, I know Robert Kennedy Jr., and he's a very gracious person, not personal. But on the issues, I want to begin with this. He has a long history of being a real climate extremist, it seems to me. And I think that's a big problem. And I think under the Biden administration, I don't know whether there's much difference between the two. We've seen how this has damaged the economy, oil prices, gasoline prices, business expenses. What do you make of all that?
Well, you're right. RFK Jr. is a climate extremist, has been for many years. His climate extremism is well documented and well known. He would shut down all fossil fuels. He would abolish drilling, and he would put significant taxes on carbon emissions that would crush the economy. I think what's significant, Larry, and what you're really talking about today is this. He is indeed a serious candidate. He's a serious candidate of the left. The American voters will go to the polls, and they'll be able to choose from two liberal Democrat politicians, RFK and Biden. Some Democrat voters might like RFK's climate extremism and vote for him. And so you have two extremely liberal candidates in Biden and RFK running. By the way, it's not just climate extremism. RFK has been very extreme on the Second Amendment in favor of gun confiscation. He's been very extreme in favor of socialist economic and tax and regulatory policies. He's been very extreme, even recently, saying that he favors abortion up through the end of pregnancy in all 50 states. So again, a very, very far left position there. So on issue after issue, he staked out territory that puts him to the leftmost portion of the American electorate.
You know, I'm reading from Karl Rove's column on this. Karl's pretty tough on him. Again, this is not personal. He's a very gracious man. But Karl says Kennedy has a lot of other, quote unquote, moonbat ideas. Agribusiness is waging war on our health through the food pyramid. The 2004 election was stolen. The 2004 election was stolen. Wi-Fi and 5G caused cancer. Sirhan didn't kill RFK Sr. He also talks about reparations for Black descendants or cities. He doesn't mention any specific names. So again, these are pretty far out stuff. These are pretty far left. Actually, they're just fringe kinds of issues. Those don't really seem serious to me.
Well, another one that was not included on that list is his very, very strong sympathy for the Palestinians that support Hamas. So that's another issue where he fits in very well with the left flank of the Democrat Party. I think there's a lot of, for example, Arab voters in Michigan who don't like Biden and who will be voting for RFK. I think there's a lot of college students in places like New Hampshire who are very anti-Israel, who will be very comfortable voting for RFK. So there's a large portion of Biden's coalition that will actually be much more comfortable, whether it be on climate issues or foreign policy issues, voting for RFK. So this is squarely a problem as and more people become familiar with his record. And so a lot of it was in Mr. Rowe's column, a lot of what we've discussed today. I think it's going to be a real scare for Democrats in November.
Yeah, I mean, the issue of reparations, I've never understood how you get there. It was hundreds of years ago. Times have changed. We don't live in Jim Crow anymore. Joe Biden makes the same
reparations
case.
is unpopular across the board.
I know.
As a policy matter.
You get Gavin Newsom in California talking about reparations. You're talking about hundreds of billions, maybe over trillions of dollars that nobody has. Doesn't make any sense to me. And again, he's a very nice fella. He's a very gracious man. I've known him for a long time. We had dinner together with a bunch of people maybe a month or two ago. But politically, you're right. He is a man of the left.
Fundamentally, he's a liberal, socialist, Democrat, and more people are becoming familiar with his record.
Thank you, Steve Miller. Appreciate it, buddy. See you soon.
Thank you.
All right, folks.
And I want to go to a report by the Wall Street Journal. They reported yesterday that Trump and Elon are in regular communication. There were rumors today that Elon's advising Trump on crypto, which Elon refuted. And Trump has floated the prospect of giving Elon some sort of advisory role at the White House. What do you make of this? And would you consider Elon for a similar role?
I already get advice from Elon. So, I value his advice. I think he has a unique perspective. I have an enormous admiration for him. He's been the leader in our country for standing up for free speech. He told me one time, he said that, he said, I'm from South Africa. I was born in South Africa, but this is my country. He said, I don't own any property out of this country. He said, all my properties, all my factories are here in the United States. And I've made a commitment to this country. And he talked about the reason for that was because of our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, and our free speech. He stood up for free speech despite it costing him tens of billions of dollars. Nobody else has made that kind of sacrifice since the American Revolution for free speech. And so, I have, Elon's got issues like everybody else. But, at his core, I see somebody who's really heroic. Do I worry that he's advising President Trump from, my own personal political point of view? No, I don't. I think it's a good thing. I think the more people who are committed to freedom and values that President Trump takes advice from, or President Biden, if he was advising President Biden, I'd applaud that too.
Trump has left the building.
We can now project the winner of the presidential race. Donald Trump wins the presidency. What started off as unlikely, impossible, is now reality.
I will fight for you with every breath in my body, and I will never, ever let you down.
We have a president who actually fulfilled the promises he made during the campaign, securing the border to foreign policy.
He now has a record as president that's pretty damn impressive.
Breaking news. news out of Palm Beach,
The FBI has executed an unprecedented search warrant at President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. The former president has both sides of the political aisle up
is
in
a
arms.
dangerous and unstable moment in American history.
The Justice Department has just indicted former President Donald Trump.
For 7 years, they hated him, they targeted him, they hunted him.
This is the epitome of the abuse of the prosecutorial power to preempt political decisions.
I never thought anything like this could happen in America. The only crime that I have committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving. On November 5th, 2024, justice will be done. We will take back our country, and we will make America great again. America will always rise to every challenge and overcome every danger.
Donald Trump seems to always get stronger when challenged. These types of things, I think, give him strength.
When I'm reelected, I will totally obliterate the deep state.
As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail.
Donald Trump has said more about you. He's zinged you a few times. You don't tend to zing back, and I just wonder why.
I said when I announced my candidacy a year ago that I'm not going to feed into the vitriol and the anger. We have this toxic polarization in our country that to me is more toxic than at any time since the American Civil War. And I think we have to figure out what I said. I'm going to try to identify the values that Americans hold in common rather than focus on mainly these culture war issues that keep us all apart, that are orchestrated to make us hate each other. And I think somebody has to try to bridge the gap between Americans. And that's what I've been trying to do with my campaign. So, I criticize President Trump for his policies, for running up the debt, for getting us in wars, for shutting the country down during COVID, for being friendly to all these big corporations and billionaires. And I don't go after him on personal issues. I try not to talk about his court cases, and I do the same thing with President Biden.
No.
Let's talk about issues. Let's talk about them in a respectful, congenial way, and then let people decide on that basis rather than trying to make us all hate each other. I believe 2024 is going to go down in history as the year an independent candidate wins the presidency. Let me tell you why I think that, because you definitely won't hear about it from the mainstream media. Zogby Strategies recently conducted the most comprehensive and accurate poll of this election, surveying over 26,000 people. That's about 10 times what the typical poll surveys, and it has a margin of error of almost zero. They asked some questions that no one has asked so far. Zogby asked who people would choose in a head-to-head matchup, not just between President Biden and President Trump, but with Kennedy versus Biden and Kennedy versus Trump. Results were shocking to the mainstream media, which is probably why you haven't heard of them. When I go head-to-head with President Biden, I win in a landslide, 367 electoral votes to a mere 171. When I go head-to-head with President Trump, I still win, but in a nail-biter, 270 to 268. And when they face off against each other, President Trump wins by a comfortable margin of 50, whether I'm in the race or not. Frankly, the biggest obstacle to my victory is that people think I can't win. This poll shows that I can, and that's why it's so important to spread the word about these results. They shouldn't be surprising, really. Independents now outnumber Democrats and Republicans by a margin of almost 2-1, and my favorability rating is higher than either of the other candidates. That's why I'm asking for your help today to turn my winning chances into a winning reality. Please give whatever you can to my campaign. Help me take our country back from the corrupt two-party system that has turned our country into ruin. The election is only months away. Please give me your support now. Thank you, and God bless you.
Hey everybody, my name is Jonathan Hiller and I'm the Director of Content at Team Kennedy, and today we're going to be talking about something that might just be the worst example of voter suppression in our democracy today. And you may not have heard of it. It's extreme restrictions to ballot access. In George Washington's farewell address, America's first and only independent president warned that the rise of political parties would eventually subvert the power of the people. And unfortunately, today, the extreme ballot access laws in our country prove the enduring truth of Washington's words. But let's back up a little bit. So typically, when you go into a voting booth, you see two options, a Democrat and a Republican. But every now and then, you'll see another option. It might be the Green Party or the Libertarian Party or an independent.
Live or die, survive or perish. From this day on, I am with my country.
Bobby is running for president to break the two-party system for good and unify the country. And to do that, he needs to get in the ballot as an independent. And to do that, he needs to get signatures. A lot of them. In fact, we need to gather over 1.5 million signatures throughout the country to make sure that he's on the ballot in every state and the District of Columbia. The amount of signatures that Trump and Biden need is 0. But we're totally fine with that because Team Kennedy has now gathered enough signatures to qualify Bobby for over 200 electoral votes. Recently, Bobby and Nicole turned in over 245,000 signatures to gain ballot access in Texas, which accounts for 40 electoral votes. Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s move to independence has been the most successful in over 30 years. But for shits and giggles, let's observe just how ridiculous this is.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
The weight of the ballot access form needs to be just right in Massachusetts. The petition sheet in Michigan has margins that are so narrow that you have to have them professionally printed. Some states like double-sided, some states like single. And be sure you use the correct color ink and paper, because that's all different too. And in states like Washington, you need to post legal ads at least 10 days before you start petitioning. Also, the range of signatures that you need from state to state are kind of crazy. I mean, it goes from 275 in some states to 219,000 in others. So when it comes down to it, ballot access is all about power. It's the major way that the duopoly tries to make sure that you only have two choices in November. But despite the establishment's efforts to keep Bobby off the ballot, we have hundreds of thousands of volunteers out there gathering signatures all over the country for Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will be on the 2024 presidential ballot.
He has met ballot qualifications in yet another state. Here in Michigan, in Iowa,
In North Carolina,
in Arizona and Georgia,
Texas,
California, New York,
Utah,
in Nebraska.
Over 40% of registered voters have now also declared their independence from the two-party system. And thanks to our incredible volunteers and staff, Bobby will be an independent choice for every registered voter in this country in 2024.
I know you filed this complaint with the Federal Elections Commission. What do you think is behind this decision? Do you think it's driven by the Biden camp, the Trump camp, both camps, CNN? What?
The rules are that the networks can sponsor debates, but they cannot pre-select. They have to use pre-selected criteria in order to decide who gets to participate in those debates, and it has to be objective, neutral criteria. And what happened, according to the people who participated in that conversation, as reported by the Washington Post, is that the Biden administration said to CNN, you need to select rules that will keep Robert Kennedy off the stage, or we're not going to participate. If you have criteria that you design to garner two candidates, then that's an illegal, and to exclude everybody else. And that is an illegal campaign contribution to those candidates. And so we've written a complaint to FEC asking them to enforce the rules. We talked with CNN, and CNN was very cagey about exactly what happened in that conversation. We asked them, did you pre-select? Did you select it in response? Did you select your criteria in response to what the Biden administration asked you to do? And they said, we can't answer that question because it's privilege. Well, there is no privilege that applies to that conversation. So they were being dishonest about that.
Do you think that there's one candidate that's more against you being there, obviously because they think you're going to hurt their chances more?
Both candidates want to be off the stage, but since the announcement, President Trump has come out publicly and said that he would welcome me on the stage, as long as I meet the criteria, which I do. The President Biden's staff has said they do not want me on the stage and that they will not participate if I am on the stage. So I would say the answer to that question is that President Biden doesn't want me on. The polls, the best polls, show that I take many more votes away from President Trump than I do from President Biden. So, when we poll our own followers, about 57% of them say that if I'm not in the race, that they're going to support President Trump. If I'm in the race with President Trump and President Biden, President Trump wins. If I get out of the race, President Trump wins larger. He actually gets 2 more states, Virginia and Maine. If in a head-to-head race between me and President Trump, I beat President Trump. President Biden cannot beat President Trump. I can. In a head-to-head race between me and President Biden, I win 39 states. He only wins 11.
I know that RFK Jr. wants to try and get onto the stage on Thursday, and I'd love to have him, frankly, because I don't think he's much of a debater. And he's got some very liberal, radical left ideas. But I would love to have him, but you have to get certain numbers. That was the criteria, and he's way below those numbers. He's not coming close. So I hope to see him up there someday, but it looks to me like he's not going to qualify on many fronts. But he'll be there, and, they say he hurts Biden more than he hurts me. I don't know if that's true or not, but they say he hurts Biden because he's a serious left person. And you know what? If he is, that's good. I don't really care. I'm going to Cleveland. It looks like we're doing great in Ohio. We're doing great in just about every state we're in. Every poll number that's coming in is looking good. We're leading just about every poll on a national basis, also on a swing state basis. And I look forward to Thursday night. It'll be great. And again, I saw RFK Jr., nice guy. I hope he can debate because I really think it would be a good thing to have him up there. I'd love to have him up there, but you have to do better than 6 or 7 points, like by about triple. And maybe someday he'll be there, but I sort of doubt it. Thank you. So we got this poll last night from Rasmussen, and it was they also did it like with Kennedy and with the other ones in there. Cornel West. He's one of my favorite candidates, Cornel West. And I like her also, Jill Stein. I like her very much. You know why? She takes 100% from them. He takes 100%. Kennedy's probably 50-50, but he's a fake. He's a fake. He's a total fake. You don't want to. He's more liberal than Joe Biden and all of these communists that work for him. Kennedy's more liberal than all of them. He wants to be in the debate, but he's got bad numbers. You can't do that, right? I'd like to have him in the debate, actually. I'd love to have him in the debate, but he's got bad numbers, very bad. No, I don't think he's going to ever make it.
I watched your show with President Trump. It was really good. The best I've ever seen him presenting himself. I think you brought out the best in him.
That was my plan. Do you think President Biden is going to be the candidate for the Democrats?
I don't know. I think it's hard to imagine, but I think...
if they don't run him, who will they run?
I don't know. I stopped predicting the future in 2016 when President Trump won because I didn't think that was going to happen. And I just thought, okay, I'm not good at this. So I stopped.
Yeah, well, reading people the way I do, because it's my profession, I predicted with total confidence that he had the message, but he was not the messenger. I said, 100% he won't be elected. And I said, you count on it. I know these things. Trust me. I was 100% wrong.
Yeah, my daughter, I have a daughter who never thinks about politics. Like, she has nothing to do with it. And she came to me at the beginning of 2016. And she said, Donald Trump's going to be the next president. And I said, you're crazy. You don't know anything. But
on the off chance that you're not elected in November, and that Donald Trump is elected, would you be willing to work for him in some capacity to do what you're talking about?
I don't think so. I mean, I would listen to a proposal, but I don't think so. I don't think.
You wouldn't serve your country?
Well, I'm not confident that I could do that. If I had that confidence, I would. I think. I don't think. Anyway,
what you've been talking about. I mean, the backstory, because we don't have the time, but we're talking about America. And when I interviewed your cousin Caroline Kennedy, at one point we were talking about how your uncle Teddy would exhort you cousins to memorize Longfellow's poem Paul Revere's Ride, and it reminded me of a different America. You know, because when people talk about, say, I'm a Kennedy Democrat, that's pretty dramatically different than what the party has become. There was a love of country, and I think that when you talk about your uncle's desire, your father's desire to right these wrongs, there's something noble about that, and it's hard not to admire that. And to think that we're 6 decades along and that we're still dealing with this stuff. Most Americans still aren't awake to the narrative. I mean, you know, you're giving us chapter and verse on where the bullets were, and most Americans think, oh, Sirhan, you know, Lee Harvey, you know, and again, not that that's the most important thing, but it points to the deeper truth that we're supposed to be a self-governing people. And it seems that some of the forces that you've been working against have been, they're taking great pains to demonize anybody like you that would question the narrative. And so it seems to me that you have to have hope that people are waking up. I mean, did the 51 people who signed that document denouncing the Hunter Biden laptop as Russian disinformation? I mean, I think that there are many Americans that are aware that something very nasty is going on, that we've got to do something about it. And I just think that whether you are in the White House or outside of the White House, that you know, you're uniquely appointed to be working for this. So I'd like to think that America would mean enough to you that,
you know, I would, first of all,
and by the way, if Biden should win, I don't think you're getting a call from him, by the way.
Yeah. No, I'm not. But I do want to just emphasize what you just said about those people here may not know what you're talking about. I think most of them do, but there were 51 high-level acting or inactive CIA officials who signed a letter saying that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation, which was a lie. It was tampering with the US election, what they were doing. And it was the CIA tampering with the US election. And the fact that, you know, I mean, I'm not a fan of Donald Trump's, and one of the reasons that I don't think I'd go to work for him is because he offered me a job in the last administration, and then he took $1 million from Pfizer, and then
I mean, I've heard that story, and I think a lot of us were in a different place at that time. A lot of us have a very different view of Pfizer and Moderna than we did at that point, and I have actually a very different view of many things than we did at that point.
When somebody looks you in the eye and tells you, I want you to do this, and then, you know, it was a big cost for me to go announce that I'm joining the Trump administration, an enormous cost. And then, you know, and then nothing is there. It makes you less willing to, you know, then entrust to trust that person again. So, you know, like I said, I would listen to a proposal. My objective is to help my country. President Trump called me actually a few hours after his assassination attempt. And he talked, you know, we talked about unifying the country and the importance. I think he was really at that point, Chris, he said to me, he asked me actually during that conversation whether I had a religious bent. And I said, yeah, I do. And he said, well, you know, I think I do right now because
Right now,
I just had
I'm
an
sure he did
experience
then.
like none other.
I'm sure he did
But
right then. I mean, what a moment to survive.
Yeah, and it was really a miracle that he survived, and thank God that he did. But I think that he really had a kind of revelatory moment where he was thinking of, how do we unify this country? I'm very, very flattered that that he reached out to me. We had a long conversation that night, a couple of long conversations. They were very pleasant. I was very impressed by some of the things he said.
But it wasn't about you dropping out.
I ended up we talked about a wide range of things, and I'm not going to go into the exact detail because that would violate a trust with President Trump, but there was no agreement made. And, you know, I'm in it to win it. Our polling numbers are way up since that time. Our volunteer numbers since President Biden dropped out are way up. Our engagement numbers are way up. And, you know, I'm in it to win it as I've been from the beginning.
I agree with you, man. Something's wrong with that whole system. And, you know, it's the doctors you fight. Remember I said I want to do small doses. Small doses. When you feed a baby, Bobby, a vaccination that has like 38 different vaccines, and it looks like it's meant for a horse, not a 10-pound or 20-pound baby. It looks like you should be giving a horse this. And do you ever see the size of it? Right there, it's just massive. And then you see the baby all of a sudden starting to change radically. I've seen it too many times. And then you hear that it doesn't have an impact, right? But you and I talked about that a long time ago. And anyway, I would love you to do stuff. And I think it would be so good for you and so big for you. And we're going to win. We're going to win. You know, we're way ahead of the guy. And, you know, he's interesting. It was very nice, actually. He called me. And he said, how did you choose to move to the right? Because, you know, so I guess that's, people said, you know, if I was looking straight up, he said, I said, I was just showing you a chart. I didn't have to tell him the chart was on all the people pouring into our country, right? But no, I just turned my head to show the chart. And something wrapped me. It felt like a giant, like the world's largest mosquito. And it was a bullet going around. You know, what do they call that, an AR-15 or something? That was a big gun. Those are pretty tough guns, right?
And that's one of the reasons I wanted you to come on tonight, which is, if not for Biden insisting on being the candidate early on and there not being a process, you may have been in that field. Does this change your disposition at all with respect to the Democratic Party and their convention and your potential participation?
Well, if the Democratic Party was smart, they would come to me, because the polling consistently has shown that I'm the only person who, if I were running for a Democrat, as a Democrat, I'm the only person who could beat President Trump. In fact, Zogby did a poll this week that showed in a head-to-head race, I beat President Trump by 14 points. Kamala Harris loses to President Trump, because I take a lot of President Trump's voters. That would be the smartest thing if they actually wanted to win the election. But I think the corporate forces that now control the Democratic Party ever since 2010, when the Citizens United case unleashed the tsunami of corporate money into the political process, both political parties have become essentially wholly owned subsidiaries of BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, the pharmaceutical industry, the military contractors, et cetera. And all of this chaos right now is distracting us from the thing that we really ought to be talking about, Chris, which is the affordability of, the fact that we're losing the American middle class, and mortgages have doubled in price over the past 4 years. 60% of Americans can't put their hands on $500 if they have an emergency in their family. We got $6 bread, we got $6 milk, we got $5 gasoline, and nobody can afford to live in this country anymore. A middle class, and it's all driven by these two presidents who spend $8 trillion apiece printing money, which is a tax on the middle class. If you earned $1,000 5 years ago, or 10 years ago, that $1,000 is worth $560 today, and it's because we spent all this money on wars and all this money on COVID, which these two presidents gave us, those lockdowns.
There's no question that's the discussion we should be having. And there's also no question that's why these two were so unpopular. We've never seen anything like this before, where the two main people were seen as weak as this. Now, you got into a point of intrigue this week, and I'll just ask you straight up to tell the audience, is it true that you offered in a phone call with Trump to get out of the race in exchange for a job in the administration?
No, that is not true.
What is the truth?
Well, President Trump called me actually a few hours after his assassination attempt. And we talked about unifying the country and the importance. I think he was really, at that point, Chris, he asked me actually during that conversation whether I had a religious bent. And I said, yeah, I do. And he said, well, I think I do right now, because I just had an experience like none other.
I'm sure he did right then. I mean, what a moment to survive.
Yeah, and it was really a miracle that he survived, and thank God that he did. But I think that he really had a kind of revelatory moment where he was thinking of, how do we unify this country? I'm very, very flattered that that he reached out to me. We had a long conversation that night, a couple of long conversations. They were very pleasant. I was very impressed by some of the things he said.
But it wasn't about you dropping out.
I ended up we talked about a wide range of things, and I'm not going to go into the exact detail because that would violate a trust with President Trump, but there was no agreement made. And, I'm in it to win it. Our polling numbers are way up since that time. Our volunteer numbers since President Biden dropped out are way up. Our engagement numbers are way up. And, I'm in it to win it, as I've been from the beginning.
Well, I appreciate you coming on the show. You have a platform for the duration of this election to make your case to the people. I've been very clear with the audience. I do not believe the parties should be exclusively deciding who gets a voice. We'll see how this plays out. Thank you for taking the opportunity. We'll speak again soon, Bobby. Thank you.
Hey, by the way, Pat Ward at our White House unit, Fox News can now confirm that the Vice President, Kamala Harris, spoke with former President Barack Obama yesterday. Obama came out with a statement yesterday following Biden's decision to drop out. It did not endorse Harris. Obama also did not endorse Biden in 2020. So presumably, he probably said, hey, listen, I'm not going to endorse you at this point. The big question, because what we've heard from the Obamas is they want an open process. They want a competition. So it sounds like two at least over the phone, person to person, Barack Obama said, I'm not going to endorse you right now.
Remember, he didn't endorse Joe Biden either, ever,
Yeah.
2016 or 2020. Let's bring in Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's running as an independent, wanted to run as a Democrat. They basically told him he couldn't by moving the New Hampshire primary. Welcome, Robert. Great to see you. Your reaction to what's happened over the last 24 hours.
I think it's encouraging, and thank you, Steve, and thanks for having me. I think it's encouraging that that President Biden dropped out. That was something, when I got in a year ago, I said that he was not, that his deterioration made it clear was not going to improve, and that it made it clear that he could not run the country. I think the Democrats really need to do what President Obama said, which is to have an open process, a genuinely open process. So much of the primary process was rigged. The country knows that. It's rigged to benefit the corporate elites. And I think the Democratic Party really needs to distinguish itself from the Republican Party. President Trump announced yesterday that Jamie Dimon is his choice for Commerce Secretary, and that Larry Fink is his choice, who's the head of BlackRock, is his choice for the Treasury Secretary. And I think the Democrats really have an opportunity now to distinguish themselves as the party of the American middle class, as the party that cares about working people, that cares about the deficit, that cares about the chronic disease epidemic that is devastating the people of this country. And but I think they're going to need an open process, and I do not see that any evidence they're going to do that.
Real quickly, Robert, they say that they want to have this, and by the way, we want to confirm that first if Donald Trump has selected them. We haven't seen those reports just yet. But Robert, can you go into detail about this open process? How can you have an open process when the people don't get the vote? When the delegates get to decide who's going to be your nominee? They could have done this months ago, but they decided not to do that.
There's a couple of ways they could do it. One is they could have ranked choice voting. If they have ranked choice voting, it would give where the delegates choose not only their first choice, but their second choice, perhaps their third choice. That would be a genuinely open process. Another thing they could do is to base it on national polling, to do some really good polling, to spend a couple $1 million polling the American public and seeing who is more likely to beat Donald Trump, and giving that information to the delegates and allowing them to make a decision based on that. It has to be some kind of fair process, because it looks to the American public that the system is just rigged, which it is.
Right. So they're going to have a meeting on Wednesday, the DNC, to figure out the rules going forward. To be a nominee in the process, you need 300 signatures from the about 4,000 delegates. You know that. Robert, you are a lifelong Democrat running as an independent now. Are you going to be one of the challengers? Are you going to challenge Kamala Harris?
Well, I'm running, Lawrence. I'm running as an independent now, and I think the Democrats would make if they looked at the polling. I'm the only candidate who can beat Donald Trump.
Right.
But I'm not going to get into the Democratic Party as long as the system seems rigged. If they had a fair system, I would definitely look at it.
Even though they covered it up, and we're a month away from the DNC, only 107 days away from voting day, the Dems and the media heard this news yesterday, and they started praising. Listen to this.
He has put people over politics and patriotism over personal position. And this is another heroic act in a long-running series of heroic acts by Joe Biden.
You know, the president took the honorable path. And I think, yes, this will be about his legacy.
Today's decision by
Joe Biden to not seek re-election shows the difference between a selfless president and in Donald Trump, a selfish person.
I think today we should focus on Joe Biden's incredible legacy of service to our nation, his selflessness, his accomplishments.
Today is about what Joe Biden did. He gave America a lesson in patriotism.
I know they're so happy because they didn't see a path for Joe Biden to win. But how angry should they be? How angry should the American public be? Because they covered this up. They knew about what was happening behind the scenes. And it wasn't until the debate when they really recognized it publicly.
Yeah, you know, when they were talking just now, it reminded me of George Washington, who actually did a genuinely selfless act. He was nobody expected him to leave the presidency. He could have easily won another term. The whole country wanted him to stay. And King George III, when Washington announced that he was not going to run again, King George III said that makes him the greatest leader in human history. And he did something that was genuinely selfless. I think the perception here is that President Biden was forced out. I commend President Biden for 50 years of service to our country, but I think that the last several months of trying to stay in this race when he was clearly not capable of performing the duties of his office were a black mark at the end of his career. I think also Kamala has a lot of explaining to do because she was seeing the president every day. Yeah. And she was telling the American public again and again and again, he's completely he's completely capable of running the country. There's no signs of deterioration. There's no signs of cognitive impairment. And that clearly was not true. And I think that she has a vulnerability there, whoever she runs against. She has a big vulnerability about explaining because she's been the concealer in chief.
Right, and we all are vulnerable because he's going to be here for the next 5 months because he still can't recognize the Secretary of Defense as of last Saturday. All right, now on the assassination attempt that happened a week ago Saturday on the President of the United States, today we're going to get the Secret Service, the former president. The Secret Service director is going to be in front of Jim Jordan's Oversight Committee. What questions do you have, and do you have any doubt that she should be fired?
I don't know enough about it. I will tell you this. First of all, I have Secret Service protection right now. The Secret Service has been doing an amazing job for me. And I'm very, very happy with the level of protection they're giving me and the level of concern and their professionalism. There were issues that I don't understand when, Gavin Becker Associates was protecting me for the year of my campaign prior to the Secret Service coming on. And every time I did an outdoor event, they had drones flying overhead. Mm-hmm. And we're looking at all the neighboring buildings. And so when this happened to President Trump, I did have that question about why were there not drones there, but I don't know enough about it. I haven't studied it. It seemed to me that there were clearly some lapses. Mm-hmm. For example, when we were in Philadelphia, where they didn't like me doing outdoor speeches, but when we were there, if there were buildings they couldn't cover, they would hire a security guard for $18 an hour to go up and sit on those buildings in a lawn chair.
But Robert,
I think there's things that...
Yeah, Robert, real quickly, they only gave you Secret Service protection after the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump. What took them so long to give you Secret Service?
I think that was a political decision. I think they knew that I was spending $500,000 to $1 million a month on my own security, and they wanted me to be spending that money on security. One out of every $3 that we raised, we had to spend on security, and I think the Biden administration wanted me spending the money on that rather than on ballot access and advertisement.
It should not be the president's decision. It should be automatic.
The Democrats have called themselves the party of democracy, but they ran the least democratic primary ever They skipped Iowa, New Hampshire, jumped straight to South Carolina. They killed all primary debates, booted RFK Jr. from the party because he posed a threat to Joe. Today, RFK Jr. held a press conference to tell Democrats, I told you so.
A year ago, a little over a year ago, when I entered this race, I predicted that President Biden suffered from a degenerative condition that was not going to improve and that it would make it impossible for him to govern effectively. The reaction of the DNC to that obvious condition was to hide it from the American public and to use their power over the Democratic Party nomination process to make sure that nobody could compete with President Biden in a way that would expose his deficiencies. And as a result, we are where we are today, which is in a period of crisis.
Presidential candidate RFK Jr. joins us now. So, RFK, you ran the right way. You did what you were supposed to do. You're a Democrat. You primaried a Democrat incumbent, and they wouldn't let you. How did they jam you out of this thing? Because now look at what happened.
Yeah, I think it was a strategic mistake by the Democrats, Jesse. And you and I have talked about this before. But they got rid of, they changed the primary rules while while we were running the primary. They changed 60 different rules to make it impossible for anybody to challenge Joe Biden. One of the things that you remember that they did to me is I've been campaigning in New Hampshire, so they adopted a rule that said that any political candidate, any Democratic candidate who campaigns in New Hampshire, who steps foot into the state of New Hampshire, that all of their votes would go to the president, all of their delegates would go to the president instead of going to that. And then they shut down the Florida primary. They shut down a bunch of primaries, just said, we're not running them. We already have our candidate. You know, a few weeks ago, President Biden was ridiculing Vladimir Putin, who won 88% of the vote in Russia. And he said, you know, that was a fixed election because President Putin had made sure no adversaries could challenge him, and also that he had fixed the press so the press wouldn't cover his adversaries. Well, the Democratic Party succeeded in doing the same thing. I haven't been allowed on any of the Democratic networks, ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, as you know, Fox has allowed me on, although Fox, people like you have allowed me to speak. You debate me. You give me a platform, even though you don't agree with things that I say. And I think that's the way the media is supposed to work. But the other media networks have forgotten about that.
When you're playing with children, you just change the rules in the middle of the game and just kind of make it up as you go along. You can't do that when it comes to these high stakes. You know how things operate at conventions. There's been a long history of chicanery at these things. You've now have uncommitted delegates. Are we going to see bribery? Are we going to see quid pro quo? Are we going to see ambassadorships promised, donors greased? This is a sprint to grease as many delegates by mid-August as possible.
Yeah, I think, some of that is bound to happen. I think most of those delegates are kind of mom and pop people. They're committed to Biden. They committed originally to Biden. His releasing them, I think a lot of them are probably idealistic people who want to see the Democratic nominee, or terrified of Donald Trump, who want to see the Democratic nominee succeed. But I don't, the indicators now, Jesse, is that the party elites are not really going to let go of the process. And we'll see what happens. The last time, there's a lot of similarities between this election and what happened with my dad's election in 1968. There was a war going on at that time that was very controversial and it was very damaging to our country. There were protesters in the street. The convention was in Chicago. And my father, who was leading, got knocked out by an assassin's bullet, not by a resignation. you in effect had an open convention, but the DNC at that time tried to maintain control over it. They put their candidate in, which Hubert Humphrey. There was the convention became riotous, and the riots shocked the American public, and they didn't want anything to do with the Democratic Party after that. And I think a lot of people in the Democratic Party probably should look back to what happened in 1968 and take some caution from allowing the party elites to continue to exercise control over their choices.
That would be good, sage advice from RFK Jr. And we will be, Jesse Waters Primetime in Chicago, covering the DNC. And now it just got a whole lot more interesting. RFK Jr., good luck.
I agree with you, man. Something's wrong with that whole system. And, it's the doctors you fight. Remember I said I want to do small doses. Small doses. When you feed a baby, Bobby, a vaccination that has like 38 different vaccines, and it looks like it's meant for a horse, not a 10-pound or 20-pound baby. It looks like you should be giving a horse this. And do you ever see the size of it, right? It's just massive. And then you see the baby all of a sudden starting to change radically. I've seen it too many times. And then you hear that it doesn't have an impact, right? But you and I talked about that a long time ago. And anyway, I would love you to do something. And I think it'll be so good for you and so big for you. And we're going to win. We're going to win. We're way ahead of the guy. And, he's interesting. It was very nice, actually. He called me and he said, how did you choose to move to the right? Because, so I guess that's, people say, if I was looking straight up, huh? He said, I said, I was just showing a chart. I didn't have to tell him the chart was on all the people pouring into our country, right? But I just turned my head to show the chart. And something wrapped me. It felt like a giant, like the world's largest mosquito. And it was a bullet going around. What do they call that, an AR-15 or something? That was a big gun. Those are pretty tough guns, right?
RFK Jr. has since apologized to Trump for that segment of their call being leaked. He writes on X, when President Trump called me, I was taping with an in-house videographer. I should have ordered the videographer to stop recording immediately. I am mortified that this was posted. I apologize to the president.
RFK Jr.'s son, Bobby Kennedy, had shared the leaked video and tweeted, quote, I'm a firm believer that these sorts of conversations should be had in public. Here's Trump giving his real opinion to my dad about vaccinating kids. This was the day after the assassination attempt. He deleted that tweet soon after and then tweeted, quote, removed last one for mistaking sarcasm for real life. Very intriguing. I think Donald Trump's whole ploy there, like, yeah, vaccines are weird, right? Can I have your 8% vote share, Bobby, please? He sounds like an LA talent agent. He's like, this would be so big for you, Bobby. You should serve with me. It sounds like a deal in exchange for endorsement of Trump from RFK Jr. that he would be in the cabinet, maybe an HHS where he would be dealing with the questionable system that Trump refers to. Something's wrong with that whole system, then talks about vaccines, seems to be the healthcare system in America.
Yeah, he was previously talked about, RFK Jr. was, I think maybe by DeSantis or by some, as like FDA or CDC, which would be, radically different actually roles. This is not all the same, but you're right that that's what that conversation sounds like. Trump offering him something in exchange for dropping out and an endorsement. Don't know if that's likely to happen whatsoever because, with RFK Jr. in the race, for all the talk from media and Democrats about how RFK Jr. is some kind of spoiler or is hurting Biden because he's actually right wing and he's actually trying to help Trump. Like none of that adds up at all if he's in the race. If you think he's like more sympathetic with Trump or more in cahoots with Trump or that he's drawing on the same supporters as Trump, his presence in the race then actually hurts Trump. Now, because it's taking votes away from him. You can't vote for both Trump and RFK Jr. Now, the data, the polling so far shows that RFK Jr. really draws from both. or he's also drawing from people who aren't going to vote for Trump or Biden. And it's not obvious that he's hurting more one than the other. So the kind of panic from the media has been, I think, not connected to reality. Obviously, if he were to get out of the race and formally support Trump, that would help Trump. I have no idea whether he's even considering doing that. He has maintained so far that he's not, that he wants to be president, that he doesn't think Biden or Trump are fit to serve an additional term, and that he is working, he's spending money, he's making an effort to get on the ballot in all the states. So I don't know that kind of deal is going to happen. It was interesting, though, to hear Trump, privately try to reassure RFK Jr. that he shares his attitude on some aspects of vaccination, wondering if too much vaccination can be overwhelming or unhealthy for babies. Specifically, that was a view that Trump was taking there. I think Trump actually may have weighed in on the vaccines causing autism idea that I should say is not accepted by most medical experts. I think he said that some years ago.
Finally, President Trump has had 4 years to pardon Ross Ulbricht and Julian Assange and Edward Snowden. And he didn't do it. And we need to ask ourselves why. I've already looked into those cases, and I plan on pardoning them all on day one. In this election year, I encourage you to study your choices, look at the candidate's policy, but more importantly, look at their actions to decide if they are genuinely part of the problem or if they're part of the solution. Decide if they align with what you believe in your heart.
There was a rumor that you almost had RFK Jr. as a potential vice president.
No.
Okay. Just a rumor.
Yeah,
and
I like him. I've always liked him. But
yeah, I like him too. Bobby and I are friends. He's a friend of mine. I've known him for years.
He's a good man.
Yeah.
He's in there pitching. It's tough. It's a two-party system, and he's a third party. It's a tough thing. He can't get registered now in New York. I see New York, and the Democrats have really opposed him vehemently. I haven't, but the Democrats have really opposed him.
So you think he should be allowed to run everywhere?
Well, the laws don't allow that.
Okay.
And the laws don't allow, unless you have 15 or 20%, whatever it is, they don't allow you to debate. You don't have to debate, so you can't get on the stage. You can't. And the debates are very important. I mean,
and even more alarming, President Trump, in an interview last month with Bloomberg, floated the idea of bringing on Jamie Dimon as his Secretary of Treasury. I'm grateful that President Trump yesterday walked back that comment, but I'm not sure how he could have ever considered bringing on one of the biggest long-time critics of Bitcoin and the world's ultimate advocate for centralized control, if he truly is committed in his soul to the freedom and decentralization that we all are committed to. Those choices don't match the spiritual alignment of Bitcoin. Bitcoin represents personally, I would rather see somebody like Michael Saylor or Caitlin Long as Treasury Secretary. They are brilliant. They are encyclopedic. They're forward-thinking. They deeply love our country. And they represent the ideals of decentralization and economic democracy.
I hear that. All right. There were rumors going around that RFK was in talks with Trump, that he was in talks with the Harris camp for a potential endorsement to either of them if they could give him, I presume, a spot in one of their cabinets. Is there any truth to it? Would love to hear about that.
Definitely not in talks with Harris. Definitely never have brought up this idea of an endorsement with Harris. Definitely have never brought up a cabinet position with Harris. So those are the MSN just taking something and spinning it in a way that makes their chosen political group look good. Fake news.
Right. Mr. President, yesterday there was a big announcement or big rumors spreading that RFK Jr. might be dropping out, might be endorsing you. His spokesperson said they will give a live address tomorrow about his path forward. And now there are rumors that he might join you at this rally in Arizona tomorrow to announce that he's supporting you. What's the truth? Have you talked to him?
So I've known him for a long time. He's as you know, he's a little different kind of a guy. Very smart guy, is a very good person. If he endorsed me, I would be honored by it. I would be very honored by it. He really has his heart in the right place. He is a respected person. Women love some of his policies, and I guess some people don't like some of his policies. But overall, I thought the Democrats, he was a Democrat. I don't know what he is right now, but he was a Democrat. They treated him very badly. I think he would have, he goes around saying he would have beaten Biden in the primary. I think there was a good chance. What they did to him was what they did to Biden. They really were harsh and threw him out. They wouldn't let him go to the vote. I mean, they made it impossible for him to compete in primaries because he was doing so well. And they basically made it impossible for him to do what I think he would have been successful. I think he would have overthrown Biden because Biden is so bad as a president. When I hear this talk about Mount Rushmore, I turn off your television. If I have to read an article, I just throw it down. Mount Rushmore for this man who is the worst president in our history.
What do you think about his pick of J.D. Vance?
I like J.D. Vance. I think his statement on cat ladies was misguided. But other than that, I think he wrote a great book, Hillbilly Elegy, which really connects to a much forgotten population and a much left behind, but important and wise and soulful population of the United States that, I think is the greatest potential for revival. And I think there's, when I look at small businesses and small business economy, I think about farming. I think about rural America. I think this is the largest untapped opportunity we have right now. And I think J.D. Vance is grown from that and he gets it. And I love what he's done with his career. I think that he, has done some interesting, I don't love his pharma stuff. I don't love some of the stuff he's invested in. I'd like to see him, explain some of it. I mean, I've not had the perfect investment record either. But I think those are things that as long as he shows growth from, I think he is going to have great potential leading this country.
When you look at some of the pundits on him, one of the things that you'll see is a potential nefarious line drawn to Peter Thiel, that there's, if they see him as the future of the party, what does that mean in terms of corporate, governmental interconnectedness? And do you think that there's anything to that, or are these just rumors?
Look, Silicon Valley, Peter Thiel and the PayPal mafia, they're very well known and they're reasonably predictable. It's these are individuals that made a huge amount of success thinking through how to use the internet for optimizing financial transactions with PayPal. PayPal was a massive success. They went on to invest in a whole number of things. A lot of them really are liberty-oriented, school choice-oriented. They mirror many of the things you hear from liberty Republicans, which is a population I tend to like a lot. They believe in free speech. Some of their more transhumanist things are I don't fully align with. They're very close to Palantir, which is a massive government contractor. So that's something to keep an eye on. But overall, in terms of totalitarian, nefarious agenda, I don't see that. It doesn't terrify me as much coming from that group. I'd love to see them talk more transparently about what, their overall agenda is and hopes and goals for the American family. I think that would alleviate a lot of concern. But I find that this group of people is smaller, those around Peter Thiel. They believe in individual liberties. They believe in sovereignty. I don't see them doing as many of these intelligence agency partnerships as maybe some of the other Silicon Valley groups that I'm not going to name. But I will say that if we are splitting hairs, I would much rather, obviously, I'd much rather see Bobby and I in the White House. I think we do a much better, cleaner, transparent, less corrupt job around all of these things. But if we're splitting hairs, I would say that I trust the future of this country more under the leadership of the Trump and the Thiels and the JD Vances than I do right now of the Harrises and Reid Hoffmans.
Very interesting. All right.
We've known each other for a long time. In fact, I've litigated against him. I've sued him a couple of times on golf courses that he was building, or he's trying to build up in the New York State reservoir watershed. And I was suing to keep them from being built. But even during that time when I was litigating against him, he ended up giving me a ride to Florida on his plane. So, and we were friendly. And, we had a great time and a lot of laughs. He's a very congenial, amiable, interesting guy, and very warm.
So RFK Jr. has offered his support to you and your campaign.
It's with a sense of victory and not defeat that I'm suspending my campaign activities. I met again with President Trump and his family members. I was surprised to discover that we are aligned on many key issues. In those meetings, he suggested that we join forces as a unity party.
How do you feel about that?
I'm very honored by it. He's a very smart guy, different kind of a guy, but very smart, loves our country, has some, I think, very good views on a lot of different things. And I've known him for a long time. We've been somewhat friendly, actually. And I think he's going to be a great asset. I think he adds a lot to the election. He's got a good following, tremendous following. I think he adds a lot to the election, and I think he adds a lot to if we win. He's got some very interesting ideas and good ideas. I think he'll be a fantastic and influential person in terms of getting this country back on track. I think if we win, I think he can be very valuable to the country. And I think he can also help us build up the margins.
Robert, thank you for sitting down and talking to me. This has been a really pivotal day in your campaign and your life, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a difficult day in many respects, but I feel like I'm on the right path.
You had, I think, close to, if not over 1 million people on your live stream for your press conference. And for anybody that is under a rock, you have suspended your campaign. You haven't dropped out of the campaign, you've suspended your campaign. How difficult was this decision?
It was difficult. All of us, the people, kind of the inner circle who were involved in the decision, I think everybody in that circle went back, did 180-degree turns maybe 15 times in the last 2 weeks trying to figure out what we can do. But ultimately, it was clear to me that because of the media censorship, because I was not going to be allowed on a debating stage, that I didn't really have a path to victory. So my choice was, am I going to spend the next 77 days, rallying the troops and getting more money out of the donors without being able to offer them a path to victory? And I think that would have sucked my soul out. And then, I had this interesting series of meetings with President Trump in which he really surprised me by strongly endorsing the mission for his presidency, saying that he wanted his legacy to end the chronic disease epidemic in this country. And that's been my central mission for the past 20 years.
I know that you're deciding to run and conducting this campaign came at a very high price to you personally, family-wise, professionally. And now as we sit here, I have to ask you, if you knew then what you know now, would you have done this?
Yeah, I would have. I mean, I think it's been costly to me and it's been costly to my family, but I think I've advanced the issues in a way that is going to be helpful to people over the long run. The major issues that I've been talking about, the censorship, the addiction to war, particularly the Ukraine war, and then most of all, the chronic disease epidemic. And I think, it gave me a platform to talk about those issues, and a lot more people are aware of them now, and a lot more people it's part of the national conversation, which it was not 16 months ago.
Yeah, and I think people on the outside looking in don't realize what a sacrifice it is to make the decision you made. I mean, it's what, a 16-hour day is like a light day. It's like, well, why get dressed if you're only going to do 16 hours, right? And it's day after day after day. And then you decide to do what you did today. Why now? Was there a reason you did it today instead of 2 weeks ago or 2 weeks down the road?
It was just a confluence of events. I actually would have rather done it a little later. I finished writing my speech today at 11:10, and the press conference started at 11, and I was 30 minutes away. So I was 45 minutes late for the conference because, I had only had really 24 hours to write my statement. And so I would have preferred to do it under a more relaxed regimen, but
you work well under pressure, though.
I work well. We have a team that works well under pressure, and President Trump's staff had a whole series of other needs, and we basically we coalesced around their schedule.
You were talking about votes. Some people say this could be a landslide too. They could say it would be a landslide, and it's not going to be a landslide on their side. It could be a landslide on our side.
Will he have a role in your administration? He's a very experienced trial lawyer.
Yeah.
He's tried a lot of large cases, and a lot of it environmental. So, he might play a role environmentally. He might play a role as Attorney General. There's a lot of things he could offer to the administration.
Sure. He's a very smart guy,
but you welcome him.
I do.
You welcome his support.
Number one, I've known him a long time, and I've always had a good relationship. I mean, we're sort of on opposite sides of some issues, but I've always had a good relationship with him, and I'm very honored by his support.
Well, I've spoken to him about you in the past, and he's always spoken of you with a great deal of respect. Even though you guys have been campaigning against each other, he's always spoken of you with a great deal of respect. So it's not surprising to me that he supports you. So that wasn't a surprise to me.
Well, one thing he said to me, and he said the same thing that I say to everybody, November 5th is going to be the most important day in the history of our country. I believe that.
Yeah. I think there hasn't been an election like this for generations, to be sure. Mr. President, thank you for sitting down and talking to me. We'll be seeing you on the trail.
Yep, we will.
And I also want to salute Bobby's decades of work as an advocate for the health of our families and our children. Nobody's done more. Millions and millions of Americans who want clean air, clean water, and a healthy nation have concerns about toxins in our environment and pesticides in our food. That's why today I'm repeating my pledge to establish a panel of top experts working with Bobby to investigate what is causing the decades-long increase in chronic health problems and childhood diseases, including autoimmune disorders, autism, obesity, infertility, and many more. We want every child in America to grow up and to live a long and healthy life.
And a couple of weeks later in Florida, and we talked not about the things that separate us because we don't agree on everything, but on the values and the issues that bind us together. And one of the issues that he talked about was having safe food and ending the chronic disease epidemic. Our children are now the unhealthiest, sickest children in the world. Don't you want healthy children? And don't you want the chemicals out of our food? And don't you want the regulatory agencies to be free from corporate corruption? And that's what President Trump told me that he wanted. He also told me that he wanted to end the grip of the neocons on U.S. foreign policy. He said he didn't want any more $200 billion wars in Ukraine, that we could use that money back here in the United States. And the best way to build a safe America is to rebuild our industrial base and rebuild the middle class in this country. And don't you want a president who's going to get us out of the wars and who's going to rebuild the middle class in this country? And he told me that he wanted to end the censorship because the whole basis of American democracy is the free flow of information. And we know that a government that can silence its opponents has license for any kind of atrocity. And can you think of any time that you can look back in history and say that the people who were censoring were the good guys? They're always the bad guys, because it's always the first step down that slippery slope to totalitarianism. And don't you want a president who's going to protect America's freedoms? And who is going to protect us against totalitarianism? And I want to ask you again, don't you want a safe environment for your children? Don't you want to know that the food that you're feeding them is not filled with chemicals that are going to give them cancer and chronic disease? And don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again? Thank you all very, very much, and God bless you, and God bless America.
RFK Jr. is throwing his support behind Donald Trump, in part because he and the former president agree on a number of key issues, and that includes the American diet and what's in our food.
I also want to salute Bobby's decades of work as an advocate for the health of our families and our children. Nobody's done more.
We talked about not about the things that separate us because we don't agree on everything, but on the values and the issues that bind us together. And one of the issues that he talked about was having safe food and ending the chronic disease epidemic. And don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again?
Before his announcement, I spoke with Kennedy about this very topic and a potential position in the Trump White House. Take a look. I thought it'd be great to just kind of look at some of these items because parents are encountering these food items in grocery stores everywhere. Maybe we could just start right here with seed oils. We're hearing a lot about seed oils. Why should people be worried about these kind of products?
Seed oils are one of the most unhealthy ingredients that we have in foods. And seed oils, the reason they're in the foods is because they're heavily subsidized. they're very, very cheap, but they are associated with all kinds of very, very serious illnesses, including body-wide inflammation.
Right.
Which affects all of our health. It's one of the worst things you can eat, and it's almost impossible to avoid. If you eat any processed food, you're going to be eating seed oil.
Right. And it's interesting, the government subsidizes it. Why would the government want to subsidize something that's going to make people sick? And then in the end, we all end up paying for that in terms of healthcare costs, which are skyrocketing.
Yeah, because that is a direct result of corruption. About 75% of FDA's budget comes from regulated industry, and that means food processors and pharmaceutical industry. All of them profit from a sick population.
You know, a big item that, and by the way, it's getting very expensive, are cereals. Why is the food coloring in particular bad?
The food coloring, you see here, yellow food coloring, that is a petroleum product.
Mm-hmm.
It's associated with really, with depression. It's associated with autoimmune injuries and ADHD.
Yeah.
These, and red dye also is very bad. In Europe, the same companies are producing the same products, but they're using natural coloring. But here they can get away with it. We have about almost 1,000 chemicals that are in our food that are either outright banned in Europe or actively discouraged. So you wouldn't be able to buy this kind of stuff in Europe. You ask about why it's so cheap, why it's so ubiquitous. It's because we subsidize the worst foods. We subsidize it with about 70% of our food stamp program is to processed foods, which are all poison.
Right. One of the things that's interesting is you'll see on labels, natural flavors, which is this catch-all phrase that I guess was lobbied for, but the ingredients in natural flavors are not really natural.
No. In our country, natural flavors are chemical products. So you can't trust what's on the ingredient label. And the reason for that, again, is government corruption. It's that the agency, the USDA, the FDA, have been captured by the industries they're supposed to regulate. And they all have an interest in subsidies and then in mass poisoning the American public.
Yeah, I want to talk about pesticides, and then let's talk about the policy. So let's talk about the pesticides and the things that worry you about. I mean, this looks like fresh food, right? What should I be worried about here?
Yeah, I mean, the irony is, like, for example, my wife loves kale, and she had the impression that kale is actually good for you. If it's organic, it's very good for you. But most kale and strawberries, for example, grapes, are contaminated with pesticides. And particularly the Environmental Working Group has found what they call the dirty dozen, some of the worst pesticides on these products. So, I look at a strawberry and I think, oh, this is a healthy food. Right. But in most cases, unless it's organic, certified organic, you are getting something that's actually hurting you.
What can be done at a government level to stop this and make people get healthy?
Yeah, as president, I'll issue an executive order on day one that anybody who is recommending food products in USDA or FDA at any of those committees, if you are going to be on those committees, you have to have no conflict of interest. We spend 5 times our military budget on chronic disease.
Yeah.
And it's made us the sickest population in the world. And if you wonder why we're the sickest people in the world, why do we have these epidemics of ADHD and depression and all these kind of psychiatric illnesses that have been linked by the science to these kind of foods, to the ingredients of these foods? And why do we have these neurological disorders, all this epidemic of autoimmune disease?
So many of these products are geared towards children, which I think is what's really tragic about it. It's sort of like you're putting them at a very early age on this pathway to chronic disease. And then at the end of that is pharma to sort of cure whatever the food did to you.
The advisors who actually choose the nutrition guidelines are almost all of corrupted. They're conflicted.
Mm-hmm. Are you willing to take on a position like this in the Trump administration as health czar?
Well, one way or the other, I'm going to be fighting to get this stuff out of our foods. I mean, we're poisoned. We have a generation of kids that are swimming around in a toxic soup right now. And we need to, we're betraying them. We're supposed to be taking care of our kids. And we're letting these industries corrupt our agencies and mass poison them. And, nobody in the world has a chronic disease epidemic of the kind that we have in this country.
Yeah, it's true. I think it's a sleeper issue of this election. So I really appreciate you coming on, explaining this, breaking it down, and laying out your policies.
Rachel, thanks for having me, and thanks for paying attention to this. I think I know that it's difficult in your position to go up against powerful industries. I'm glad you're telling the truth.
So my last question, what happens now? You had this kind of amazing announcement with Donald Trump on Friday. It's now Monday, I think, just 3 days ago. How do you spend from here until election day?
I'm going to work to get him elected. And I'm working with the campaign. We're working on policy issues together. I've been asked to go onto the transition team and, to help pick the people who will be running the government. And one of the things that we learned at home is that we not only had to be virtuous as a nation, we had to be virtuous as individuals. We had to, for example, tell the truth when we did something wrong. So one time I hit a baseball through my mom's window and broke it. And my dad said to me, before you answer this question, I want you to remember what George Washington did. He cut down the cherry tree. This is a story every American knew at that time. His father asked him, well, who cut it down? And he said, I did. He always admitted when he was wrong. But now the Democratic Party has given us a loophole around that mandate. All you have to know is 7 words, and you never have to admit to doing anything wrong again. And you know what those 7 words are? I was born in the middle class. Oh. So repeat after me. I was born in the middle class. So the next time your boss asks you why you were late for work, what are you going to say? And the next time your wife asks you why you didn't take out the garbage, what are you going to say? And the next time your landlord asks you for the rent check, what are you going to say? That's all you have to know, and you don't have to answer any question. And we know why she didn't want to answer that question, because there's no good answer to it. By every indicia in which we measure the welfare of our economy, the Trump administration excelled, and the Biden-Harris administration has failed us. Inflation on average during the Trump administration was held under 7%. Now it's at 20%. Gross rents have almost doubled. Mortgages have more than doubled in just 3.5 years. Groceries have gone up. Gasoline has gone up. Electricity has gone up. Healthcare has gone up. Do you know the only thing that's gone down? Wages. So though that is not a success story, and I don't blame her for not wanting to answer that question. It was a question that was almost impossible for her to answer truthfully and still walk out of that debate. There's been an inversion now where the Republican Party has become the party of the common man, of working people, of the middle class. And the Democratic Party has become the party of Wall Street, of the military-industrial complex, of big pharma, big agriculture, big tech, the big banking systems, and all of what Donald Trump calls the deep state, which is this web of financial interests that is not necessarily a little conspiracy, but it's a conspiracy of self-interest that functions together in tandem to shift wealth upward, to clamp down totalitarian controls, and to transform this country from the world's exemplary democracy into a corporate kleptocracy and a very, very oppressive oligarchical system, the kind of system that we fought a revolution to overthrow in 1776.
Lee, thank you very much, really. And thank you, a very big thank you to Pennsylvania. We love Pennsylvania. And as I was saying, oh, I love that. I love that chart. I love that graph. Isn't it a beautiful thing? But also beautiful because look at the number. That's the day I left office. It was the lowest Border Patrol, the lowest it's ever been. Illegal immigration. Today it's out of control. But I love it for other reasons, too. You know that.
So on Saturday, Donald Trump returned to Butler, PA, where roughly 3 months ago, he was almost assassinated by a loser who couldn't make his high school rifle club, but somehow mastered slanted roof technology. It was huge, so huge, the rest of the media had to cover it. First, Trump returns to the scene of his near death and then opens with this.
We love Pennsylvania. And as I was saying, oh, I love that. I love that chart.
Yes. Trump's got charts while Biden's got sharts. Elon Musk showed up jumping around like a human embodiment of the First Amendment. All it needed was Hulk Hogan tearing his shirt off or Kid Rock putting a shirt on. Crowd was even bigger this time around, and it's solemn. It was funny and, dare I say it, joyous. Now compare that to the existential prophecies of a future Trump presidency. A threat to democracy, dictatorship, chaos. Was there anything in Butler resembling that? Tens of thousands of people from all over standing together to hear speeches that painted America as a place worth protecting, where safety matters, where borders matter, where American jobs matter, where our leaders would actually put our country first. All things that a Harris presidency would make disappear faster than an erection on Bikini Day at The View.
Sense of the theme here.
That sentence started out so well. Tens of thousands of people, the people that the legacy media demonizes all day long, people who happen to be in the ultimate swing state, by the way. Who do you think, though, our media is going to blame if Trump wins this thing? Just listen to these chuckleheads continue to push violent retribution if Trump wins.
This is an increasingly desperate person who's preparing for civil war. People right now in the Republican Party are, in fact, actively rooting for and inciting a split, a division in the country.
What he says he intends to do. And when he turns around and says he intends to use SEAL Team 6 or the military within which to round up his critics or his opponents, he intends to do it.
He's putting in place what he needs to disrupt the process and to create enough tension and confusion that you'll have people on the streets protecting and defending him.
happened to him.
So you get the sense there's going to be chaos if Trump wins. That's the sense they want you to have. It's less an election and more of an extortion. And sadly, they may be right. There will be chaos if Trump wins because it'll come from them. What they're saying is, if you win, there will be blood, your blood. It's the mafia saying, nice country you got here. It'd be a shame if something were to happen to it. At least the thugs from Goodfellas had style. Democrat fellas look like this. Think about it. Has Kamala Harris articulated a single original policy point? Sure, she mentioned not taxing tips, which she lifted from Trump like a Cartier watch during a smash and grab. She doesn't bother with policy because she doesn't have to. Because as the woman who babbles on about not going back from her own administration, it's always followed by or else disaster, chaos, a chaos they seem to be guaranteeing. We've seen their chaos in Chicago, New York, San Fran, and Minneapolis. Well, Tim Walz, he missed that one. He was busy fighting ISIS in Iraq with exploding tampons. Now, some of us might be a bit scared, but that's what they want. But you can't let them blackmail or threaten you into a Democrat win, because clearly this is their last sure sign of desperation from a side that doesn't have policy or history or even common sense on their side, only threats. But the good news, like Gerald Nadler's deodorant, it's not working. Tens of thousands of people standing shoulder to shoulder in a field that had the blood of Trump and 3 others in it showed them that. Trump came back like he promised. He didn't let them set the limits. They took their best shot, literally, then he boldly returned to the scene of the crime, like Brian Stelter returning to steal from the CNN fridge. Trump showed up saying, forget it, the threats won't stop us. So it wasn't just about Butler, but the election itself. By gathering all those people in the same field where a weaponized nutcase tried to end Trump's run for president, Trump and thousands of others showed that this election can actually be decided on the merits and not under the threat of the left bowing chaos if they don't get their way. It's funny, the guy they're telling us will end elections and democracy is actually the one doing the most to preserve it. And tens of thousands joined him. They're ready to fight with a prez who has their backs every step of the way. So let the Dems keep telling you that Team Trump will end America as we know it. And if they're talking about the way we've known it the past 4 years, let's hope this is one time they're right.
Our polling and all the national polling was showing that the majority, about 57 to 60% of the people that wanted to support me, if I dropped out of the race, they said that they wanted to vote for Donald Trump. So I was hurting Donald Trump. I was hurting the Republican Party. But the Republican Party did nothing to stop me from getting on any ballot. Donald Trump was critical of me in a way that was congenial, that was respectful, and that was kind. But he did nothing. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party spent tens of millions of dollars to defame me, to publish perjuries against me, to publish fake news against me, to marginalize me, to make me look like a crazy person. And they spent tens of millions of more dollars to get me to make sure I could not get on those state ballots. All the pundits from the beginning said, he will never get on the state ballots, but we did it despite those tens of millions of dollars and attorneys to sue us in all the states to make sure we couldn't get on. The Democratic Party sued me to keep me off the state here in Michigan, off the ballot. And the day that I announced for Donald Trump, they pivoted and sued me to keep me on the ballot. And so far, they've won that lawsuit. So my name is going to appear on the Michigan ballot. But I don't want you to vote for me. I want you to vote for Donald J. Trump. because that's the only way that I'm going to get to Washington, D.C. and do all the things to help end the war, to end the chronic disease epidemic, to end the censorship, to end the surveillance, and all the other things that I entered this race to do.
What is the plan to do about the food healthcare industry and getting the artificial foods banned in our urban communities that have less access to organic whole foods?
So Bobby Kennedy, right? Everybody likes Bobby. And he's so big into the health food and women things, everything. He wants to do things in the environment. And he endorsed it. First time a Kennedy's ever endorsed a Republican. Maybe it's going to be the last, but I doubt it. And he's a great guy. He would be so perfect. He doesn't like artificial foods, and he doesn't like pesticides and all the stuff they put on them. And if you listen to him for 10 minutes, I mean, he says other countries that don't do anything are healthier than us, okay? We're not that healthy, to put it mildly. So no artificial foods. We don't want artificial. We have plenty of food. The food isn't our problem. And our farmers are great. And our farmers aren't allowed to do their job. You know, our farmers did great 4 years ago. They were doing just about the best they've ever done. They're not doing well at all now. We're not going to have artificial foods. We don't want artificial foods. We want healthy foods. And a lot of things are going to be going. And I'll tell you, I'm going to have Bobby Kennedy involved in it. He's a great guy. And even the way when I mentioned his name, all you guys, and you're tough cookies. You know, you wouldn't think, sometimes you'd say, maybe you wouldn't like a guy like Bobby. But he's a person that talks more about food and health than anything else. So I think that's cool. So we'll get it taken care of. You'll be healthier in 4 years from now than you are now, and you look very healthy to me.
And after we pressure Mike Bloomberg to give more money, we will break $10 million. $10 million. Everyone look at Michael Bloomberg and tell him he should give more money. $10 million is pretty impressive. You know what I mean? I mean, granted, it could get you a studio apartment in Manhattan, which seems, you know, expensive, especially considering you can get a mayor for 2 business class flights. Did I break I didn't think we had borders anymore. By the way, RFK Jr. is here. Welcome, sir. RFK Jr. He, of course, is going to make America, he's part of the MAGA, Make America Healthy Again, right? I don't know if he's seen what Donald Trump eats, but Donald Trump eats like, well, me and the Cardinal, okay?
I want to also congratulate somebody's going to make us all healthy. RFK Jr., we love you. I don't see him. He's campaigning all over the place. He's campaigning. You're all over. Hello, you both. Nice to see you both. Doing a good job. He's a great guy, too. He really is. He's going to make us a healthier place. We're going to let him go wild for a little while. Then I'm going to have to maybe rein him back. Because he's got some pretty wild ideas, but most of them are really good, I think. He's a good man, and he believes the environment, the healthy people. He wants healthy people. He wants healthy food, and he's going to do it. He's going to have a big chance to do it because we do need that.
You said RFK Jr.
Oh, he's going to be a part of it. You know, he had a big impact because he's very much into women's health, and he's very much into the environment, which a lot of people like. People really like him. He looked good last night.
He's in very good shape.
Yeah, he is in good shape. I saw the pictures of him with the whole thing.
And you don't take your shirt off and bench press if you're not in good shape.
Oh, it's pretty good.
Hey, so you got a question?
I do it. Would you like me to do it?
I would like you to do it.
It seems.
Tonight, I'm very pleased to welcome a man who has been an incredible champion for so many of these values that we all share, and we've shared them for a long time. I don't think too many of you people have heard of him. He's very low-key. He's a very low-key person, but he's highly respected. He is a great person. I've known him for so long. For the past 16 months, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
There goes my hero, Southern Mary. There goes my hero.
Man, whoa. And he deserves it. He deserves it. For the past 16 months, Bobby has run an extraordinary campaign for President of the United States. I know, because he also went after me a couple of times. I didn't like it. And I mean this sincerely. Had he been allowed to enter the Democrat primary, he would have easily beaten Joe Biden, but they wouldn't let him in. They put up rules. I've never seen rules like you had to have 65% of the vote in order to run, little things like that. His candidacy has inspired millions and millions of Americans, raised critical issues that have been too long ignored in this country, and brought together people from across the political spectrum in a positive campaign, grounded in the American values of his father, Robert Kennedy, a great man, and his uncle, President John F. Kennedy. And I know that they are looking down right now, and they are very, very proud of Bobby. I'm proud of Bobby. You want to know the truth? And I also want to salute Bobby's decades of work as an advocate for the health of our families and our children. Nobody's done more. Millions and millions of Americans who want clean air, clean water, and a healthy nation have concerns about toxins in our environment and pesticides in our food. That's why today I'm repeating my pledge to establish a panel of top experts working with Bobby to investigate what is causing the decades-long increase in chronic health problems and childhood diseases, including autoimmune disorders, autism, obesity, infertility, and many more. We want every child in America to grow up and to live a long and healthy life.
Thank you. Thank you, President Trump. A few hours after the assassination attempt at Butler, I got a call from a safe food advocate named Kelly Means, who's been fighting for many years to try to end the corruption at CDC and FDA and USDA. And these institutions, these regulatory agencies are actually run by the big food processing companies, the big ag and the chemical companies that they're supposed to regulate. And he said to me that he'd been advising me for many years and on my campaign. And he told me that night that he was also advising President Trump. And he asked if I would talk to President Trump. And I said, of course. And about a few minutes later, I got a call from the president. And we talked. We had a very good talk. And then he invited me to come see him the next day. And I went to Minneapolis and saw him. We met again a couple of weeks later in Florida. And we talked about not about the things that separate us because we don't agree on everything, but on the values and the issues that bind us together. And one of the issues that he talked about was having safe food and ending the chronic disease epidemic. Our children are now the unhealthiest, sickest children in the world. Don't you want healthy children? And don't you want the chemicals out of our food? And don't you want the regulatory agencies to be free from corporate corruption? And that's what President Trump told me that he wanted. He also told me that he wanted to end the grip of the neocons on U.S. foreign policy. He said he didn't want any more $200 billion wars in Ukraine, that we could use that money back here in the United States. And the best way to build a safe America is to rebuild our industrial base and rebuild the middle class in this country. And don't you want a president who's going to get us out of the wars and who's going to rebuild the middle class in this country? And he told me that he wanted to end the censorship because the whole basis of American democracy is the free flow of information. And we know that a government that can silence its opponents has license for any kind of atrocity. And can you think of any time that you can look back in history and say that the people who were censoring were the good guys? They're always the bad guys, because it's always the first step down that slippery slope to totalitarianism. And don't you want a president who's going to protect America's freedoms? And who is going to protect us against totalitarianism? And I want to ask you again, don't you want a safe environment for your children? Don't you want to know that the food that you're feeding them is not filled with chemicals that are going to give them cancer and chronic disease? And don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again? Thank you all very, very much, and God bless you, and God bless America.